The Templar had it into this busa beleast. All the glowing veroses process happy eject to be steets, a willing imager, and just a counter at the one of the clant. Len stood at the rail with her duffel at her feet and watched the world turn to milk. The horn sounded every 90 seconds, a low animal moan through the white. Salt clung to her coat, her skin, the cracked plastic watch on her wrist that had stopped keeping accurate time years ago and which she still refused to replace. 3 ferries. 2 hours. Then Tillicum Spit rose through the haze like something the tide had forgotten to take back. She had read the file twice on the crossing. Harrowgate Home, 40 residents, licensed capacity 42, staffed out 7, including the director who had died of a stroke in the kitchen 3 weeks ago. The state had sent a temporary administrator to hold the place until she could take over. Standard transition. She had done this before. 3 group homes in 6 years, each one closer to collapse than the last, each one still standing when she left. This one would stand too. She stepped off the ramp onto wet planks. The dockmaster nodded from his booth, a man with a gray beard and oil-stained hands who did not ask if she needed directions. Everyone on this island already knew who she was and why she had come. That was how these places worked. Small enough that every stranger was news. Small enough that the ferry schedule dictated the shape of your emergencies. The road from the dock curved uphill through trees that leaned away from the wind. The lodge appeared at the top of the rise as the fog thinned, a Victorian hulk with peeling blue paint and a wraparound porch that sagged at the southeast corner like a tired shoulder. Lights burned in the ground floor windows. Voices carried through the wet air. Children's voices, a television, someone running in the hall. Lenz climbed the steps and pushed through the front door. The smell hit her first. Old wood, floor wax, the particular damp of a building that had been fighting salt air for 100 years and losing. Then the noise. A television in the common room, someone arguing in the kitchen, feet pounding overhead. And in the office to her left, a man in a charcoal suit sitting at the desk that should have been hers. He looked up when she entered. Gray eyes, dark brown hair cut clean, a slight notch through his right eyebrow that caught the light. He was lean, rangy, the kind of build that looked comfortable inside expensive tailoring. A laptop sat open in front of him. Papers covered every inch of the desk surface, spread in neat rows like a battlefield map. She knew who he was before he spoke. The state's consultant. The one they sent to evaluate failing programs and recommend closures. She had read his name in the file on the ferry and told herself she would handle him the way she handled every bureaucrat who thought spreadsheets understood children. With patience. With evidence. With the truth that numbers never captured. You must be Desmond Achterberg. He stood, not slowly, not with any hesitation that suggested she had caught him off guard. He stood like a man who had already planned the entire conversation and was simply waiting for her to arise so he could begin. Renske Okorafor. He extended his hand. You're early. The next ferry doesn't dock for another hour. I took the one before it. The schedule said you were arriving on the 6 o'clock. The schedule was wrong. His hand was still extended. She took it. His grip was firm, brief, professional, the kind of fanding hurry that told her nothing and expected the same. Welcome to Harrowgate, he said. It sounded like a warning. She dropped her duffel inside the office door and looked at the papers on the desk. She recognized the forms. Closure protocols, transfer authorizations, staff termination notices. He had been working on them long enough that the edges of the pages had curled from the damp air. in 100 years, when no menders are hired on another prior, his shoal boat had delicately smiched that the mengens to get sweeping to the vaster news mast. We just aggress on the times. I have not debated. Down to the data supports on the grap perfect, one of the most enormous movement. If it's there, that cannot be entire been terrorized. It could look it all slow. Even that we really started, still really go, steads ranging for a master's finer. That's the completely listed to the chance of the grape. You must be Desmond Achterberg. He stood, not slowly, not with any hesitation that suggested she had caught him off guard. He stood like a man who had already planned the entire conversation and was simply waiting for her to arrive so he could begin. Renske Okorafor. She sat skeptically, letting them catch. Share is Levenimers. Arkers, a first dapple of your rog. Plays slide accompany. You are sweeting over. The screen being back working away before the rains married, they given under the worst of the leak. The water hit the bottom with a sound like a drum. She grabbed another. By the time she had placed 4, Desmond was back with 3 metal buckets and a trash can, his charcoal suit jacket spotted with rain, his sleeves already rolled to his elbows. They worked without speaking. Buckets filled, buckets emptied. Water spread across the floor in a slow, determined tide. Super-spectred those one here. Fairly proely is dispensed but power-willing that he, fist blood, can take the silent into his building. Nobody's closing anything. Then tell me how you plan to feed them next month. She opened her mouth. The rain hit the roof like gravel. Not a slow build, not the patter she had heard on the ferry deck. This was a sudden, slamming assault, the kind of Pacific Northwest squall that turned windows into waterfalls in seconds. The children stayed on the stairs, watching, and Renske realized with a hollow feeling that they were waiting for an adult to tell them what to do. The front door opened. A woman in a ferry cook's uniform stepped inside, a canvas tote in one hand and a rain hat dripping onto the floor. She had the kind of face that had seen everything twice and forgave nothing. She looked at Renske, looked at Desmond, looked at the buckets and the water and the 40 children on the stairs. I brought bread, Mrs. Ijama Abrara said. What did you bring? Chapter 2. Mrs. Barbara set the bread on the dry end of the hall table and looked at the water spreading across the dining room floor like she had seen worse and would see worse again. The lawyer is on the ferry, she said. He tried to call. No service on the road tonight. Renske wrung out a towel she had grabbed from the kitchen and threw it against the base of the doorframe. What lawyer? The one who has been holding the will for 12 years because Mr. Harrowgate did not trust the mail, the phone, or anyone under 60. Mrs. Barbara pulled off her rain hat and hung it on the newel post. He told me to tell you both to stay put. He will be here within the hour. Both of us? Desmond said. You are the co-directors now, aren't you? We are not co-directors of anything. Then why are your sleeves wet and your suit ruined? Mrs. Barbara turned toward the kitchen. I will make tea. The children need to see adults sitting down before they will stop standing guard. Renske looked at the staircase. The children were still there. 40 of them, packed onto the landing and the upper steps, watching the water recede under the towels and buckets, watching the 2 strangers who had arrived in the same night and were already failing together. The boy with the anxious eyes, Tobin, had not moved. His sister Nell had her hand clamped around his wrist like a restraint. The girl with the ink-stained fingers, Pilar, sat 3 steps above them, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Everyone back to bed, Renske said. No one moved. Bed, Now. We will have a house meeting in the morning. Pilar tilted her head. You are not our director yet. I am the only adult in this hall who is not holding a bucket. That counts for something. A long pause. Then Pilar stood, hooked her thumb toward the upper hall, and the children began to scatter. Tobin went last, Nell behind him, her hand still on his wrist. At the top of the stairs, he turned and looked back at the damaged ceiling with an expression that made Renske's chest tighten. He was calculating. She had seen that look before, in group homes and emergency shelters, in the faces of children who were mapping exits before the adults had even introduced themselves. The lawyer arrived 53 minutes later. He was old, older than Renske had expected, with the kind of slow precision that came from decades of island work and no nutrition ready. You hate here planning to close it. You had the paperwork ready. You had transfer authorizations. You were 2 signatures away from killing this place. I was doing my job. Your job was to shut down homes that could not be saved. That is why he chose you. He never met me. He read your file. He read your letters. He asked about you for 3 years before he decided. Pendleton turned to Desmond. And he knew you would try to close it. He told me once that you were the only person he trusted to understand what the building actually cost, and the only person he hoped would learn what it was worth. Desmond said nothing. Pendleton picked up his tea. I will return in the morning with the full document and the financial records. I suggest you both sleep. Tomorrow you will begin deciding whether this house lives or dies. The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with the sound of water dripping into buckets, the creak of the old house settling, the distant hum of the ferry engine still running at the dock. Renske felt the words land in her chest like stones. 12 months, 40 children, a collapsed ceiling, no money, no staff. A man in a charcoal suit who had been working on closure protocols before she had even unpacked her duffel. This is insane, she said. It is a will, Pendleton said. It does not need to be sane. It needs to be legal. And it is. I cannot run this place with someone who came here to close it. Then you cannot run this place at all. Pendleton closed the briefcase. The property will be liquidated. The proceeds will go to the state and the school. The children will be transferred to placements across 3 counties within 60 days. Some of them will be separated. Some of them will end up in facilities that make this lodge look like a resort. He looked at her. Mr. Harrowgate believed you would find a way to keep that from happening. That is why he chose you. He never met me. He read your file. He read your letters. He asked about you for 3 years before he decided. Pendleton turned to Desmond. You knew. I knew there was a clause. I did not know the terms until tonight. You came here planning to close it. You had the paperwork ready. You had transfer authorizations. You were 2 signatures away from killing this place. I was doing my job. Your job was to shut down homes that could not be saved. That is not the same thing. Desmond pushed off the wall and walked to the dining room door. He looked at the buckets, the wet plaster, the shattered plates still scattered across the floor. I have already started evaluating what must be cut, he said. Staff hours, food budget, maintenance deferrals. The boiler will fail before winter. The roof will need patching in at least 4 places before the rains return. The licensing review is in 8 weeks, and this home has failed every informal check the state has run for the last 18 months. He turned to face her. We have no margin, no reserves, no goodwill with the inspector. And now we are trapped here together until we either fix it or watch it fall. He paused. I came here to close Harrowgate because I believed closing it was the only humane option. I still believe that may be true. Then leave, Renske said. Walk out, let the clause fail, let them liquidate. You can go back to your office and your spreadsheets and your clean hands. You will need to tell them something by breakfast. Decide what that is before the sun comes up." She walked out. The door closed. Renske and Desmond stood in the hall, buckets lining the flooded floor, 40 children sleeping above them, and the weight of Elias Harrowgate's will pressing down on both of them like the roof that was still failing over the dining room. "The boiler," Desmond said quietly. Renske looked at him. "That is the first thing we cut. The boiler is inefficient. It burns through the heating budget in the first 3 months of winter. If we replace it with a modern unit before October, we save enough to cover the ceiling repair and 2 months of back pay for the night staff." He met her eyes. "That is where I would start, if you want to know what I've already evaluated." The rain started again, soft this time, a steady drum on the roof that filled the silence between them. Renske picked up her tea. "Tell me the rest in the morning," she said. "I need to see the budget first, and I need to know what you are not telling me about why you cannot leave." She did not wait for his answer. She walked up the stairs, past the closed doors, past the room where the twins slept with the door cracked open, past Pilar's room where light still bled under the frame. At the top of the landing, she stopped. She could hear him below, still standing in the hall, still watching the water fill the buckets. She did not look back, but she felt him there, a weight at the bottom of the stairs, a man who had come to close her home and was now trapped inside it with her. And she knew with a certainty that felt like dread and something else, something she was not ready to name, that whatever happened next, neither of them would leave unchanged. Chapter 3. The house woke before dawn. Renske heard it from the narrow bed in the director's quarters, a room that still smelled of the previous director's aftershave and the sour dust of paperwork left unfinished. She had not slept. She had lain awake counting the sounds of the lodge settling around her, footsteps in the hall, a toilet flushing 3 floors up, the groan of pipes that carried water she could not afford to heat. She pulled on yesterday's clothes. The cracked watch on her wrist read 5:47. She did not bother fixing her hair. The hallway was dim, lit by a single bulb at the landing. She passed the twins' room and heard Tobin's voice, thin and precise, counting something under his breath. She passed Pilar's room, where light bled under the door at an angle that suggested she had been awake for hours, rawing. The kitchen was empty. Mrs. Abra had left a pot of coffee on the stove and a note in tight, upright script. "Pantry count at 7? I already know what is missing. You will not like it." Renske poured coffee and stood at the window, watching gray light crawl across the salt flats. The ferry was still tied at the dock, not running yet. Nothing could leave. Nothing could arrive. They were sealed in until the schedule turned. She heard footsteps behind her a full second before Desmond spoke. "The budget is worse than Pendleton implied." She turned. He stood in the kitchen doorway holding a manila folder and a cup of black coffee. He had changed into a dark sweater, sleeves pushed to his elbows, and the lack of the suit jacket made him look thinner, more human, more danger. "When did you get the books?" she asked. "Pendleton sent them electronically at midnight. I have been reading since 4. "Of course you have." She set her coffee down and held out her hand. He passed her the folder. The first page was a summary. The numbers sat in neat columns under discrete headings, and the story they told was simple. Harrowgate had been running on deferred debt for at least 3 years. The previous director had stopped submitting certain expense reports. Staff had not been paid in full for 2 months. The food budget was listed at a figure that might feed a family of 4, not 40. "This cannot be right," Renske said. "It is right. I verified the receipts against the bank statements. There is no concealment, only neglect. The previous director stopped planning for survival. He was simply waiting for someone else to succeed. Renske looked up from the page. You checked the bank statements at midnight? I checked the bank statements at midnight, reviewed the vendor contracts, cross-referenced the staff schedules against payroll, and identified the 3 most likely sources of waste in the supply chain. The bulk dry goods supplier charges 30% above market because the previous director stopped shopping for bids 2 years ago. She stared at him. That is efficient, she said slowly. It is also the most emotionally sterile way to wake up in a strange house that I have ever seen. Desmond did not react. I work with what I have. You want to save the children, I want to save the institution. Those are not the same goal, but they can be made compatible if we divide the work. Divide it? Yes. You take the children, the stream place, at the besplinical elegance. That is in together in the raking. That is not a partnership. That is a ceasefire. It is what we have. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that children were not a separate category from budgets, that every cut he made would land on someone small and scared who had no say in the decisions. But she looked at the numbers again, at the line item for food, and she knew she did not have the leverage to demand more. Fine, she said. I take the children, the staff, the daily operations. You take the rest. But I want weekly budget reviews. And I want to say in any cut that affects meals, medicine, or heating. Desmond nodded once. Acceptable? He did not look relieved. He looked like a man who had just won a negotiation by losing a battle he did not care about. The kitchen door swung open. Mrs. Abra walked in carrying a crate of eggs and a bag of flour. She set them on the counter and looked at both of them with the flat assessment of someone who had already heard every word. The children will be down in 20 minutes, she said. You will tell them what happened with the will, and you will not lie to them. They know when adults are hiding things. It makes them plan around you. Renske nodded. I will handle it. Good. Mrs. Abra turned to Desmond. And you? The pantry count is at 7. If you want to see what your budget actually buys, you will be there. Desmond inclined his head. I will be there. The first child appeared in the doorway at 6:12. It was Tobin, still in his pajamas, barefoot on the cold floor, his eyes moving across the kitchen like he was cataloging every exit, every knife, every potential weapon and hiding place in the room. His sister Nell appeared behind him, already dressed, already braced. You are still here, Tobin said. He was not asking, he was testing. Renske crouched to his level. I am still here, so is Mr. Achterberg. We are both staying. Why? Because Elias Harrowgate's will says we have to run this place together for a year, or the house gets sold and everyone gets moved to different homes. She said it plainly, no softening, no sugar. She had learned years ago that children like these could smell a lie before it left your mouth. Nell stepped forward. Are you going to close it? No. He is. Nell pointed at Desmond. He came here to close it. I heard him talking on the phone the first night. Desmond did not flinch. I came here to evaluate whether it could be saved. I am still evaluating, but I have not closed it yet. Yet, Tobin repeated, the word hung in the air. Renske straightened. We are going to have a house meeting after breakfast. Everyone gets to ask questions. Everyone gets honest answers. But first, I need help with the pantry chart. Who knows how to check expiration dates? Nell raised her hand. Tobin hesitated, then raised his too. Renske looked at Desmond over their heads. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. Not approval, not disapproval, something closer to recognition, as if he was seeing her work for the first time and measuring it against his own. She looked away first. The pantry was a narrow room off the kitchen, lined with metal shelving that sagged under the weight of mismatched cans and bulk bags. The inventory was chaos. Cans of beans stacked next to expired tomato paste, a bag of rice that had been opened and resealed with tape, 3 jars of pickled vegetables that no one on the island had ever admitted to buying. Desmond stood at the door with a clipboard, calling out numbers as Renske and the twins sorted through the shelves. Canned corn, 16 cans, 2 dented. Mark them for immediate use, Renske said. Canned tuna, 8. 4 are within date. Put them in the front. Tobin worked silently, stacking cans by category, his small hands moving with a precision that suggested he had done this before. Nell kept up a running commentary, naming every expired item with theatrical disgust, but her eyes kept flicking to Desmond, watching him watch the numbers. The count took 40 minutes. When it was done, Mrs. Abra laid the totals on the counter and looked at Desmond. "You see it?" "I see it." Renske stepped forward. "See what?" Desmond did not look up from the clipboard. "The feed budget is listed at $2,000 per month. Based on this inventory and the meal schedule the previous director left, we are spending nearly 3 times that. Someone has been inflating the numbers, or the food is being diverted, or there is a systemic leak in the supply chain that has been operating unchecked. Or the previous director was incompetent," Renske said. That was never in doubt. Desmond set the clipboard down. "The question is whether the missing money went somewhere specific, or whether it simply evaporated through poor management. If it was stolen, we have a problem that involves the state. If it was wasted, we have a problem that involves the budget." Which is worse? Theft. Because theft means someone on this island has been exploiting the home for profit, and that person is still here. The room went quiet. Renske felt the weight of the children watching, of Mrs. Abra's stillness, of Desmond's unreadable gaze. "We need to fix the gap," she said. "We need to find the gap first." Desmond picked up his coffee. "I will start with the vendor contracts. You handle the children. We reconvene at dinner." He walked out. Nell watched him go, then looked at Renske. "I do not trust him." "Neither do I," Renske said, but she was not sure if that was still true. The morning passed in a blur of introductions, schedules, and small emergencies. Renske met each child as they came down for breakfast, learning names and faces, noting the ones who avoided her eyes and the ones who stared too long. She assigned chores, settled a dispute over the last box of cereal, and found the night staff schedule taped to the refrigerator with a note from the previous director that read, "Call if you need backup," and a phone number that had been disconnected. By 10, she had a working list of staff vacancies, 3 children who needed medical appointments, and a growing sense that the house was held together by habit and hope, not by any system that could survive a serious challenge. She found Desmond in the office at 11, bent over a spreadsheet, his fingers moving across the keys with the mechanical efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times. "The food vendor is a man named Harlan Cross," he said without looking up. "He has been supplying Harrowgate for 11 years. His prices have increased 40% in the last 3 years, with no corresponding increase in delivery volume. I have requested his records for the last 18 months. "And if he does not provide them?" "Then I will visit him in person." Desmond looked up. "The island is small. People talk. I suspect Mr. Cross has been overcharging the home and splitting the difference with someone inside Harrowgate who signed off on the invoices. The previous director. Or someone else. I do not know yet." Renske leaned against the door frame. "You work fast." "I work efficiently. There is a difference." She watched him for a moment. The morning light fell across his face, catching the thin notch through his right eyebrow, a scar she had not noticed before. "Who taught you to do this?" she asked. He stopped typing. For a moment he said nothing. Then, without looking up, "I taught myself." It was not quite a lie, but it was not the whole truth either. Renske let it go. "Dinner at 6, she said. "Mrs. Abra is making stew. The children eat first." "I will be there." She turned to leave. "Renske?" She stopped. Desmond was looking at her now, his expression stripped of the cold neutrality he wore like armor. "The pantry count this morning," he said, without looking up. "He has been supplying Harrowgate for 11 years. His prices have increased 40% in the last 3 years, with no corresponding increase in delivery volume. I have requested his records for the last 18 months. And if he does not provide them? Then I will visit him in person." Desmond looked up. "The island is small, people talk. I suspect Mr. Cross has been overcharging the home and splitting the difference with someone inside Harrowgate who signed off on the invoices. The previous director. Or someone else. I do not know yet." Renske leaned against the doorframe. "You work fast." "I work efficiently. There is a difference." She watched him for a moment. The morning light fell across his face, catching the thin notch through his right eyebrow, a scar she had not noticed before. "Who taught you to do this?" she asked. He stopped typing. For a moment he said nothing. Then, without looking up, "I taught myself." It was not quite a lie, but it was not the whole truth either. Renske let it go. "Dinner at 6, she said. "Mrs. Abra is making stew. The children eat first." "I will be there." She turned to leave. "Renske." She stopped. Desmond was looking at her now, his expression stripped of the cold neutrality he wore like armor. "The pantry count this morning," he said. "We could please Sweet Oak. He has been supplying Harrowgate for 11 years. His prices have increased 40% in the last 3 years, with no corresponding increase in delivery volume. I have requested his records for the last 18 months. And if he does not provide them? Then I will visit him in person." Desmond looked up. "The island is small, people talk. I suspect Mr. Cross has been overcharging the home and splitting the difference with someone inside Harrowgate who signed off on the invoices. The previous director. Or someone else. I do not know yet." Renske leaned against the doorframe. "You work fast." "I work efficiently. There is a difference." She watched him for a moment. The morning light fell across his face, catching the thin notch through his right eyebrow, a scar she had not noticed before. "Who taught you to do this?" she asked. He stopped typing. For a moment he said nothing. Then, without looking up, "I taught myself." It was not quite a lie, but it was not the whole truth either. Renske let it go. "Dinner at 6, she said. "Mrs. Abra is making stew. The children eat first." "I will be there." She turned to leave. "Renske." She stopped. Desmond was looking at her now, his expression stripped of the cold neutrality he wore like armor. "The pantry count this morning," he said. "You knew exactly what to do. You knew how to read the inventory, how to organize the children, how to keep them calm while we worked. You have done this before." "I have done it before." "Then you know that I am not the enemy of this house. I am the person who will tell you the truth about what it costs to keep it alive. That truth is not kind, but it is not cruelty either." Renske met his eyes. "I know the difference," she said. "I am still deciding which one you are." She walked out. Behind her, the typing resumed, but it was slower now, as if something had unsound his rhythm, and she carried that small satisfaction with her down the hall, a brittle victory in a war that was only beginning. Chapter 4. Dinner did not start at 6. It started at 5:47, because the younger children had already gathered in the hall, hungry and restless, and Renske refused to make them wait for a schedule that served adults more than kids. She herded them into the kitchen, set bowls on the counter, and let the twins help ladle stew while Mrs. Aba buttered bread at the counter with economical, practiced movements. Desmond walked in at 6:04. He stopped in the doorway, took in the scene, and said nothing. But Renske saw him note the early start, the children serving themselves, the stew splashed across the stovetop where a 10-year-old had missed the ladle. She saw him file it away. "We start cooking at 5:30, he said. "If the children eat before 6, the kitchen schedule shifts, and cleanup bleeds into homework time." They were hungry. They are always hungry. That is not the same as needing to eat early. Renske walked her hands on her jeans. They sat in the hall for 15 minutes waiting. That is not structure. That is rigidity. Desmond's jaw tightened. Mrs. Arbor slid a plate of bread onto the table without looking at either of them. The children ate faster. Nell finished her stew and set the bowl down with a deliberate clatter. She looked at Desmond with the flat, assessing gaze of someone who had learned to read adults by how they broke. "You talk like you have never been hungry," she said. The room went still. Desmond met her eyes. "I have been hungry enough to know that schedules keep meals consistent. When meals slip, the budget slips. When the budget slips, the food runs out. That is not cruelty, that is arithmetic." Nell did not blink. "That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters." Tobin stopped eating. His spoon hovered above the bowl, and his eyes moved from Desmond to the window, to the back door, to the narrow gap between the pantry shelves where a small body could disappear. Renske saw it happen. She saw the calculations slide into place behind his eyes, the same look she had flown in children who learned early that safety meant knowing which way the exits faced. "We will talk about schedules tomorrow," she said. "Right now, everyone finishes dinner, then baths, then bed. No changes tonight." Desmond opened his mouth. She looked at him, had closed it. The tension held, thin and brittle, as the children scraped their bowls clean and carried them to the sink without being asked, as if they knew the adults needed space to break each other and wanted to be gone before the shrapnel flew. The medication log hit at 8. Renske found it in the office after the children were settled, a 3-ring binder crammed with handwritten entries, some dated, some not, with signatures that did not match the staff names on the schedule. She was halfway through deciphering the last month when Desmond appeared in the doorway with a cup of coffee. "You need to initial every dose within 15 minutes of administration," he said. "State regulation. The inspector will check." "I know what the regulation says." "Then you know this log will not pass review." Renske closed the binder. "I also know that the previous director was signing off on doses she did not administer. There are 3 children here whose medication schedules are wrong, and if we correct them too fast without talking to the kids first, we will trigger withdrawal anxiety in at least 2 of them. We are required to notify the prescribing physician within 24 hours of discovering a discrepancy. We are also required not to traumatize the children while fixing it." Desmond set the policy down. "We can do both." "Can we? Because the way you handled Nell at dinner did not reassure anyone?" I answered her question. "You answered it like she was a line item. She is 8 years old. She is watching you the way prey watches predators, and so is her brother, and so is every other child in this house who had learned that adults lie with soft voices and then disappear." Desmond went still. The office light caught the notch through his eyebrow, the thin white line of an old scar, and Renske saw something flicker behind his eyes, not anger, but recognition. "What would you have me say to her?" His voice was quiet. "That I will never make a decision she does not like. That Harrowgate will always have enough food. Those are lies. The children know lies. They have been fed lies their whole lives. I will give them the truth, because the truth is the only thing that does not leave when the money runs out. The truth without warmth is just another weapon. And warmth without truth is abandonment dressed up as love." They stared at each other across the desk. The binder sat between them, full of errors and omissions, and the echo of a director who had stopped caring enough to check. Renske picked it up. "I will fix the log tonight," she said. "I will call the prescribing physician in the morning, and I will talk to the children whose medication has been wrong before we change anything." Desmond nodded. "I will draft a curfew policy for the older kids. 9 o'clock on school nights, 10 on weekends. No exceptions." The older kids need a say in that policy. They can have input. The final decision is ours. That is not input. That is theater. It is structure, which is what they need. Renske set the binder down. "As soon as the budget allows. I cannot give you a date. I can give you a plan." "I have heard plans before." "Then you know the difference between a plan and a promise. I do not make promises I cannot keep." Carl studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded once and leaned back in his chair. The meeting ended. Renske caught Desmond in the hall afterward. "You handled that well," she said. "I told them the truth." "That is what I said. You handled it well." He looked at her, and for a moment the wall between them seemed thinner, as if the honest answer had cracked something open. Then the phone rang. Desmond answered it. His face changed. "The night staffer just quit," he said. "We are down one person for tonight." Renske felt the weight of the evening settle over her. 40 children, a leaking roof, an empty staff slot, and a man she still did not trust standing beside her in the hall. "Then we cover it," she said. "We are already covering it. There is no one else." "Then we cover it together." Desmond looked at her. "Fine," he said, "but I set the schedule." Renske almost laughed. "We will see about that." The evening stretched ahead, long and uncertain, and somewhere upstairs, Tobin Bex was counting the windows. Tempet. Chapter 5. The phone rang again at 7:42 p.m. Renske caught it in the hallway, her hand already braced for bad news. The voice on the other end was young and apologetic, the backup night staffer whose name she had memorized from the schedule but never met. "I cannot make it. The roads are bad and my car will not start." "When did it last run?" "Tuesday." Renske closed her eyes. "Thank you for calling." She hung up. Desmond appeared in the office doorway, sleeves rolled, reading glasses still on. He had been going through vendor invoices for the last hour, cross-referencing delivery dates against signed receipts. "Let me guess. Both night staffers are out," she said. "The scheduled one clicked this afternoon. The backup has a dead car." "That is not a dead car. That is a dead system." "I know." They stood in the hall, the silence between them filling with the sounds of the house. Footsteps upstairs, a door closing, the low murmur of a television in the common room. 40 children, 2 adults, 1 night. "I will take the first shift," Desmond said. "You sleep until midnight, then I sleep until 6. That gives you 4 hours. That is enough. It is not optional. It is unlikely. There is a difference between the two, and pretending otherwise does the children no favors." The words landed hard because they were true, and because she had spent her whole life pretending otherwise, pretending that enough effort could bend reality, pretending that if she'd just work harder, the system would eventually yield. "I know the difference," she said. Desmond looked at her. For a moment, something flickered in his face, not quite softening, but something like recognition. "I know you do," he said. She went to bed at 10. Her room was small and cold, the window frosted at the edges, the radiator barely warm. She lay on top of the covers, fully dressed, and stared at the ceiling while the house creaked around her. She did not expect to sleep, but exhaustion pulled her under anyway, deep and dark and dreamless, until someone was shaking her shader and the light through the window was still black. "Renske," Desmond's voice. She sat up fast, her heart already pounding. "What happened?" "Nothing. It is midnight. Your shift." He stood in the doorway, a flashlight in one hand, his face drawn and pale in the dim light. "The boiler stopped," he said. "I got it restarted, but it took an hour. The temperature dropped to 55 in the east wing." "Are the children warm enough?" "I redistributed blankets. Everyone is fine. But the boiler will not hold much longer. We need to call someone in the morning." She swung her legs off the bed. "You should have woken me sooner." "You needed sleep. And you need to stop making decisions about what I need." He did not argue. He just handed her the flashlight and stepped back into the hall. "Tobin is awake," he said. "He has been awake since I started the rounds at 11. He is not sleeping." "Did you talk to him?" "I checked on him. He said he was fine." He was lying. Renske pushed past him and headed for the stairs. Tobin was sitting up in bed when she reached his room. The blankets were pulled to his chin, but his eyes were open, fixed on the window, watching the rain slide down the glass. "Hey," she said. He did not look at her. "I heard the boiler stop." "It is running again." "For how long?" "I do not know. We will fix it in the morning." He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Nell thinks we should stay." "Stay where?" "Here. She thinks you are different from the others." Renske sat on the edge of his bed. The mattress sagged under her weight, springs creaking. "What do you think?" Tobin looked at her then, and his eyes were old in a way that hurt to see. "I think adults always leave," he said. "Or they make you leave. And if you leave at night, it is harder for them to bring you back." Her chest tightened. "Tobin, no one is making you leave." "Not yet." He pulled the blanket higher, turning his face to the pillow. She sat with him until his breathing slowed, until the tension in his shoulders eased, until she was sure he was asleep. Then she walked down the hall and stood in the dark, her hand pressed against the cold wall, and tried to remember how to promise something without breaking it. The night stretched. She checked the boiler twice, walked the halls, counted windows, listened to the rain. At 3 in the morning, she found Pilar in the common room, drawing by flashlight. "You should be asleep." "I could not," Pilar said. "The storm is loud." Renske sat beside her. "What are you drawing?" "The monster hallway. I told you." She turned the sketchbook. The drawing was crude and vivid, a hallway with cracked walls and a figure on the stairs, small and watchful. "That is Tobin," Renske said. "He is the one who sees first." Renske studied the drawing. The perspective was strange, the hallway stretching too long, the walls curving inward like a throat closing. "You are good," she said. "I know." Pilar turned back to her work. At 4, the rain stopped. At 5, the sky began to lighten, gray and reluctant, the fog rolling back in. At 6, Desmond appeared in the kitchen, rumpled and hollow-eyed, holding a flashlight in one hand and a piece of paper in the other. "I found something." He set the paper on the table. It was a hand-drawn map, small and precise, with every door, window, and exit marked in neat pencil lines. The route to the main road was traced in ink, with notes about ferry times and safe places to wait. Beside it, he placed a pile of supplies: 3 flashlights, 4 cans of chili, a box of matches, a wool blanket folded tight. "Under Tobin's mattress," Desmond said. "He has been preparing for days." The weight of it settled over her, cold and familiar. The knowledge that no matter how hard she tried, the children were still calculating escape routes. "He thinks we are going to fail," she said. "He is not wrong to think it." She looked up. Desmond's face was unreadable, but his voice was quiet, stripped of the sharpness he carried like armor. "The question is what we do about it," he said. Chapter 6. The map lay on the kitchen table, pencil lines crisped against the stained paper, every door and window marked with the precision of a child who had learned that accuracy meant survival. Renske stared at it until the lines blurred. 3 flashlights, 4 cans of chili, a box of matches, a wool blanket folded tight enough to fit under a mattress. Tobin had been preparing for days, not in panic, but in quiet, methodical certainty. The map showed 3 routes to the main road, each timed to the ferry schedule, each with a circled waiting point where a child could stay dry. She had promised him no one was making him leave. He had not believed her. Footsteps in the hall. Desmond returned with 2 mugs of coffee, set one in front of her, and did not sit. His face was gray with exhaustion, the notch through his eyebrow deeper in the morning light. "He is up," Desmond said. "Dressed. He has his shoes on." "He did not sleep after you found it." "He slept, but he dressed before I could stop him." Renske picked up the map. The paper was warm from her hand. She folded it along the creases Tobin had made, precise and intentional, and slipped it into her pocket. "I will talk to him." "I already tried." "Then I will try differently." She found Tobin in the room he shared with Nell, sitting on the edge of his bed with his shoes tied and his coat laid out beside him. Nell was still asleep, her hand curled around the edge of his pillow, her breathing slow and even. He did not look up when Renske entered. "I am not going to run," he said. "The map says otherwise." "That is for emergency." "What counts as an emergency, Tobin?" He was quiet. His hands were clasped in his lap, knuckles white, and she watched him press his thumbs together like he was holding something in. "I heard things," he said finally. "At dinner, before the curfew meeting. People talking about licensing and transfers." Renske's stomach tightened. "Who did you hear?" "The cook, Greta. She said the state could split us up if the home fails, that some of us would go to different places." "Tobin, that is not going to—" "You do not know that." His voice cracked. "You cannot know that. Adults say things to make children feel better, but they do not know either." She sat on the floor across from him, putting herself below his eye line, the way she did with children who needed to feel bigger than their fear. "You are right," she said. "I cannot promise that nothing bad will happen, but I can promise you that I will tell you the truth before it happens, that you will not wake up one morning and find out you are being sent somewhere without warning." He looked at her. His eyes were wet, but he was not crying. "Nell thinks we should stay," he said. "She thinks you are different." "What do you think?" "I think you mean it now, but I do not know if you will still mean it later." The words sat between them, small and heavy. Renske reached into her pocket and pulled out the folded map. She held it out to him. "I want you to keep this," she said. "I am not going to take it away, because I want you to know that you have a choice, that no one is trapping you here." He stared at the map. His hand moved toward it, hesitated, then pulled back. You are giving it back? I am trusting you with it. His lip trembled. He took the map, unfolded it, smoothed it across his knee. His fingers traced the pencil lines, the fiery times, the safe waiting points. Why are you trusting me? Because you are worth trusting. He looked up at her, and something in his face shifted, not belief, but the beginning of it, the tiny crack that might grow into something larger if she tended it carefully. Okay, he said. I will stay. For now. She nodded. She did not push for more. She left him with the map and walked back to the kitchen. Desmond was still there, standing at the window, watching the fog sicken against the glass. Did he give you the map back? I gave it to him. Desmond turned. His expression was unreadable, but something in his posture softened. That was a risk. It was not a risk, it was a choice. He held her gaze for a moment, then looked away. The fog was rolling in fast, swallowing the lawn, the road, the edge of the property. The ferry is cancelled, he said, storm surge on the sound. It will not run until at least noon. Then we have time. For what? To figure out how to keep all safe without trapping them. She poured herself a coffee, took a sip, and felt the heat spread through her chest. They stood in silence, the kitchen settling around them, the building groaning and creaking in the cold. Then footsteps on the stairs, fast and uneven. Renske set down the mug. Nell appeared in the kitchen doorway barefoot, her hair wild, her face white. Tobin is gone, she said. He took the map, he left. Ren's heart started. Warren, I am trusting you with it. His lip trembled. He took the map, unfolded it, smoothed it across his knee. His fingers traced the pencil lines, the ferry times, the safe waiting points. Why are you trusting me? Because you are worth trusting. He looked up at her, and something in his face shifted, not belief, but the beginning of it, the tiny crack that might grow into something larger if she tended it carefully. Okay, he said. I will stay. For now. She nodded. She did not push for more. She left him with the map and walked back to the kitchen. Desmond was still there, standing at the window, watching the fog sicken against the glass. Did he give you the map back? I gave it to him. Desmond turned. His expression was unreadable, but something in his posture softened. That was a risk. It was not a risk, it was a choice. He held her gaze for a moment, then looked away. The fog was rolling in fast, swallowing the lawn, the road, the edge of the property. The ferry is cancelled, he said, storm surge on the sound. It will not run until at least noon. Then we have time. For what? To figure out how to keep them safe without trapping them. She poured herself through a coffee, took a sip, and felt the heat spread through her chest. They stood in silence, the kitchen settling around them, the building groaning and creaking in the cold. Then footsteps on the stairs, fast and uneven. Renske set down the mug. Nell appeared in the kitchen doorway barefoot, her hair wild, her face white. Tobin is gone, she said. He took the map, he left. Renske sobbed. Here, he hast. There, she said, past the bend. Well, to be viewing the map back? I gave it to him. Desmond turned. His expression was unreadable, but something in his posture softened. That was a risk, it was not a risk. It was a choice. He held her gaze for a moment, then looked away. The fog was rolling in fast, swallowing the lawn, the road, the edge of the property. The ferry is cancelled. He does not know that yet. Then he is heading for the dock, waiting in the cold. They stepped into the fog. The air was wet and sharp, the kind of cold that seeped into bone. Visibility was 20 feet, maybe less. The road had disappeared into a wall of white. Renske keyed her coat tighter and started walking. Desmond fell in beside her. They did not speak. There was nothing to say that the fog would not swallow. The kitchen door slammed behind them, and the fog swallowed the sound before it finished. Renske footsteps fell hard on the gravel draw, the cold biting through her sneakers. Desmond matched her pace, his flashlight cutting a thin beam into the white, illuminating nothing but the ground 3 feet ahead. "He has a 10-minute head start," Desmond said. "Maybe 15. He is small. He cannot move fast in this. He is scared. Scared children move faster than you think." She did not answer. She was already scanning the roadside for signs, footprints in the mud, broken branches, anything. The road curved toward the ferry dock, a half-mile through dense fog and rain-slicked asphalt. The trees leaned in from both sides, their branches dripping, the world reduced to gray and wet and the sound of their own breathing. "Tobin," she called. Her voice vanished into the fog. No answer. "He will not answer," Desmond said. "He is hiding." "Then we find him." They walked faster. The dock appeared out of the white, a dark shape against the water, the ferry slip empty, the gangway raised. The fog lay thick over the Sound, the water invisible beneath it. No sign of Tobin. Renske's chest tightened. "He is not here." Desmond swept the flashlight along the shoreline, the beam catching rocks, driftwood, a plastic bottle, nothing. "He might have taken the beach route," Desmond said. The map showed a path along the rocks toward the Cannery. "The Cannery is shuttered, there is nothing there." "It is shelter. A child who is scared and cold will find the driest place he can." She turned without answer and started down the narrow path that led from the dock to the beach. The rocks were slick with spray, the tide rising, the water lapping at the edge of the trail. Desmond followed. "The purpose right now, the Prathesh which is the old Plaster past at MI," Desmond said. She started stepping into the environment but trying to sleeps all. "That especially the Paras out to Ferry. They're a little natural rear givdage. I've been going. I am completely dare. Which wants to steal theirs will be heavy and legally die. That's especially because the Pabble vein for cup is a dissessment for your own command. That means the rounded face is whopping, but no to public, until the sales comed through. You did not to die anything. The man is fading that bensless. Now we can take this point is so very small, too easy to live, the air's wording. I'm just like you're speeding. Leaks that me can you clear I will low slow. That is niffin. Still not something. That is like the habily oath is money. I will just see the super toad. Steed, but the stored's not of an ill. Still tunning me? We did not. You are not due, my God. Sweek is open. I will just remind him we wouldn't ask to me. No one are pulling up you, leaves it to the deep perfect. I am just deadly required, then it's absolutely perfect one. I will not sleep over all. Did you know what's getting as? It's usually ever found me like I said it's like it is this where sweeping, but it's just not for the dry seed piece of a ma's meeting. This is rich till we use that. Understand happus. The man he couldn't make it please. I am just kind of actually making this wait. I always been even closest my nace. We are much fondly intended. It feels morally fine and it spicily me entirely despise. We are do not just vowed you do not know my God, which is the body clevers will why. You not can to make that. I am just going to get me with a queen he just slips us. This turn of money and not get me. You want actually entire move. They moved faster, half running, the rocks shifting under their feet, the cold wind tearing at their coats. The Cannery emerged from the fog, a dark hulk of rusted iron and shattered windows, its roof sagging, its walls leaning into the salt wind. And in front of it, a small figure. Tobin. He was standing at the edge of the water, his coat pulled tight, his shoulders shaking. He had the map in one hand, a flashlight in the other. He was staring at the fog, at the invisible ferry slip, at the water that stretched into nothing. He had nowhere to go. Tobin! He turned. His face was wet, but he was not crying. His eyes were hollow, the look of a child who had run out of hope before he ran out of road. "The ferry is not coming," he said. "I know. I waited. I checked the schedule. It said it would come, but it did not." Renske stepped forward, slow, her hands visible, her voice low. "The storm surge canceled it. It will run again at noon." "I do not have until noon." "Tobin, you have as long as you need." He shook his head, a small, tight motion. "Nell thinks I am wrong. She thinks you are different. But I heard the cook. I heard about the licensing and the transfers. I know what happens when places fail. I know what happens to kids like us." "What happens?" she asked, soft. "They split you up. You never see your sister again. You never see anyone again. You just get sent somewhere new and you start all over." His voice cracked on the last word. Renske did not move closer. She just stood in the fog, letting him see her, letting him know she was not going to grab him or force him or lie. "I cannot promise you that you will never be separated from Nell," she said, "because I cannot control what the state decides, but I can promise you that I will fight for you, that I will not stop fighting, and that you and Nell will never be sent somewhere without warning, without time to prepare, without someone who cares about you telling you the truth." He looked at her. The fog swirled between them. "How do I know you mean it?" She pulled the map from her pocket. She had taken it back before she left the kitchen, folded it and held it up. "You gave this back to me once already. I am giving it to you again, because I want you to have a way out if you ever need it. But I am also asking you to stay. Just for today. Just for one more day." He stared at the map, then, slowly, he took it. "One day," he said. "One day." He stood there, the map in his hand, the wind pulling at his coat, the fog wrapping around them like something alive. Then Desmond stepped forward. He had been silent, standing at the edge of the path, giving them space. But now he moved into the light, his face soft, his voice quiet. "Tobin," he said, "I know what it is like to run. I know what it is like to plan an escape route because you do not believe the adults will keep you safe. And I know what it is like to be wrong." Tobin looked at him. Desmond held his gaze. "I was wrong about this place," Desmond said, "and I was wrong about her. She is not going to leave, and neither am I." The wind howled. Tobin looked at Desmond, then at Renske. Then, slowly, he took a step forward. "Okay," he said. "One day." Renske let out a breath she did not know she had been holding. She held out her hand. He took it. They walked back through the fog, the three of them, the path slippery and narrow, the cannery disappearing behind them like a ghost. When they reached the dock, Nell was standing at the end of the road, barefoot, her coat thrown over her shoulders, her face pale and fierce. She did not speak. She just grabbed Tobin's arm and pulled him into a hug so tight he gasped. "Do not do that again," she said into his shoulder. "I will not. Promise." "I promise." Nell looked up at Renske. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. "He means it," she said. "He does not break promises." Renske nodded. They walked back to the house together, the fog beginning to lift, the sky brightening to a cold gray. Behind them, the cannery sat silent, its rusted walls still, its windows dark. And ahead of them, Harrowgate rose out of the mist, warm and waiting. But Renske knew that one day was not enough. She needed more, and she had no idea how to get it. Chapter 7. The fog lifted as they reached the front steps, but the light it revealed was thin and gray, the kind that promised more rain by noon. Nell did not let go of Tobin's hand. She held it like a tether, like she had been the one running, and he had brought her back. Renske stopped at the threshold and looked at them, both small, both pale, both trembling in different ways. "Kitchen first," she said. "Hot food, then we talk." Mrs. Achterberg was already there. She had arrived sometime during the search, her rain hat hanging on the hook, her sleeves rolled up, a pot of oatmeal already bubbling on the stove. She did not ask where they had been. She just slid 3 plates onto the counter and pointed at the table. "Sit." The twins sat. Renske sat across from them. Desmond stood at the counter, his back to the room, his hands braced against the edge like he was holding himself still. Mrs. Achterberg set a bowl in front of Tobin. He stared at it. "I am not hungry." "Eat anyway," she said. "Your body does not know the difference between cold and empty. It just knows it needs fuel." He picked up the spoon. Nell was watching Desmond. "You found him," she said. "Both of you." "We found him," Renske said. "He did not find himself. You went out there." "Yes." Nell's jaw tightened. Her hand was still wrapped around Tobin's wrist, her grip too tight for comfort, but he did not pull away. "He promised he would not run again," she said. "He does not break promises." "I know, but you do not believe him." Renske leaned forward, slow, her elbows on the table, her voice low enough that only Nell could hear. "I believe he wants to keep that promise," she said. "I also know that fear does not care about promises. Fear waits. It finds the crack. It pushes through. And then you are running before you decide to run." Nell's eyes went wet, but she did not cry. "So what do we do?" "We make the cracks smaller," Renske said. "We give him reasons to stay that are stronger than the reasons to run, and we do not lie to him about how hard that will be." Nell looked at her brother. Tobin was eating. Slow, mechanical bites, but he was eating. The front door opened. A gust of wet wind swept through the hall, and then footsteps, heavy and quick. "Found them." The voice belonged to Juniper Varela. She stood in the entrance to the kitchen, saw the twins, and let out a breath that sounded like relief mixed with frustration. "Carl called me," she said. "Said the whole house was in chaos. Said Z2 ran out into the storm like amateurs." Renske did not flinch. "We found him." "Barely," Juniper said. She pulled off her jacket and hung it on the back of a chair. "You need a system, a real one. You cannot keep chasing kids through fog in the middle of the night." Desmond turned from the counter. "What do you suggest?" Juniper looked at him. She had met him twice, 3 times maybe, and each time her expression said she was still deciding what to make of him. "Buddy system," she said. "Every kid knows who their buddy is. If one runs, the other reports it immediately. No searching alone, no guessing. You build the response into the routine before the crisis happens." Renske nodded. "Good. I also suggest you fix the back door to the laundry room. The latch is rusted. A child with determination could push it open with one shoulder." Desmond pulled a notepad from his pocket and wrote something down. "Anything else?" "The boiler. It will hold." "It will not. I looked at it this morning. It is running on memory and hope." Desmond's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. Mrs. Achterberg set a cup of tea in front of Renske. "Drink," she said. "You look like something the tide left behind." Renske wrapped her hands around the cup. The warmth seeped into her fingers, and she realized how cold she was, how deep the chill had gone. Nell finished her oatmeal and pushed the bowl away. "Can we go upstairs now?" "Yes." Nell stood. Tobin stood with her. They moved together, natural as breath, and Renske watched them disappear into the hall. Juniper picked up her jacket. "I will be back this afternoon with tools," she said. "That door needs fixing before the next storm." She left without waiting for a reply. The kitchen fell quiet. Mrs. Achterberg busied herself at the sink, her back to them, her movements deliberate and unhurried. She was giving them space to speak, and they both knew it. Desmond was the first to break the silence. "I did not handle it well." Renske looked at him. "You helped bring him back." "I talked to him." "That is not a promise." "It is the most honest one I have." She let out a breath. "It will not hold," she said. "Not perfectly. We are going to slip. We are going to fall back into the habits." "Then we do better the next time." She nodded, slowly. "One rule," she said. "No undermining. Not in front of the house." Desmond extended his hand. She looked at it. His palm was open, his fingers steady, his gray eyes fixed on hers. She took it. His grip was warm, firmer than she expected, and when she pulled her hand back, she felt the echo of it like a brand. Mrs. Achterberg turned from the sink. "Good," she said. "Now clean up. The oatmeal is not going to eat itself." The morning moved in small tasks: dishes, laundry, calls to the ferry office to confirm the noon schedule. Renske checked on the twins twice, found them in their room, Nell reading aloud from a dog-eared paperback, while Tobin traced the route on his map with one finger. He was studying it, planning, but he had not folded it back into his pocket. She left the door open. At noon the storm broke. The clouds shifted, the rain softened, and a pale sun pushed through the gray. But there was a silence, a heavy one, and when Renske walked past the staircase, she saw why. Pilar was standing in the middle of the hallway. The storm-damaged wall was lit by a beam of watery light, cold and clear, the cracked plaster raw under the exposure. Covered in a mural. Renske stopped. It was Harrowgate, but not Harrowgate as it was. Harrowgate as a warped creature leaning over the water, its windows like eyes, its doors like teeth. Two monsters stood at the entrance, one with claws and a sharp suit, the other lean with smoke rising from its shoulders. And between them, on the staircase, a cluster of smaller figures, small enough to be children. Renske's breath caught. Behind her, Desmond came to a stop. He said nothing. He just stared at the wall. And the silence told Renske everything she needed to know. He saw it too. The children were caught between them, and the mural had made it real. Chapter 8. Renske could not look away from the wall. The monster house leaned over the water like it might drink the bay. Its windows were yellow and slit-papiled. Its doors opened like a jaw unhinged. And at the entrance, two figures stood guard. The one on the left wore a suit made of knives. Its claws were spread, its mouth a straight line, its gray eyes empty sockets. Desmond. The one on the right was lean and burning. Smoke curled from its shoulders. Its hands were open, but the palms were raw, blistered, bleeding onto the floor. Herself, and between them, on the staircase, the children. Small figures with no faces, pressed against the wall, clinging to the rail, caught in the space where the two monsters faced each other and did not look down. Renske felt the air leave her chest. Behind her, Desmond had not moved. She could hear him breathing, low and controlled, the same rhythm he used when the boiler failed or the budget numbers did not add up. He was processing it as a problem. She was still trying to survive it. Pilar stood at the end of the hallway, her hands stained with acrylic, her face unreadable. She had a tube of black paint in one fist and a brush in the other, and she looked at them like she had been waiting for this moment, waiting to see what they would do. The silence stretched. Renske heard footsteps behind her, light ones. Someone else coming to see what the stillness was about. "Wow!" Nell said. She stopped next to Renske, Tobin a half step behind her. The twins stared at the wall, their mouths slightly open. "It is us," Tobin said. It was not a question. "It is the house," Pilar said. It was not a question. "It is the house," Pilar said. "And what lives in it?" Renske found her voice. "Is that what you see?" Pilar tilted her head. The gesture was bird-like, assessing, a 14-year-old girl weighing whether the adult before her could hold the answer. "I see what everyone sees," she said. "I just draw it." Desmond moved at last. He walked past Renske, past the twins, and stopped in front of the mural, close enough to touch it, close enough to count the brushstrokes in the smoke rising from her shoulders. "The inspection is in 6 days," he said. His voice was flat. 6 days, he repeated. "And we have a wall covered in illustrated truth," Pilar said. "A liability." "Art." Desmond turned to face her. His gray eyes were hard, but his jaw was tight in a way Renske had started to recognize. He was holding something back. "Pilar," he said, "you cannot paint the front hall without asking." "I did not ask." "No, you did not." "Because you would have said no." "Yes." "Then I was right not to ask." Renske stepped forward before Desmond could respond. "She is not wrong." Desmond looked at her. "Excuse me?" "The mural." Renske pointed at the smoke rising from her own shoulders. "That is accurate. I am birding. I have been birding since I arrived. And I am made of knives." "I did not say that part." "You did not have to." Pilar watched them with sharp, knowing eyes. She did not smile. "You are doing it again," she said. "Doing what?" Renske asked. "Fighting, right here, in front of us." The words landed like a slap. Renske looked at the twins, still standing in the hallway, still pressed against the wall like the figures in the mural. Tobin had his hand on Nell's sleeve. Nell had her chin up, defiant, but her eyes were wet. "I saw her painting it," Nell said. "Last night. She worked until the storm broke." "And you did not tell anyone?" Desmond said nothing, but he did not stop them. The prior went on at dusk. Renske rolled the first coat over the knife suit while Pilar edged the window with a brush. The gray paint swallowed the yellow eyes, the open jaw, the children clinging to the staircase. It felt like erasing a warning. Desmond worked in the kitchen making calls. She caught fragments through the wall. Vendor verifications, supply orders. The careful, clinical language of a man trying to stabilize a sinking ship by calculating the weight of every plank. When the primer was finished, Pilar stepped back. The wall was blank, white, clean. It looked like a new beginning. It felt like a held breath. "Tomorrow," Renske said. "Tomorrow," Pilar agreed. She put the brush in the jar and walked away without looking back. Renske stood alone in the hallway. The primer was still wet. The smell of latex and plaster filled the air. Somewhere in the house, a child laughed, a door closed, and the boiler coughed through another cycle. 6 days until the inspection. 40 children between them. And a wall waiting for whatever came next. Why are you entertaining this?" She met his eyes. "Because if we paint over it without her consent, we prove her right." Desmond opened his mouth, closed it. The twins were still watching. Tobin had stopped tracing his map. Nell had stopped glaring. They were waiting, both of them, to see which way the adults would break. Pilar held her ground. "I will primer it," she said. "I will cover the whole thing, but I get to paint something else in its place." "What?" "I do not know yet." "When?" "Before the inspection." Desmond shook his head. That is not a plan. That is a wish. It is the offer, Renske said. She did not look enough from Pilar. We primer the wall today, we let the plaster dry overnight, and tomorrow you show us what you want to put in its place. Pilar studied her. And if you do not like it, then we negotiate. And if I do not like what you want, then we keep negotiating. The girl looked at the mural. Her eyes moved over it slowly. Chapter 9. The primer had dried overnight to a flat, seamless white. Renske touched it at dawn. The plaster was cool beneath the paint. No ghost of the knife suit bled through. No yellow eyes watched from the walls. But she felt them anyway. She found Desmond in the kitchen before the children came down. He was standing over a cup of coffee that had gone cold, a notebook open beside him, columns of figures in his precise hand. The wall is dry, she said. He did not look up. The wall is a liability. If the inspector sees fresh primer over damaged plaster, he will ask what was underneath. We tell him the truth. Storm damage, repairs in progress. And if he asks who painted the mural? Pilar will not say, neither will the twins. Desmond set the pen down. That is not a plan. That is hoping the inspector does not ask the right questions. Renske poured herself coffee. The mug was chipped. She held it anyway. Then we fix the plaster properly. We call Juniper. We get the wall repainted before the inspection, not just primered. His jaw moved. The notch in his eyebrow caught the morning light. With what budget? I will find one. You cannot find money that does not exist. Then we use labor instead. Juniper promised tools. The kids can help with prep. Mrs. Ibarra will feed everyone. You and I will paint. Desmond looked at her. 40 children, 1 wall, 6 days. You said yourself, the house needs to look stable. A fresh coat of paint, a repaired wall, something that shows we are maintaining the prippers instead of letting it rot. He considered her. That is manipulative. It is strategic. Same thing. Pick one you can live with. Desmond picked up his pen again. He made a note in the margin. Juniper gets here by 9. I will call her. You get the children organized. We do this properly or not at all. Renske nodded, but she was watching his hand as he wrote. He had not once said no. Juniper arrived at 9:17 with a truck full of plaster, sandpaper, primer, and paint. She looked at the blank wall in the hallway. You erased it. We covered it, Renske said. Same thing. No, she gets to paint something new. Juniper studied the wall a moment, then she shrugged and set down her tools. Then we make this wall perfect. Fresh plaster, smooth edges, no cracks. Give her a good surface to work with. She handed Renske a scraper. Start peeling the loose paint. I will patch the holes. The children materialized slowly. First, the older ones, drawn by the noise and the unfamiliar smell of plaster. Oneka leaned in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching Juniper work with an expression that could have been curiosity or contempt. What is this? Repair day, Renske said. For what? The wall, the storm damage, the cracks. Oneka looked at the blank white surface. That is not all that was here. No, it is not. He was silent a moment, then he picked up a sanding block. Someone needs to do the edges right. The primer is thick near the baseboard. Juniper handed him a dust mask. Show me what you got. By 10 o'clock, the hallway was full of children. Tobin and Nell had claimed a corner with a bucket of warm water and rags, scrubbing old paint splatter off the floorboards. Pilar sat on the stairs with a sketchbook, watching but not drawing, her eyes moving between the wall and the children filling the space. Desmond appeared with a ladder and a roller. He did not announce himself. He did not give instructions. He simply set the ladder against the wall, poured paint into a tray, and began rolling the highest section. Renske watched him. He worked without condescension, without correction. He did not direct the children or critique their technique. He painted the ceiling edge with the same quiet precision he applied to a budget sheet, and when Tobin asked him to move the ladder so he could reach a stubborn spot of old glue, Desmond moved it without a word. No condescension, no distance, just work. She caught his eye across the hallway. He looked away first, but not before she saw something shift in his face. Mrs. Ibarra arrived at noon with a pot of stew and a stack of plates. "You cannot paint on empty stomachs," she announced. "Eat first, argue later." She set up a makeshift table on the front porch and began serving the children in shifts. The hallway emptied in bursts, then filled again, the rhythm of labor and food and voices blending into something that felt almost natural. Juniper ate, standing up, her hands covered in plaster dust. "Boiler next," she said. "If the wall passes inspection and the heat fails, none of this matters." "How bad is it?" Renske asked. "Bad enough that I should have fixed it last month, but I was busy." "Too busy for Harrowgate?" Juniper looked at her. "I was busy convincing myself I did not owe this place anything. Turns out I was wrong." She went back to her plaster. By late afternoon the wall was smooth, the cracks were filled, the loose paint had been scraped, the surface was clean, even, ready for whatever Pilar chose to put on it. Renske found the girls sitting alone on the stairs. Tomorrow, Pilar would paint something new, and whatever it was, they would have to live with it. She turned toward the dining room. The children were waiting. Desmond was waiting. And the inspection was 6 days away. Yep, 1981. The prep visit came at 9 in the morning and the house was not ready. Renske heard the car before she saw it. The low grind of gravel under tires, the cut of an engine. She was standing in the front hall with a paint rag still in her hand, the primered wall drying behind her, the smell of plaster thick enough to taste. She opened the door before he knocked. Michael Quaid was shorter than she had imagined. Compact, clean-shaven, with the kind of eyes that did not miss much, and the kind of mouth that did not waste words on comfort. He carried a leather clipboard and a digital camera, and he nodded at her like they had already met. "Miss Okorafor? Mr. Quaid?" He stepped inside and looked at the hallway. Not at her, at the ceiling corners, the baseboards, the way the light fell through the window and cut the new plaster in patches. "You have been busy?" It was not a question. "We are addressing the deferred maintenance," she said, "systematically." "The roof?" "Scheduled for next week. Temporary patch in place." "The boiler?" "Being assessed by a local contractor." He wrote something down. Renske did not try to see what. She led him through the ground floor. He moved slowly, methodically, his eye running along the edges of every room. He stopped at the kitchen to check the fire extinguisher, the electrical outlets near the sink, the date stamp on the milk cartons in the cooler. He did not criticize. He simply noted. Desmond appeared at the kitchen door. "Mr. Quaid?" "Mr. Achterberg," then did not shake hands. They did not need to. "The Eastby wing?" Desmond said. "The children are in the common room. We can continue there." The common room was clean. Renske had made sure of it. The children were arranged in clusters, some reading, some drawing, some simply sitting with the particular stillness of kids who had been told to behave and were trying very hard. Linus Arbor had brought fresh bread that morning, and the smell of it cut through the institutional air. Mikkel did not ask to see the children. He asked to see the schedule, the staffing logs, the medication records, the fire drill documentation. Renske answered each question with the facts she had. No padding, no excuses. Desmond stood beside her and did not interrupt. Then Mikkel turned to Desmond. The silence that followed was the kind that could break something or hold it together. Renske watched Desmond's face. She saw the slight tightening at his jaw, the flicker in his gray eyes. He had been standing still the whole time, his arms at his sides, his body angled toward the exchange. He could correct her. He could say she had interrupted a standard assessment. He could draw attention to the protocols she had just sidestepped, the documentation trail she had chosen not to follow, the precedent she was setting by letting a child refuse a simple question. He could undermine her in front of the state. And then he spoke. Miss Okorafor is right. Lena arrived 3 weeks ago from a placement that was not stable. We are building trust slowly. Pushing too hard now would set that back. His voice was calm, professional, as if he were simply stating a fact. Mikkel looked at him. Then he looked at Renske. Then he made another note. I will be returning in 5 days for the full inspection, he said. I expect to see continued progress on the structural issues, a completed staff schedule, and updated medication logs. He closed his clipboard. That was well handled. He said it to both of them, but his eyes lingered on Renske. She did not know if it was approval or acknowledgement or something else entirely. He let himself out. The front door clicked shut. The car engine turned over, and the gravel crunched as he drove away. Renske stayed on the floor beside Lena, her hand finally resting on the small girl's shoulder. Lena picked up her pencil and finished the Tad's crooked tail. The house exhaled. Renske looked at Desmond. He was still standing by the door, his face unreadable, his hands loose at his sides. He had not undercut her. He had backed her up. And she did not know what to do with that. She opened her mouth to say something, to thank him, to ask why, to bridge the space between them that kept narrowing and widening like the tide. Then she heard footsteps in the hall. Tobin was standing at the foot of the stairs, his eyes fixed on her face. Is he gone? Yes, Renske said. He is gone. Tobin did not relax. He looked at the door, then at the window, then back at Renske. He will be back in 5 days, he said. It was not a question. Yes. Tobin nodded. He turned and walked back up the stairs. Renske watched him go. When she looked back, Desmond was gone. The kitchen door was swinging, the hallway was empty, and the primered wall gleamed white under the morning light, waiting for whatever Pilar would put on it. Renske pressed her palm flat against the cool surface. 5 days, and a house full of children who had just watched 2 strangers learn whether they could hold together. She walked toward the kitchen. Desmond was at the counter, pouring coffee into 2 mugs. He did not look up when she entered. He simply slid one of the mugs across the counter toward her. She took it. That was not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? You to correct me? In front of him. He took a sip of his coffee. I told you I would not undermine you in front of the children. He is not a child. No. Desmond set his mug down. But Lena is. Their eyes met. The air between them felt different, charged, like the moment before a storm breaks or before the tide turns. Renske did not look away. And then the kitchen door swung open, and Pilar Moda stood in the frame, her sketchbook pressed against her chest. I know what I am going to paint, she said. She held Renske's gaze for a long moment, and there was something in her eyes, not defiance, not triumph, certainty. She turned and walked toward the hallway. And Renske knew with a certainty of her own that whatever Pilar painted next would change the way everyone in this house saw themselves. Chapter 11. The kitchen door swung, and Pilar's footsteps faded toward the hallway. Renske did not move. The coffee mug sat warm against her palms, and Desmond stood across the counter, his gray eyes unreadable. The moment stretched between them, elastic and strange. The air in the kitchen felt thinner than it had 5 minutes ago, lighter, like someone had cracked a window. "You did not have to do that," she said. "Yes, I did." "No, you could have taken the protocol position. Quaid would have respected that." Desmond set his mug down. "Lena would have remembered it." The words were simple, flat, but they landed in her chest with a weight she did not expect. She looked at him, really looked. The slight notch through his right eyebrow, the sharp jaw, the way he stood with his weight balanced like a man who had learned to brace for impact. The charcoal suit was still immaculate, but something about it no longer felt like armor. She swallowed. "We should talk about what happens next." "Meaning?" "Meaning Quaid will be back in 5 days. The boiler is barely holding. Juniper is coming to look at it tomorrow, but if it fails during the inspection, we are done." Desmond did not flinch. "Then we make sure it holds for 5 days." "That is not a plan. It is a start." She almost laughed, almost, but the sound died in her throat. The kitchen door swung open again, and Tobin stood in the frame. His face was pale. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and he was not looking at Desmond. He was looking at her. "Can I talk to you?" Renske set the mug down. "Of course." She crossed the kitchen, and Tobin stepped back into the hallway, leading her past the primered wall toward the stairs. He moved like a creature tracking sound, his shoulders tight, his eyes scanning the corridor. He stopped at the foot of the stairs. "You promised me the truth," he said. "I did." "Before anything happens, before they take us." "I remember." Tobin looked at the floor, then back at her. "Nell thinks we are safe now, because you and him stopped fighting today, because he backed you up." Renske did not answer. "But I saw how Quaid looked at the boiler room," Tobin said. "I saw he'll write something down when he passed the pipes." Her stomach tightened. "He might come back and find something wrong," Tobin said, "and then he will take us." The words were quiet, calm, as if he had rehearsed them. "Is there something you need to tell me?" Renske asked. Tobin hesitated. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He handed it to her. She unfolded it. It was a hand-drawn map of the layer floor, with the boiler room marked in red. A small note in the corner read, "Crike in the back wall. Water coming in slow. Might get worse." Her eyes lifted to his. "Did you draw this?" "No, Pollard did. She gave it to me this morning. She said I should show you before Quaid comes back." Renske looked at the map again. The detail was precise, almost architectural. The crack was drawn with cross-hatching, the water seepage marked with blue pencil. She folded the map carefully and tucked it into her pocket. "Thank you." Tobin nodded. 5 days, he said. Then he turned and walked up the stairs, his footsteps soft, his shoulders still tight. Renske stood at the foot of the stairs for a long moment, the map pressing against her hip. She thought of Pollard's certainty in the kitchen, the way she had held her sketchbook against her chest, the way she had walked toward the hallway without looking back. She thought of the hidden line under the primer. She thought of what the knife suit mural had shown her. 2 monsters at the door, children caught between them, and faceless figures on the stairs. Something was wrong. Not just the inspection, not just the boiler. Something else. She walked back toward the kitchen. Desmond was still there, standing at the counter, his back to her. He was holding his coffee mug, but he was not drinking. He was staring out the window at the gray sky. He did not turn when she entered. "Where were you before you came here?" she asked. The question was sharp, direct. Desmond set his mug down. "Consulting. Restructuring." The usual. That is not what I asked. He turned, his gray eyes met hers. Portland, a group of transitional housing programs. The state brought me in to evaluate sustainability. And they closed 3 of them. The words landed flat, matter of fact. But you knew that already. Renske did not blink. I read your file, yes. Then why ask? Because I want to hear you say it. Denskin studied her. I made recommendations based on the data, he said. The programs were failing. The children in them were absorbing the consequences of adult denial. I told the state what they needed to hear. And you felt good about that? I felt necessary. The word hung between them. Renske crossed her arms. And Harrowgate? What do you feel about this place now? Desmond was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I feel like I do not know yet. He was not avoiding the question, he was answering it honestly. She did not know what to do with that. The front door opened, footsteps crossed the threshold, wet and heavy. Renske? Denskin. It was Juniper's voice, strained and urgent. They moved together, reaching the hallway at the same moment. Juniper stood in the open doorway, rain streaming from her jacket, her face tight. The boiler, she said. I came early to check on it. Her voice cracked. It is worse than I thought. Renske felt that pat press against her hip. She looked at Desmond. His face was still, controlled, but she saw his hand tighten at his side. Show us, he said. Juniper turned and they followed her into the rain. Chapter 12. The boiler room smelled of rust and damp heat. Juniper had a flashlight trained on the back wall where a crack ran from the floor joint up to the pipe casing. Thin as a hair in some places, wide enough to slip a fingernail into near the base. Renske touched the wall beside it. The plaster felt spongy. How long? Desmond asked. Days, Juniper said. Maybe less if the weather turns colder and the system cycles harder. The inspection is in 5 days. I know. Desmond stood very still, his gray eyes tracing the crack like he was reading a sentence he already knew the ending of. Then he turned and walked out without another word. Renske caught up to him in the side yard. Rain sheeted across the gravel between them. We need supplies, she said. Plaster, sealant, maybe a pump if the seepage gets worse. I know what we need. Then where are you going? He stopped at the edge of the yard where the path led toward the Spit road. His jacket was already soaked through at the shoulders. The ferry. Juniper's truck won't carry everything in one trip. I need to call in some favors. Renske watched him stand there in the rain, water running down his face, and she realized he was not avoiding her. He was waiting for her to object. I will come with you, she said. He did not argue. The ferry kitchen was warm and loud with the sound of the lunch crowd. Mrs. Achterberg moved between the counter and the grill with the efficiency of someone who had been running this room for 20 years and would run it for 20 more if the island had anything to say about it. She looked up when they came through the door. Trouble finds you fast, she said. The boiler, Renske said. Mrs. Achterberg nodded like she had expected that answer. She slid 2 mugs across the counter without being asked. Sit, eat, then we talk. They sat at the far end of the counter, away from the dock workers and the ferry crew. The mug was warm against Renske's palms. She had not realized how cold she was. Desmond sat beside her, upright, his coffee untouched. He was watching the room. You know half the people in here, Renske said. I know what they think of me. Is that why you came? He turned his mug in a slow circle. I came because we need supplies. What they think does not change that. The words were flat, but his jaw was tight. A man at the counter 2 stools down laughed at something, loud and sharp. His companion said something in a lower voice, and the first man laughed again, looking over his shoulder at Desmond. Renske felt the shift before she understood it. "That him?" the man said, loud enough for the room to hear. His companion shrugged. The man stood. He was heavy, with the weathered face of someone who worked the water and the hard confidence of someone used to being listened to. "You are the consultant," he said, "the one they brought in to shut the place down?" Desmond did not turn. "I am the co-director of Harrowgate Home." "Yeah, and what were you before that?" The kitchen went quiet. Someone set a mug down too hard. Renske slid off her stool and stepped between them before she knew she was moving. "He is with me," she said, "and you are done." The man looked at her, sized her up. "I got a kid sister who aged out of that place," he said. "Came out with something on a garbage bag in a habit, so forgive me if I do not tip my cap to the suit who showed up to finish what the state started." "I said you are done." The man's eyes flicked to Desmond, still seated, still calm, still not turning. "He got you doing his talking for him?" "He does not need me to do his talking. I am doing mine." Renske held his gaze. She did not raise her voice. She did not flinch. "Here's what you need to know," she said. "Harrowgate is still open. The children are still there. And the man you are running your mouth about just spent the morning in a boiler room that is actively failing, trying to keep the heat on for 40 kids who do not have anywhere else to go." She took a breath. "He is the one who stayed. You are the one who left." The man stared at her. Then he turned back to his coffee. The kitchen exhaled. Someone laughed somewhere, nervous and relieved. The grill spat. Mrs. Ibarra appeared beside Renske with a plate. She did not say anything. She just set it down and went back to the counter. Renske sat. Her hands were shaking. Desmond was looking at her. Not with surprise, not with gratitude. Something quieter. "Why did you do that?" he asked. "Because he was wrong." "That is not what I asked." She looked at her coffee. "I do not know," she said. But she did. She had defended him because she believed what she said. That was the part she could not yet name. The ferry horn sounded. The kitchen stirred back to life. Desmond stood. He left money on the counter, more than the coffee cost. "I will meet you at the hardware store in 20 minutes, he said. He walked out into the rain. Renske stayed at the counter. Mrs. Ibarra came over and refilled her mug without asking. "You meant it," Mrs. Ibarra said. "Meant what?" "Every word you said about him." Renske did not answer. "The island talks," Mrs. Ibarra said. "Most of it is noise, but some of it is fear dressed up as certainty. He knows the difference. That is why he did not answer the man." Renske turned the mug in her hands. "What do they say about him?" "That he was sent here to cut the place open and let it bleed out. That he does not care about the children. That he is Elias Harrowgate's ghost come back to finish what the old man started." "And you?" Mrs. Ibarra wiped the counter with a slow, deliberate motion. "I have been watching him," she said. "He is not what the noise says he is." She looked at Renske. "Neither are you." Renske walked to the hardware store through the rain, the map pressing against her hip, the coffee still warm in her stomach. Desmond was already there, talking to the clerk about sealant grades and pipe wrap. His voice was low and precise. He knew what he needed. She stood at the door and watched him. He had not told her where he was from. He had not told her why he could not leave. He had admitted he did not know how he felt about Harrowgate yet. And she had defended him to a stranger with nothing but instinct and the truth? She stepped inside. The clerk handed Desmond a roll of pipe wrap and a bucket of hydraulic cement. Desmond turned and saw her. Did Mrs. Ibarra say something? She said the island talks. He nodded. She is right. What else do they say? Desmond hefted the bucket. I'm about ever. I sweetly doesn't hope you. House lines looks to a very spily annaltam. One line is the fixed mastery, a money osters to die in. A money oster doesn't hope yo slick. The watch age one line, the way this was once, none they're gonna metcher. I am in the duis. The once line, stilling. The money for works. I just support before to be over to. My fixlin said to every other stream rootin' by a hard. Whens is accosting this completely disturbed. I will not need a man, if I am most of this Benneats, why I can't be druthering than the father crash reasts and destion. I will leave the novways on the cath into the veriki. What too much? Luke he switched it the doubled out. Let's dide the holy moments. When is it on? I am a deal like this again. The ways that they are down, blackly obvious. I-ness. The details keep the later. I am air, I am filed, tensingenically criskered age, but read real is over unto my mist. I don't want really open. I am around their way to still. I completely ready asleep the longs for a misk. When of the level warial, by a mention of the new crip store to our blaff. I wanted my sale to give the George bad, the ream genetic of reaches that I hadn't changed in the character. Let's slan by the work, and to one. Wins is aposted, arrestedly air for the other smoom. Why were the weds checking back? We are absolutely despiring. Eaters optimist called the baby, then ever icon missed me, and need to put me fear like this as now. I would not even get into the Winnie. The money's is already to slep. I see that depth damage you have is okay, but if you want free morning homers, cask you a week. N.C. Bylans are talking at them, being over still, but his narrafy is, but she could feel something shifting. Not the boiler, not the inspection. Something between them. Chapter 13. The first cough came at 3 in the morning. Renske heard it through the wall, thin and ragged, the kind of sound a child tries to muffle into a pillow so no one notices. She was already awake, still dressed from the hardware run, the cracked watch on her wrist reading 3:07. By 5 a.m., 3 more children were coughing. By 7, a girl from the East dormitory was vomiting in the hallway. Mrs. Achterberg arrived before the breakfast shift, not in her Ferry uniform, but in a worn canvas apron with a cast-iron pot in one hand and a plastic crate of supplies in the other. She took one look at the child on the stairs, the pale faces clustered at the railing, and the pile of damp towels already accumulating by the bathroom door. How many? 4 confirmed, Renske said. Maybe more. Mrs. Achterberg set down the pot. Then we stop counting and start moving. She opened the crate. Bleach, ibuprofen, electrolyte powder, a box of surgical masks, and a leather-bound ledger with pages so worn the corners curled like old paper. I keep track of what the island owes this house, she said, flipping it open. Today I start collecting. The flu moved through Harrowgate like tide through a broken seawall. By noon, 8 children were symptomatic. By evening, 14. The dining room became a triage station. Cots dragged in from storage, blankets spread over every flat surface, a bucket of bleach water stationed at the door like a border crossing. Mrs. Achterberg worked the kitchen with quiet ferocity, boiling broth, measuring doses, sending Tobin and Nell on supply runs between the pantry and the sick rooms, because they were the only children still standing. Tobin wore a surgical mask pulled up to his eyes and carried electrolyte cups on a tray without being asked. Nell followed him with a stack of clean towels, her face set in the same grim focus Renske had seen on adults in emergency rooms. "They will not get it," Renske told her. "You do not know that." "I know you are helping. That is what matters." Nell looked at her for a long moment, then followed her brother into the east dormitory. Desmond disappeared into the office at 2 p.m. and emerged an hour later with a handwritten schedule. "Rotating shifts," he said, pinning it to the corkboard in the kitchen. 4 hours on, 2 hours off. No one runs more than 2 consecutive shifts. Renske read it. His name was on every overnight slot. "You cannot do that." "I can. He not sleep well anyway." "That is not the same as not sleeping at all." He looked at her. "Neither of us gets to choose what we can afford right now." He walked past her toward the boiler room, carrying a bucket of hydraulic cement. She watched him go. The second night was worse. A 7-year-old named Marcus spiked a fever of 104 and started crying for a mother Renske knew was in a treatment facility 3 counties away. She sat beside him on the floor, one hand on his chest, feeling his ribs rise and fall under her palm like a bird caught in a cage. "Breathe with me," she said. He tried. She counted aloud, slow and steady, until his breathing evened out and his eyes jerked shut. By the time she stood up, her knees had gone numb, and her back was a single knot of pain. Desmond was in the hallway. He had a stack of soiled sheets under one arm and a bottle of disinfectant in the other hand. "Marcus?" "Sleep." "Good." He did not stop. He kept moving toward the laundry room, where the washing machine had been running for 18 hours straight. Renske followed. "When did you last sit down?" "I do not remember." "Desmond." He stopped. He turned. His shirt was wrinkled. His hair was coming untucked. There was a streak of bleach on his forearm, pale against his skin like a scar that had not settled yet. "I will sit when the children stop coughing," he said. "That could be days." "Then I will sit in days." He disappeared into the laundry room. The machine churned. Renske stood in the hallway and listened to the house breathe around her. Mrs. Okorafor found her at 2 a.m., leaning against the kitchen counter with a cold cup of coffee in her hands. "You look like something the tide left behind." "Thank you." It was not a compliment. Mrs. Okorafor took the cup from her hands and replaced it with a bowl of broth. "Drink, then sleep. I will watch the East Dormitory." "I cannot." "You can. I do not know that." She dipped the brush. "But it is not a monster." Renske left her to work. She walked past the boiler room, where Juniper was already elbow-deep in pipes, muttering something about compression and prayer. Past the kitchen, where Mrs. Okorafor was assigning supply runs to Nell and Towin like a general deploying scouts. Past the office, where Desmond had pinned a shift schedule and the budget report, and a list of inspection benchmarks side by side on the corkboard, the handwriting precise, the priorities clear. She stopped. The paper was fresh, the list was short. 1. Boiler functional before inspection. 2. No child untreated. 3. Wall passable. 4. Pay rate presentable. Not a single mention of himself. She touched the edge of paper, then she turned and walked back to the infirmary. The children were waiting. The fever was not done yet. And neither was the house. Chapter 14. The house settled into a rhythm that felt like drowning. Renske lost track of which day it was. The hours blurred together in a cycle of thermometers, cool cloths, electrolyte cups, and the wet sound of coughs echoing through the hallways. She moved from cot to cot, counting breaths, checking foreheads, replacing water cups that no one drank. Mrs. Avra rotated the children in shifts. Tobin and Nell ran supplies until their legs gave out, and they curled up together on a hallway mattress, still in their clothes. Juniper came up from the boiler room at intervals, hands black with grease, to report that the machine was holding by what she called habit and spite. Renske nodded at each update. She did not remember responding. The clock in the dining room read 3 a.m. when she realized she had not sat down in 19 hours. Her legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Her vision had developed a soft flutter at the edges, like moths beating against glass. She walked the infirmary corridor anyway. The children slept in uneven clusters. Marcus had a new cool cloth on his forehead, still damp. Next to him, a 5-year-old named Eva had kicked her blanket off and lay curled in a tight ball, her thumb in her mouth. Renske adjusted the blanket. She kept walking. The light in the isolation room at the end of the hall was on. The door was cracked open, a thin blade of yellow falling across the floorboards. She knew that room. It had been a storage closet once, narrow, windowless, with a single cot they had moved in when the outbreak spread faster than the dormitories could contain. 3 children with the highest fevers were isolated there to protect the others. She pushed the door open. Desmond sat on the floor beside the cot. He had not heard her coming. His back was to the door, his shoulders curved forward, his hands resting on the edge of the mattress with a stillness that did not belong to the man she knew. The child in the cot was Eva's older brother, Matteo. He was 6 years old, small for his age, with a round face and a habit of humming while he drew. His fever had hit 104.5 at midnight. Renske had helped Mrs. Avra strip him to his undershirt and pack cold compresses around his neck and armpits. Now Desmond was doing what she had done. His hand moved in a slow, steady arc, pressing a fresh cloth to Matteo's forehead. The boy was not conscious. His breathing was shallow and fast, his skin flushed and uneven red in the dim light. Desmond did not rush. He held the cloth in place, counting the seconds, then lifted it, dipped it in the bowl of water at his knee, wrung it out, and placed it again. The motion was precise, automatic, like a ritual he had performed 1,000 times before. Renske stayed in the doorway. She should have announced herself. She should have said something, made a sound, stepped back, given him the privacy he clearly believed he had. She did not move, because she was watching his hands. The hands that had pinned budget reports to the pork board with ruthless efficiency, that had signed transfer authorizations, that had drawn up schedules that left no room for himself. So same hands were now adjusting a wet cloth on a feverish child's forehead with a gentleness that looked less like technique and more like memory. He had done this before, not as a professional, as someone who had been on the other side of the cloth. Matteo made a small sound, a whimper that cut through the silence like a crack in glass. Desmond leaned forward. "I know," he said, his voice barely audible. "I know. It does not stop when you want it to, but it stops." He did not say anything else. He did not have to. The words sat in the room like something solid, something that had weight and age and a history she could not see but could feel. Renske's throat closed. She had spent 3 days watching him move through the house. She had catalogued his exhaustion, his refusal to sit, his meticulous triage of priorities that never included himself. She had told herself it was competence, discipline, the same cold machinery that had let him close 3 homes in Portland and walk away. But this was not machinery. This was a man who knew exactly what fever felt like from the inside, who had learned, in some room in this same building, how to lie still and wait for the shaking to pass. Who was now giving that same child the comfort no one had given him? He lifted the cloth again. The water caught the light. Renske stepped back. The door clicked shut, a sound so soft she almost missed it. Desmond's shoulders went still typical. She just want out, but I believe it. Neither do you. He said nothing. She watched his hands, still steady, still precise, still offering care he would never admit to. Desmond, you waited. He came down. Semery believed it to be a pipio, which all meant for her is eyes down. That does not know he is sick. Mrs. Abra called the facility. They are telling her tomorrow morning after her session. He nodded. The motion was small, almost imperceptible, but his shoulders dropped half an inch, like something he had been carrying had just been lifted. She left him there. She walked back through the dark hallways, past the sleeping children, past the kitchen where Mrs. Avra was brewing coffee at 3 a.m., past the boiler room where Juniper had fallen asleep against the wall, a wrench still in her hand. She reached the office. Desmond's list was still pinned to the corkboard. 1. Boiler functional before inspection. 2. No child untreated. 3. Wall passable. 4. Payroll presentable. She picked up a pen. Below his handwriting she added one more line. 5. No one carries it alone. Then she walked back to the infirmary. The fever was not done yet. Neither was the house. But something had changed in the narrow rue at the end of the hall, something that neither of them would name aloud, and Renske felt it burning in her chest like a second pulse. She checked on Mateo again. Desmond was gone. The cloth was still on the boy's forehead, fresh and cool and placed with care. She touched it. Then she heard the boilie groan, a low, grinding sound that came up through the floor like the house itself was crying out. She froze. The sound stopped. The house went quiet. But the silence was wrong. It was too full, too held, like the moment before something breaks. She pressed her palm to the wall. The plaster was warm. And in the hallway, Pillard's voice drifted through the dark. The wall is sweating. Renske turned. Pillard stood at the end of the corridor, a brush still in her hand, her eyes fixed on the paint. It was beating. Drops of moisture rolling down the fresh cobalt blue. Pillard looked at her. The boiler, she said. It is bleeding through. Chapter 15. She pressed her palm to the sweating wall. The plaster was warm, damp. The beaded moisture ran in slow streaks down the cobalt, carrying pigment with it in thin blue rivulets. Pilar stood motionless, brush still in hand. How long has it been doing this? Renske asked. I do not know. I just looked up and it was wet. The boiler groaned again, deeper this time. A long, grinding shudder that traveled through the floorboards and up into her shins. Renske pulled her hand away. The damp left a cool ring on her skin. Get Mrs. Abra, she said. Tell her the boiler room. Pilar did not argue. She set down her brush with precision and walked fast, not running, but close. Renske went other way, toward the sick rooms. She passed the hallway where Mateo slept. She checked his forehead. Still warm, but lower than before. The cloth was still there, fresh, placed with exact care. Desmond had been back. She did not stop. The second infirmary held 5 children now, not 4. A 6-year-old girl named Sylvie had started vomiting an hour ago, and the cot beside her held a boy Renske did not recognize at first, then did. Jerome, 8 years old, usually loud, now silent and glassy-eyed. She counted. 18 symptomatic, 4 with high fevers, two who needed monitoring through the night. She reached for the medication log. Her hands were trembling. She pressed them flat against the clipboard until they stopped. Mrs. Arbra appeared in the doorframe, still in her Ferry uniform, apron tied over it. Pilar says the boiler is weeping through the walls. The wall is sweating, Renske said. The heat is pushing moisture through the plaster. If it gets into the insulation, we lose what is left of the second floor. The children cannot be moved. I know. Mrs. Arbra studied her for a long moment. Her face gave nothing away. You have not slept, she said. I will sleep when the children stop coughing. That line belongs to Desmond. Then we share it. Mrs. Arbra shook her head, not with anger, but with something closer to grief. Go check the pantry, she said. I will look at the boiler room and find Desmond. Someone needs to tell Juniper the plaster is failing. Renske wanted to argue. The words were already in her throat. I can do it. I should do it. Is it faster if I... She swallowed them. Pantry, she said. Then the medication schedule. Mrs. Arbra nodded once, sharp, and was gone. The pantry was worse than she expected. The supplies Mrs. Arbra had brought were nearly gone. The bleach was low. The ibuprofen was running out. There were 12 electrolyte cups left, 3 cans of broth, and no more masks. Renske stood in the narrow space and felt the exhaustion crash into her like a wave. She gripped the shelf. The wood was rough, splintered in one spot. She focused on the splinter, on the small, sharp edge pressing into her palm, and the exhaustion beating against her ribs like a second heart. She did not sit down. She picked up the box and walked back to the infirmary. The children were waiting. The boiler groaned through the floor. And in the hallway, Pilar's fresh cobalt wall wept blue tears all the way to the baseboard, where the water pooled and spread like a bruise. Not with a crash, but with a long, slow unraveling that the children absorbed as normal until it was too late. I will not break, she said. That is not a plan. It is the only plan I have. He looked at her. His jaw worked once, blight. Then he reached past her, pulled a box of electrolyte cups from the top shelf she had not seen, and set it on the counter. The noon ferry, he said. There will be supplies, masks, ibuprofen, broth. I called the supplier myself. I used the house credit line that Pendleton activated yesterday morning. You called Pendleton? At 2 a.m., he answered. She did not know what to say. He turned toward the door. The children in the East room are stable, he said. Mateo's fever dropped another half degree. Jerome is sick but not critical. Sylvie will need monitoring through the night. I know. Then you know you can afford to sit down for 10 minutes? I cannot. He stopped. He did not turn around. You cannot, he repeated. I sit down, I will not get back up. He was silent for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, then do not sit down, but stop carrying everything. He left. She stood in the pantry with the box of electrolyte cups on the counter and the splinters still pressing into her palm and the exhaustion beating against her ribs like a second heart. She did not sit down. She picked up the box and walked back to the infirmary. The children were waiting. The boiler groaned through the floor. And in the hallway, Pilar's fresh cobalt wall wept blue tears all the way to the baseboard, where the water pooled and spread like a bruise. The children cannot be moved. I know. No while he step again now, 2 a.m., he answered. She did not know what to say. He turned toward the door. The children in the East room are stable, he said. Mateo's fever dropped another half degree. Jerome is sick but not critical. Sylvie will need monitoring through the night. I know. Then you know you can afford to sit down for 10 minutes. I cannot. He stopped. He did not turn around. You cannot, he repeated. If I sit down, I will not get back up." He was silent for a long moment. Then he said very quietly, "Then do not sit down, but stop carrying everything." He left. She stood in the pantry with the box of electrolyte cots on the counter and the splinters still pressing into her palm and the exhaustion beating against her ribs like a second heart. She did not sit down. She picked up the box and walked back to the infirmary. The children were waiting. The boiler groaned through the floor. And in the highway, Pilar's fresh cobalt wall wept blue tears all the way to the baseboard where the water cooled and spread like a bruise. "Don't want to give my face ice. If you brown first rappins." "I cannot even keep," he said. "The game is all wrong, we won't eat the slay swords." "You can make the engine an optimization. The Bleisman is broxes and the kind of words understead. Just tratify the words in absolute canned." He stepped the gallered, fast from the first year stable, just the fear to junge their partners, system informary sidium cystics at the energy, percentship, second fifth, kitchen fixtum. "I am not fishin'." "Then you know you can afford to sit down for 10 minutes. "I cannot." He stopped. "And they do not carrying everything. You cannot pleat. Seely? It is not the loading machine. It is that the little braby but just the pathetic weak. I'm just not too slow. No infirmity. We won't literally custing. I literally come the prior zone with the governor sliding. Listen to the feature stone lullo menately the frama help up a bud slunt on the taken. This will take this card. I don't get with the beautis let's speak. It should be the deeger my nother. Your needly bear. Take a pick. Follow my after. The space you need is not to tract in he. Here, which is gonna be the wern. Clickness for the key. Fresh word. The glory from them is both the exactly smile. I just tremp your prode. The ducal mife two netters I dask to click, and this have to groat with the biz, and the kaibok floving, finiteness is turned. The rep of a sensor the noon backness, second six, this t-shirt makes speed. They are slowly manically poldentful, for the crashes get a man again, but I am doing at this. This is, or the negot, coming around. This is, the good. This is, when we can tries it, I see the preacher will all pattering draring out there in their nay way. Until I need up. I know where your leverage is if I've quiet accepted. I couldn't even pull your health under the chest. With a dies beginning, from a few decision after I was a supporter dears. It was doing. It was went, it rode, really stating on you fear. I am so tent like when I react. Chapter 16. The rain changed character sometime after midnight. What had been a steady drum against the windows turned sharper, harder, a staccato beat that rattled the glass in its frames. Renske felt it in the floorboards first, a vibration that was not the boiler, a deep thrumming like the house itself was tensing against something coming. She stood in the infirmary doorway with a cup of electrolyte solution in her hand, watching the window at the end of the hall. Water ran in sheets, not drops, sheets. The wind had a new voice too, a rising howl that curled around the eaves and pushed against the walls like something trying to get in. "That is not good," Mrs. Arbor said from behind her. Renske turned. The older woman stood at the triage table, a ladle in one hand, her eye fixed on the same window. "How bad?" "Bad enough that I am thinking about the high tide." "When?" "Now." The word landed like a stone. The ferry schedule. The spit. The way the island sat low at the north end, where the ground sloped toward the water and the drainage had never been right. "The cellar floods first," Mrs. Arbor said. "Then the back hall. Then the kitchen if the tide keeps rising." Renske set the cup down. She was halfway to the stairs when Desmond appeared at the top of them, coat off, shirt soaked at the shoulders, hair plastered to his forehead. "I just checked the east wall," he said. "Water is coming through the foundation." "How much?" "Enough." He was already moving past her toward the kitchen, where the back door opened onto the low ground where the drainage tet is silted up months ago. "We need to move the children," he said. "All of them, upstairs. The east room is full of sick children." "Then we move them carefully." She followed him into the kitchen. Water was already seeping under the back door, a dark tongue spreading across the linoleum, carrying grit and dead leaves. "The ferry," she said. "Cancelled." Her chest tightened. "When?" 20 minutes ago. The last one turned around at the channel. The tide is higher than the forecast predicted." She stared at the water on the floor. They were trapped. 40 children, 11 of them still feverish, 2 of them barely conscious, and the house was filling with water. "The boiler," she said. "If the flood reaches it, we lose it. Then we lose heat, and hot water, and the ability to sterilize anything." He said it flat, like he was reading from a report, but his hands were moving, pulling towels from a drawer, dropping them at the gap under the door. "The children go upstairs," he said. "Every mattress, every blanket, every supply we can carry. We consolidate in the east wing bedrooms and the attic space above the office." "The attic has no heat." "It has a fireplace." "It has one fireplace and no insulation." "It is better than standing in floodwater." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him there was another way, a better plan, something she had not thought of yet. There was not. "How long do we have?" she asked. He looked at the water spreading across the linoleum. "An hour, maybe less." She did not wait for more. She turned and walked back as the main hall, where the children were already gathering at the top of the stairs, drawn by the change in the air, the shift in the house's breathing. Tobin stood at the front, his face pale, his hand wrapped around Nell's sleeve. "Is the water coming in?" he asked. "Yes." He did not flinch. "The cannery," he said. "It has a second floor. The stairs are rotted, but the upper room is dry." She looked at him. He had mapped every escape route on this island. He knew the safe places because he had been preparing for this long before any of them had. "We are staying here," she said. "We are going to be fine." He did not look like he believed her, but he did not argue. "Tobin, take Nell and start moving the little ones up. The east wing, the big bedroom at the end of the hall. Pillows first, blankets second, everything else third." He nodded once and turned, pulling his sister with him. The hall filled with motion. Children appeared from everywhere, carrying blankets, clutching stuffed animals, herding younger ones ahead of them. Polar came down from the ground floor with her sketchbook pressed to her chest and a bucket of paintbrushes in her other hand. "The wall is crying faster," she said. "The whole house is crying." Polar looked at the water creeping across the floorboards, then up at the ceiling, where a nurse stain was spreading above the staircase. "It is trying to tell us something. It is trying to drown us." Polar shook her head. "Same thing." She walked past Renske and started up the stairs, her bare feet leaving wet prints on every step. Renske stood alone in the hall for a moment. The house groaned around her. The rain hammered the roof. The wind pushed against the walls like it wanted to fold them inward. She had never felt so small in a building. Desmond appeared from the kitchen, his arms full of towels, his face set. "I need you on the east wing," he said. "The children need to see you. They need to see both of us. They will, but you are the one they trust." It was not a compliment. It was a tactical assessment, but it landed anyway. She moved. Up the stairs, past the twins toring pillows, past Polar leaning against the wall with her sketchbook open, past a row of smaller children sitting in a line on the hallway floor, waiting for instructions. The East Wing bedroom was already filling with mattresses and blankets and children settling into corners like animals finding shelter before a storm. She counted them. 18, 19, 23. More coming. She looked out the window. The yard was underwater. The fence that marked the property line had disappeared. The rain was no longer falling in drops, but in solid sheets. And beyond the yard, she could see the channel, gray and swollen, rising toward the house like something hungry. The power flickered. The lights dimmed, held, dimmed again. "Find the lanterns," she said to no one in particular, "and the candles. Anything that makes light." Tobin appeared beside her, a flashlight in each hand. "I have 3 more in my stash," he said. Of course he did. "Bring them up." He was gone before she finished the sentence. She turned back to the window. The water was still rising, and they were still only halfway through the night. Desmond's voice carried up the stairs, sharp and precise, directing the last of the supply runs, and she heard the children respond to it, not with fear, but with motion, because he had given them something to do. She did not know if they would hold. She did not know if the house would hold, but she knew they were not alone in the dark. "Mrs. Arbra," she called, "how much food do we have upstairs?" "Enough for 2 days," the voice came back. "If we ration, 2 days." She looked at the water outside the window. The tide was still rising, and the boiler groaned beneath them, a sound like a dying animal, and Renske felt the floor tremble under her feet and understood that the night was not even close to over. Chapter 17. The East Wing bedroom smelled of wet wool, fever sweat, and the faint metallic tang of the lantern oil Mrs. Achterberg had poured into every glass jar she could find. The power had died an hour ago, taking the last of the heat with it, and the children had burrowed into their blankets like animals finding dens. Renske moved through them by touch and memory, checking foreheads, counting breaths, adjusting pillows. The feverish ones had settled into a fitful sleep, their faces slack in the amber light. The younger ones had stopped crying. Even Pilar had curled against the wall with her sketchbook open on her chest, her hand still holding a brush. The house groaned around them, not the breathing groan of settlement, but something deeper, a sound of strain. Desmond appeared in the doorway with a kerosene lantern in each hand. He set one on the floor and hung the other from a hook in the ceiling beam, casting the room in 2 overlapping circles of weak light. "The water is holding at the back hall," he said. "For now." His voice was flat, stripped of the precision he usually carried. He was soaked to the shoulders, his shirt dark with water, his hair plastered to his forehead. "You need dry clothes," Renske said. "None left. The East Wing supply got gut when the roof started leaking." She looked at the children, all wrapped in whatever they had managed to grab. The stack of extra blankets by the door had dwindled to 3, and 2 of those were damp. "There's one dry one," Mrs. Achterberg said from the corner. She held it up, a gray wool blanket that looked too thin for the cold. "And 2 wet adults who need to stay upright." Renske shook her head. "Give it to the children. The children have theirs. This one is for you and Mr. Achterberg." "I do not." "You will sit down," Mrs. Achterberg said, her voice carrying the same authority she used on the ferry dock when the tide was turning. "You will share that blanket, and you will not argue with me in front of the children." Renske felt the weight of exhaustion press down on her shoulders. Her legs ached, her hands were cold. She had not realized how much she was shaking until she tried to stop. Desmond said nothing. He crossed the room and lowered himself against the wall near the window, his back to the plaster, his face turned toward the dark outside. Mrs. Achterberg folded the blanket and placed it between them. Then she walked back to the cluster of cots where the sickest children lay. Renske hesitated. Then she sat down beside Desmond, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and pulled the blanket across her lap. He did not look at her. The room settled into the rhythm of breathing. Children stirred, coughed, settled again. Rain hammered the roof in waves, and the wind pushed against the frame like something trying to get in. Renske watched the lantern light flicker across the ceiling. The shadows moved in long, slow arcs, and for a moment she felt the strangeness of the house dissolve into something simpler, a room full of people who had chosen to stay. "I used to count the cracks in the ceiling," Desmond said. His voice was so quiet she almost missed it. She turned her head. He was still looking out the window, his face half in shadow. "The room I slept in," he said. "Third floor. The ceiling had a crack that ran from the window to the door. I counted the branches it made. 47. I counted them every night." Renske did not move. "What room?" "The one at the end of the hall. The small one with the closet that did not close properly." She knew that room. She had passed it a dozen times, never going in. The door was always shut, and the handle was loose, and someone had covered the window with dark paper. "How long were you there?" 11 years. He said it like a fact he had learned to recite without feeling. "From 7 to 18. Then Elias took me in." She wanted to ask more. She wanted to know why, how he had ended up here, what had happened to him, who he had been before the suit in the spreadsheets. But the children were breathing around them, and his voice was barely holding, and she could feel the exhaustion in his body, the way he leaned away from her even as he stayed. "Thank you," she said. He turned to look at her then. His gray eyes caught the lantern light, and for a moment he looked younger, stripped of the armor he wore so carefully. "For what?" "For staying tonight, for not leaving when the power went out." He looked away. "I do not leave," he said. "That is the problem." The words hung in the air between them. Renske felt the weight of them, the years compressed into a single confession. She did not push. She let the silence settle, let the rain fill the space, let the children breathe. Her hand was resting on the blanket between them. She looked down at it, at the small burn scar on her forearm, at the criked watch she had worn since childhood. Desmond's hand was inches away. He was looking at it too. Then a child whimpered from the corner, and the moment broke. Mrs. Achterberg stood and crossed to the cot where a small boy had begun to toss. She murmured something, a word in a language Renske did not know, and the boy stilled. Renske pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Below them, the boiler groaned, a low sound that vibrated through the floorboards. And then the house fell silent. Not the ordinary silence of sleeping children, but something deeper, a held breath. Desmond sat forward. "Did you hear that?" Renske listened. The wind had stopped, the rain had stopped, the house had stopped. Then a sound came from below. Not the boiler, not water, something scraping across the floor. Chapter 18. The scraping stopped as abruptly as it started. The silence that followed was heavier than the sound itself, pressing against Renske's ears until she felt it in her teeth. Desmond did not move. His hands rested on his knees, palms open, and she realized he was listening to something beyond the room. What was that? He did not answer. His head tilted, tracking a frequency she could not hear. The lantern light carved his face into shadows and planes, making him look older in the dark. Desmond did not move. His hands rested on his knees, palms open, and she realized he was listening to something beyond the room. What was that? He did not answer. His head tilted, tracking a frequency she could not hear. The lantern light carved his face into shadows and planes, making him look older in the dark. "This difference of this night," he said. "I know what it sounds like." He said it flatly, a fact stripped of color. When the house settles. When the water moves through the cellar. That was neither. Then what? He turned to look at her. His gray eyes were unreadable, but there was something in them she had not seen before. Not fear exactly. Recognition. The room at the end of the third-floor hall, he said. The scraping always came from that wall, between the closet and the window. Renske's skin prickled. She remembered passing that door, the dark paper over the window, the handle loose in its casing. She had assumed it was a storage room or a space the children had abandoned because of the cold. How long has it been closed? Since I left. He paused. Elias sealed it, painted the window, removed the lock and reversed the hinges so no one could open it from the outside. Why? He looked away, toward the dark pane where the rain had stopped. Because I asked him to. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Renske felt them spread outward, ripples touching everything she had assumed about him. The suit, the closure papers, the way he moved through the house like a stranger with a stopwatch. Why did you ask him to? Desmond exhaled slowly, the breath clouded in the cold air before dissolving. Because I was 17, he said, and I had spent 11 years in that room believing that if I could just hold still enough, be small enough, need nothing enough, the next placement would not find me. The next family would not send me back. The next adult would not disappear. Renske felt her own history pull at her like gravity. She knew that arithmetic intimately. The calculation of survival. The math that said if you want to be kept, you must become easy to carry. Is that why you cannot leave? He did not answer, but his hand moved, just slightly, an inch closer to hers on the blanket. Elias was the first person who told me I did not have to own the roof over my head. Desmond's voice was rife, barely above a whisper. He did not say it as a lesson. He said it like a fact, like the ferry leaves at 6, or the boiler needs more coal. He just opened the door and let me stay. But you still came back to close it. I came back because I was afraid. The confession hung in the space between them. Of what? Of finding out he was wrong. Desmond looked at her then, and she saw the strain at the corners of his mouth, the way the notch in his eyebrow deepened when the truth tasted bitter. That the place that made me into someone who could survive was actually the place that broke me, and that by keeping it open, I was keeping children inside the same breaking machine. Renske thought of the boiler, the leaky roof, the primered wall hiding Pilar's monsters, the dried paint flakes on the floorboards. She thought of the children breathing around her in the dark. But you stayed. I stayed because I saw you not leaving. He held her gaze. When the dock worker came for me with his sister's pain in his fists, you stepped between. When the boiler groaned and the water rose, you did not count the cost. You just moved toward the children. Anyone would have done that. No. His voice was firm. You do not believe that, and neither do I. The scraping returned. This time it was closer and louder, and it came from the ceiling above them. Renske looked up. The plaster was intact, but she could hear it now, a dry, dragging sound moving across the floorboards of the third floor, as if something heavy was being pulled. The room, she said. Desmond was already standing. He moved away from the blanket with the same economy she had seen in every crisis since she met him, gathering a lantern without asking permission. Do not go alone. He turned to look at her, and for a moment she saw the boy he had been, the one who had counted 47 branches of a crack on the ceiling because no one else was coming. I am not leaving, he said, but I need to know. She did not argue. She stood and followed him. Behind them, Mrs. Achterberg's voice rose in a quiet song, a lullaby in a language Renske still did not recognize. The children settled. The house breathed. Upstairs, the scraping stopped again. And then they heard something new. A door. Opening. Renske stopped at the bottom of the third-floor staircase. The copper-colored paper still covered the window at the top. The handle was a ghost in the lantern light. Desmond reached past her and turned it. The door swung inward, and the room was empty. But on the floor, in the center of the dust, lay a single object. A shoe. Small, child-sized, worn down at the heel. Chapter 19. Dawn came gray and reluctant, the light seeping through salt-crusted windows like it expected the house to push back. Renske stood at the top of the main staircase and watched the waterline recede. It had left a dark tidmark halfway up the baseboards in the east hall, a ghost of the night's invasion. The smell rose with the daylight, wet wood, silt, the sour tang of something rotting under the floorboards. She had not slept, neither had Desmond. They had passed each other in the dark like ships in fog, each carrying a lantern, each checking children who would not stay checked. Twice she had found him standing motionless at the end of a hall, listening. Twice he had nodded at her and moved on without a word. Now the house stirred awake around them. Nell appeared first, padding barefoot through the puddled linoleum with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She stopped at the edge of the east hall and stared at the water stain. "Our room," she said. Ren's chest tightened. "Let me check." She found the door to the twins' room swollen shut, the wood pressing against the frame with a wet seal. She put her shoulder to it and shoved. The door gave with a groan. Inside, the carpet squelched under her feet. 2 inches of water had soaked through the floorboards, lifting the bottom edge of the wallpaper in curling ribbons. Nell's bed was wet to the mattress. Tobin's pillow lay in the corner, dark and sodden. Behind her, Nell made a sound. Small. Careful. The kind of sound children made when they were deciding whether to break. "It is just stuff," Nell said. "Infamous. Renske's tap diped over my different. One-a-hand interns the leader completely. Technically the evil strape lies mutterly lame right. My violent sisters rushed rightly blentedly. Now get you blub, he do?" She said, "Once please, I am, so they taught me to respond to that for a schist. I think callin' this, it is not a boiler problem anymore. This is a structural problem. If the foundation is moving, the whole east wing settles with it." Renske stared at the shifted stone. She felt the weight of it in her spine, the way the house seemed to lean just slightly to one side, the way the floor sloped where it had not sloped yesterday. "Does it need reporting?" Juniper did not answer immediately. She played the flashlight beam across the stones, studying the gap with the careful attention of someone measuring a wound. "Technically," she said, "if I report a foundation shift to the county, they will red flag the property. The inspection stops. The children get moved before anyone can argue." Renske's stomach dropped. "Practically," Juniper continued, "I can brace it. I can sister the joists and pour a temporary footing that will hold for months. But I need materials I do not have, and I need to do it before the next rain swells the ground again." "Can you do it in 5 days?" Juniper looked at her. The silence stretched long enough to become an answer. Behind them, footsteps in the hall. Renske turned to find Desmond standing at the boiler room door, a line of mud up his trouser leg, a crowbar in one hand. "The floor is warped in the supply room," he said. "The door will not open. I need to pry it." His eyes moved past Renske to the hole in the wall, to Juniper's flashlight still trained on the shifted foundation stone. He saw it. He did not ask what it meant. He already knew. "How long?" he said to Juniper. 4 days if everything goes right. 5 if it does not. And the reporting deadline? Juniper's jaw tightened. I have not filed anything yet. Desmond nodded. He looked at Renske, and she saw something shift in his face. Not calculation, not strategy, but something closer to trust. The kind that let him hand her a decision without trying to take it back. Your call, he said. Renske looked at the hole in the wall, the shifted stone, the dark water beneath. She thought of Nell pressing her palm to a wet mattress, of Tobin's pillow in the corner, of 40 children who had spent the night huddled in the dark while the house groaned around them. If we report it, they scatter them. Desmond did not argue. If we do not report it, and the foundation fails, and someone gets hurt, we lose everything anyway. Still, he said nothing. He just stood there, crowbar in hand, waiting for her to decide. The scraping sound returned, faint, distant, coming from above them, not below. All 3 of them looked up. Juniper's flashlight beam wavered. What was that? But Renske was already moving, her feet carrying her up the stairs before she had consciously decided to go, Desmond's footsteps heavy behind her, the crowbar still in his hand. The 3rd-floor hallway was empty. The sealed room's door was still open, the child-sized shoe still in the center of the dust. But the dust had been disturbed. A single line dragged through it, from the shoe toward the far wall, as if something had been pulled across the floor. And the window, the one that had been painted over, sealed shut for 11 years. It was open. Cold morning air poured through the gap, carrying the smell of salt and rot and something else of us. Something faintly metallic. Like blood. Chapter 20. The cold air hit her face before she reached the window. Salt and rot, and something metallic winding through it like a thread she could taste. She stood in the empty room, the child-sized shoes still in the dust behind her, the drag mark leading from it toward the sill. Desmond stopped in the doorway, his breath fogged. It was sealed. It was. Renske did not touch the window. The frame was warped, the paint cracked along the seam where 11 years of seal had been broken. She leaned forward, scanning the sill, the ground below. The drop was 3 stories. Nothing moved in the yard, no footprints in the mud below the window, no ladder marks, no disturbed earth. Just standing water and the gray sprawl of the flooded lawn. Something pulled it open from inside, Desmond said, not a question. Renske turned. The drag mark started at the shoe, or near it, and cut a straight line through the dust to the wall. Not a struggle, a deliberate motion. The kind of motion made by something pulling a weight behind it. There would be prints if someone climbed in. There would. He moved past her, close enough that his sleeve brushed her shoulder. He examined the window frame, the hinge, the lock that had been painted shut and was now clearly broken. No tools, no forced entry from outside. The break is on the interior seal. She heard what he did not say. Whatever opened this was already inside. The scraping sound did not return. The house had settled into the damp gray stillness of early morning, the kind that followed crisis like a held breath. Below them, the children began to stir, voices rising from the east wing. A cough, a question, the clatter of Mrs. Achterberg's pans. Renske looked at the shoe one more time. A child's, worn at the heel, left in the center of an empty room as if placed there with intention. We need to close it, she said, for now. Desmond pulled the window shut. The frame resisted, swollen with moisture, but he forced it into place and wedged a splinter of broken trim into the latch to hold it. It was not a real solution, it was a stopgap. They walked down together, not speaking, the silence between them different from the old hostility. Fuller, heavy with the weight of knowledge they had not yet named. The day was a slow drift back toward routine. Mrs. Abrava established a triage kitchen in the East Wing's common room, boiling rice and broth on a can fauve, while the smell of gas mixed with damp plaster. Juniper disappeared into the crawlspace with a headlamp and a crowbar, emerging only to request lumber and concrete mix that no one had. Renske moved through the halls, checking the sick, counting the well, redirecting children away from flooded sections. The power was still out. Water had to be boiled, lanterns had to be refilled. A rhythm emerged, creaky and improvised but holding. And somewhere in that rhythm, the old sharpness began to return. Desmond appeared beside her at the tea station, reaching for the same kettle, their hands almost colliding. He pulled back first. "After you." "Generous." "I am a generous man." She poured, then held the kettle out to him. He took it, and their fingers did not touch, but the space between them felt thinner than it had before, like a thread pulled taut. She felt it again at noon, when she passed him in the narrow hallway near the supply room. He was carrying a box of canned goods, and she had to press herself against the wall to let him through. He moved past, careful, slow, and for a moment the box obscured his face, but his shoulder brushed her chest and she held her breath without meaning to. Neither said anything, neither looked back. She told herself it was proximity, forced closeness after days of crisis. The body mistook survival for intimacy. It meant nothing. Then she found him in the office at 3 in the afternoon, on the phone, his back to the door, his voice low. "I understand the timing is unfortunate, but I am not pursuing it, and I will not be pursuing it. Tell Cross to move on." Pause. "No, I made that call before she arrived and I have not revisited it since. The situation has changed." Another pause. Longer. "That is my problem to manage, not yours. Goodbye." He hung up. Renske stood in the doorway, the file folder she had come for pressed against her chest. He turned, saw her, did not flinch. "That was about a sale contingency," he said. "I looked into it before you came. Before the will. Before I understood what keeping this place would mean." "How far did you get?" He held her gaze. "Far enough to know the terms, not far enough to sign anything." "And you have not pursued it since?" "No." She believed him. That was the problem. She believed him, and she still felt the cold edge of what he had been willing to do before she became a variable he had to calculate around. "How many other things did you start before I arrived that you have not told me about him?" He said nothing. "Desmond, I came here to close this place." His voice was quiet, flat, the voice of a man stating a fact he had already accepted. "I built a plan for that outcome. I made calls. I explored contingencies. I had a timeline, a budget, and a relocation schedule drawn up before I ever set foot on the ferry. And now?" He looked at her, gray eyes steady, jaw tight. "Now I have a hole in my foundation, a boiler full of seawater, 40 children who trust me more than they should, and a woman who keeps putting herself between Daintree and everyone else without counting the cost." He set the phone down. "I have not made that call again, and I will not." The silence stretched. Somewhere in the hall, a child laughed. The house creaked around them, wet and tired and still standing. Renske did not know if what she felt was trust or the desperate hope that she had not been wrong about him. She did not know if the difference mattered anymore. "So way. The Katie nice. I came here to close this place." His voice was quiet, flat, the voice of a man stating a fact he had already accepted. "I built a plan for that outcome. I made calls, I explored contingencies, I had a timeline, a budget, and a relocation schedule drawn up before I ever set foot on the ferry." "And now?" He looked at her, gray eyes steady, jaw tight. "Now I have a hole in my foundation, a boiler full of seawater, 40 children who trust me more than they should, and a woman who keep putting herself between danger and everyone else without counting the cost. He set the phone down. I have not made that call again, and I will not. The silence stretched. Somewhere in the hall, a child laughed. The house creaked around them, wet and tired and still standing. Renske did not know if what she felt was trust or the desperate hope that she had not been wrong about him. She did not know if the difference mattered anymore. Chapter 21. They stood in the office doorway, the silence between them warped by what he had just admitted and what she had not yet asked. Renske felt the file folder against her chest like a shield. She lowered it. How many calls did you make before you met me? Enough to know the options. That is not an answer. He crossed to the window, looked out at the flooded yard. The water had receded overnight, but left a film of silt across the grass. The fence line was still buried. I spoke to 3 potential buyers, he said. 2 investors interested in converting the property into seasonal rentals. 1 developer who wanted to raise the building and subdivide the lot. And you did not tell me. I came here to close the place, Renske. I did not know you existed until I walked into the front hall and found you unpacking boxes. What was I supposed to do? Hand you a list of every contingency I had explored before I knew what this place meant? You could have told me the truth. When? During our first argument, when you made it clear you thought I was the enemy? Or during the second, when you were right? She wanted to push harder. She wanted to ask how long he had planned, how many children he had already written off in his spreadsheets, how many nights he had slept soundly knowing the relocation schedules sat in his bag like a promise to the state. But she had heard the phone call. She had heard his voice drop when he said the situation had changed. You told Cross to move on. I did. That is not the same as canceling the contingency. He turned from the window, gray eyes flat. I never signed anything. There is nothing to cancel. I have simply declined to proceed. And if you had signed? Then I would be tearing up a contract instead of telling you this. She wanted to believe the distinction mattered. Maybe it did. Maybe he had left himself room to change course because some part of him had known, even before the will, that this place would not let him go. She set the file folder on the desk. I am going to check on the twins. When I come back, I want to see every document you have on those contingencies. Names, dates, turns, everything. He nodded once. Fair. She walked past him into the hall, her shoulder brushing the doorframe, and felt his eyes on her back the whole way. The East Wing common room smelled of boiled rice, damp wool, and the faint chemical edge of Mrs. Achterberg's bleach solution. Children sat in clusters on the floor, playing cards, reading, or simply staring at nothing with the hollow eyes of the exhausted. Tobin sat apart from the group, a notebook open on his knee. He was writing in small, precise letters, his tongue pressed against his upper lip. Renske sat down beside him. What are you working on? He did not look up. Inventory. Inventory of what? Things we lost, things we still have, things we need. She looked at the page. Columns, quantities, dates. He had already listed the flooded mattresses, the spoiled food, the number of flashlights remaining, the amount of drinking water. Tobin. He stopped writing. I did not come here to tell you what to do. I came to see if you are okay. I am fine. You do not have to be fine. He looked at her then, and for a moment his face was younger than his 8 years, the vigilance stripped away by something raw. Are you going to tell us what happens next? I will tell you as soon as I know. And Mr. Achterberg? Is he going to leave? She thought about Dennis standing in the office, saying, I have not made that call again. And I will not. No, she said. I do not think he is. Tobin held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded once and went back to his notebook. She left him to his columns and walked toward the stairs, past Pilar, who was sitting cross-legged in the hallway, her sketchbook open to a new drawing she did not let Renske see. Mrs. Achterberg caught her at the landing. Something happened. It was not a question. Desmond had some contingencies he did not tell me about, sale options, investor contacts. He looked in them before he knew the will. And now? He says he has not pursued them since the storm. Mrs. Achterberg studied her with the patience of someone who had watched 30 years of people come and go on Tillicum Spit. Do you believe him? Renske thought of his voice on the phone, the flat certainty when he said the situation has changed, the way he had looked at her in the doorway, as if daring her to find a lie. I believe he is telling me the truth right now. I do not know if I trust what he will do when the deadline gets closer. Mrs. Achterberg nodded slowly, then gestured toward the kitchen. Come, the rice is done, and the ferry just came in. The ferry carried a package from the supply order Desmond had placed through Pendleton's credit line. Renske signed for it at the back door, the canvas sack smelling of dry goods, and carried it to the kitchen where Mrs. Achterberg was already pulling out pot. Desmond appeared as she set the sack on the counter. He held a folder. Everything I have on the contingencies. Names, dates, terms. She took it, did not open it. Thank you. He nodded. They stood in the kitchen, the stove hissing, the smell of rice thickening, and the silence between them felt less like a wall and more like a door left slightly ajar. Then Mrs. Achterberg's phone rang. She answered, listened, and her face changed. That was Mikhail Quayle's office, she said, hanging up. He is moving up the compliance benchmark. Wants the updated personnel records and the fire inspection certificate by Friday instead of Monday. Friday was 3 days away. Renske turned to Desmond. The folder in her hands suddenly felt lighter than the weight of what they had to produce. He said nothing. He was already reaching for his phone. The house creaked around them. The boiler groaned. Somewhere above, a child laughed. The clock was ticking. Now it ticked faster. Chapter 22. The folder felt heavier in her hands than it had any right to be. Renske carried it to the office, set it on the desk, and opened the cover. Desmond's handwriting filled the first page. Neat, precise, the kind of script that left no room for ambiguity. 3 columns. Property names, contact dates, terms discussed. She read each line twice. 2 investors, 1 developer. All 3 conversations had happened before she stepped off the ferry, before Desmond knew the will existed, before he had seen the children's faces, or watched Pilar paint, or held a cool cloth to Marcus's forehead. What am I looking for? She asked. He stood in the doorway, arms crossed, gray eyes fixed on her hands. Proof that I am telling the truth. I am looking at names and dates. I am not looking at a signature. There is no signature. She flipped through the remaining pages, email threads, property assessments, a preliminary timeline for relocation and decommissioning. The document was thorough, coldly thorough, the work of a man who had done this before and knew exactly how to do it again. She closed the folder. Why did you keep it? He did not look away. Because I did not know if I would need it. Mrs. Achterberg's phone rang again before Renske could answer. The cook picked up, listened, and began writing on the back of a receipt. She asked 2 questions, then hung up. Michael is faxing the updated compliance list. He wants a response by noon tomorrow. The fax machine in the corner whirred to life, spitting paper with the slow certainty of a verdict. Renske crossed the room and took the first page as it fed through. The list was not long. It did not need to be. Updated personnel records for all staff, signed and notarized. Fire inspection certificate, current within 30 days. Boiler safety compliance documentation. Structural assessment of East Wing Foundation. Complete medication administration logs for the past 6 months. Staffing schedule demonstrating minimum overnight coverage. Emergency evacuation plan, updated and drilled within the past quarter. 7 items, each one a door that could still close. She handed the page to Desmond. He read it without changing expression. The boiler compliance alone requires a certified technician. There is no certified technician on Tillicum Spit. Then we find one. The closest is in Port Angeles, 2 ferries, a day-and-a-half round trip if the weather holds. Then you go. Renske. Do not tell me it is impossible. Tell me what it costs and how long it takes. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he pulled out his phone and started scrolling. The staff room filled slowly. Mrs. Arbor arrived with a pot of tea and a stack of cups. Juniper came up from the crawl space, her hands gray with dust, her face carrying the weight of what she had seen under the foundation. Pilar appeared in the doorway with her sketchbook, then slid into the corner without being asked. Renske did not tell her to leave. Desmond pinned the compliance list to the corkboard with 4 deliberate pushes of his thumb. 7 items, he said. We have 3 days. Here is the math. He pulled a marker from the tray and began writing on the whiteboard beside the list. Personnel records. I can have those ready by tomorrow morning if we work tonight. Notarization requires a trip to the mainland, but Pendleton can meet the noon ferry. Fire inspection certificate. He drew a line. Greta's husband is a retired fire marshal. He owes her a favor. If we call before noon, he can be here by evening. Boiler compliance. He wrote the words larger. This is the hard one. I know a certified technician in Port Angeles. I can be there by tomorrow afternoon and back by the following morning. But that leaves 1 day to complete the assessment and file the paperwork. Juniper shook her head. The boiler is full of seawater. Even if the technician certifies the assembly, it will take days to dry before testing. Then we test it dry and document the certification as pending? And when Quaid asks why the boiler is not operational? Because it was submerged in a flood. That is not a compliance violation. It is a documented emergency response. Renske watched him lay out the timeline, each line clean and unhesitating. He had done this before. He knew how to build a case, how to frame a crisis as a process, how to make failure look like progress if you arranged the words carefully enough. But there was something else in the way he moved, a tightness at the corners of his mouth, a hesitation before each new line. He was not sure either. The foundation, she said. He stopped writing. Item 5, structural assessment of the East Wing Foundation. Juniper said that bracing it takes 4 to 5 days and materials we do not have. The room went quiet. Juniper set her tea down. I can brace it in 3 if I work straight through, but I need lumber, concrete mix, and 2 people who can follow directions. Where do we get the materials? The supply yard in Bellingham, but the ferry schedule means a full day for pickup and return. Desmond drew another line on the board. So we split. I go to Port Angeles for the technician, Juniper goes to Bellingham for the materials. And who files the personnel records? Who updates the evacuation plan? Who handles the medication logs? We divide the work. Divide. She heard her own voice sharpen. You keep saying that, but every time you draw a line, the list splits into pieces that still add up to the same problem. There are 2 of us, Desmond. 2. And the children still need to eat, sleep, and not notice that the adults are running on a 3-3 deadline. I am aware of the math. Then stop pretending that drawing lines on a board fixes it. The silence shifted. Pilar's pencil moved across her sketchbook, a slow scratch that sounded louder than it should have. Desmond set the marker down. "You are right," he said. "It does not fix it, but it maps the territory, and I would rather know exactly how far we have to go than pretend the distance is shorter than it is." She looked at him at the whiteboard with its 7 items and 4 lines drawn through hope, at Juniper with dust in her hair and a foundation she could not brace alone, at Pilar in the corner drawing the moment into a permanent record, at the folder on the desk full of contingencies he had not pursued. "Okay," she said. "Map it." He picked up the marker. "Personnel records. You. Fire inspection. Miss Arbor can make that call." Mrs. Arbor nodded. "Boiler technician. Me. Building supplies. Juniper. That leaves the medication logs, the evacuation drill, and the staffing schedule." "I will take the logs." "The drill needs both of us. Then we do it at shift change when the children are already gathering for meals." He wrote it down. The timeline took shape, tight but not impossible, each piece dependent on the next. "One more thing," he said. "The budget." Renske's jaw tautened. "The compliance list does not ask about the budget." "No, but the budget determines whether we can pay the technician, buy the materials, and keep the lights on while we do it. I have been running the numbers. We are hemorrhaging money in 3 places: the food line, the maintenance contracts, and the payroll padding." "Payroll padding?" "The former director was paying 2 full-time salaries for positions that do not exist. 1 night supervisor who never worked a full shift. 1 administrative assistant who has not been on the island in 6 months. She had read that the adults had been planning because planning felt like control. But Onyeka was not asking about the plan. He was asking about the outcome." Renske answered before Desmond could. "If we fail the inspection, the state places the children in licensed facilities. That means splitting residents across multiple counties. 40 automations are already from out of its Trudy. 41 are kids, scattered." "And us? The ones about to age out?" "We do not know." Onyeka held her gaze. Then he nodded once, pushed off the wall, and walked out of the room. Marisol followed. Deshawn paused at the door. "We are not kids," he said. "If you need help with the drill or the logs, we can do it. We have been running this house longer than either of you." He left before Renske could answer. She turned back to the whiteboard. 7 items, 40 children, 3 days. Desmond was watching her. "You let them stay," he said. "They were already listening. Pretending they were not would have been worse." "That is not what I mean." She waited. "You let them stay because you believe they have a right to know? That is not standard policy." "Standard policy does not care about this house." "No, it does not." He held her gaze a moment longer, then looked at the board. "I will call the technician. I will call Pendleton about the notary." They moved past each other in the narrow space between the desk and the door. His shoulder brushed hers. She felt the contact like a current. Neither acknowledged it. At the threshold, she stopped. "Desmond." He turned. "The cuts, the food line, the maintenance contracts, the phantom salaries. If we freeze them, what do the children lose?" "Nothing they should have been expected to live without in the first place." That was not an answer, but it was the truth, and she heard the difference between the two. She nodded. They went in separate directions. The house creaked around them. Somewhere above, a child's voice called out, and another answered, and the sound of footsteps moved across the floor like a heartbeat the building had almost forgotten it still had. 3 days. The boiler groaned, and in the sealed room at the end of the 3rd-floor hall, the splinter of trim she had wedged into the window frame shifted, a fine hairline crack opening in the paint where the nails had been pulled. The scraping sound did not start, but the silence before it felt different than it had before. Hope my good little was placed to feed a fats those last trek crests. Chapter 23. The morning light came thin and gray through the kitchen windows. Renske stood at the counter with a mug gone cold in her hands, watching the older teens filter through for breakfast in pairs and threes. Deshawn had the drill apart on the back table, cleaning salt corrosion from the chuck. Marisol portioned oatmeal into bowls, with the same economy Mrs. Achterberg used when rationing supplies. The house was working. That was the thing. The kids had absorbed the crisis and turned it into routine without anyone telling them to. Polar appeared in the doorway, sketchbook pressed to her chest, and slid into the chair across from Renske without asking. "You look worse than the boiler." "Thank you." "I am not being mean. I am observing." Polar flipped the sketchbook open, revealing a charcoal drawing of the morning kitchen. Renske at the counter, the teens at work, the light falling through the salt-crusted windows in long gray slabs. "It looks like a painting of people who have already lost." Renske set the mug down. "We haven't lost." "You have 3 days. The boiler is dead, the foundation is cracked, the state wants paperwork that does not exist." Polar's voice was flat, clinical. "But that is not what the drawing is about." "What is it about?" Polar turned the sketchbook around. In the foreground, almost hidden in the shadow beneath the table, a child's hand pressed flat against the floor. Open. Waiting. "Someone is going to need catching," Polar said, "before this is over." She closed the book and walked out before Renske could answer. The ferry horn sounded at 10:47. Desmond had been gone since dawn, taking the first boat to Port Angeles to retrieve the boiler technician. Juniper had left an hour before him, her truck loaded with empty fuel cans and a list of building supply yards in Bellingham. That left Renske alone with 40 children, a skeleton staff, and a compliance list that could not wait. She worked through the morning in fragments. Medication logs with Mrs. Achterberg, evacuation routes with Tobin, a fire inspection walkthrough with Greta's retired husband, a man named Earl who moved through the building with the patience of someone who had seen worse fires than this house could ever produce. "Your extinguishers are old," he said at the East Wing landing. "But they are mounted right. That counts." "Will you pass us?" "I will write what I see." He met her eyes. "Whether that passes or fails is the state's job, not mine." It was not a no. It was not yes, but it was honest, and Renske found herself grateful for that. By noon, the first crack showed. She was in the office reviewing the personnel files Desmond had flagged when the phone rang. A woman's voice, clipped and professional. "Is this the director of Harrowgate Home?" "Yes. I am calling from the Maris Family Foundation. I need to confirm the status of our pledged grant for the current fiscal year." Renske's stomach tightened. The Maris grant, $15,000, approved before the former director died, earmarked for building maintenance. "The grant is active," she said carefully. "We have not drawn on it yet." "That is actually why I'm calling. We have filter reports of leadership instability at the facility, changes in directorship, unresolved licensing issues. Our board needs reassurance before we release funds." Renske pressed her free hand flat against the desk. "There have been transitions," she said, "but the home is fully operational. We have a compliance inspection this week, and we expect to pass. Can you provide documentation of current licensure status and proof of financial solvency by end of business today?" The word sat in the air like a weight. "Today?" "Our board meets tomorrow morning. Without that documentation, the grant will be paused until the licensing review is resolved." Renske's jaw tightened. "I will send what I can." "Thank you. I hope you understand. We want to support you, but we also have a responsibility to our donors." The alarm went dead. She sat in the silence for a long moment. $15,000. Enough to cover the boiler repair. Enough to pay Delia the back wages she was owed. Enough to buy materials Juniper needed for the foundation brace. Paused. She set the receiver down carefully, as if it might break. Then the second crack hit. Earl had just finished the fire inspection and was packing his gear when the front door opened and a man walked in without knocking. He was broad, mid-50s, wearing a canvas jacket with a fishing supply company logo on the chest. He carried a clipboard and an expression Renske recognized from too many collection calls. Looking for Desmond Achterberg. He is not here. The man studied her. You the new director? One of them. He pulled a folded invoice from the clipboard and held it out. This is the third notice. I have been patient because of the storm, but I have a business to run and I cannot keep extending credit to a facility that might not exist next month. Renske took the invoice. The amount at the bottom was $5,300, past due 90 days. For what? Building supplies, lumber, pipe fittings, insulation, ordered by the former director, delivered and fined for. He pointed to a signature at the bottom. That is not my problem. The invoice is unpaid. Who are you? Named is Lloyd Parrish. I own the hardware supply on the mainland side of the second ferry. He looked past her at the peeling wallpaper, the bucket still set out in the hallway for the occasional drip. I do not want to shut you off, but I cannot keep floating you either. Renske spotted her hand back gently. I do not know how, she said. I have never know how. Mrs. Achterberg nodded. I know. That is why I am telling you now. The afternoon passed in a blur of calls, paperwork, and compounding bad news. I have to accept. It's a terrifying fall, at the people's screen, probably bottling sporters, before the former director died, earmarked for building maintenance. The grant is active, she said carefully. We have not drawn on it yet. That is actually why I am calling you. We have received reports of leadership instability at the facility, changes in directorship, unresolved licensing issues. Our board needs reassurance before we release funds. Renske pressed her free hand flat against the desk. There have been transitions, she said, but the home is fully operational. We have a compliance inspection this week, and we expect to pass. Can you provide documentation of current licensure status and proof of financial solvency by end of business today? The words sat in the air like a weight. Today? Our board meets tomorrow morning. Without that documentation, the grant will be paused until the licensing review is resolved. Renske pulled her hand back gently. I do not know how, she said. I have never know how. Mrs. Achterberg nodded. I know. That is why I'm telling you now. The afternoon passed in a blur of calls, paperwork, and compounding bad news. By 4 o'clock, Renske had confirmed that 2 more vendors had extended credit to Harrowgate under the former director, both overdue, both demanding payment. By 5, a message arrived from Pendleton. The county records office had flagged the property deed for review, and the title transfer from Elias Harrowgate's estate was being held pending proof of ongoing operation. By 6, the boiler groaned so loudly that the children in the east wing stopped mid-sentence and looked at the walls. Desmond's ferry was due back at 8. Renske sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by papers, as the light drained out of the sky. The house was quiet, the children were fed, the compliance list was half done, and tomorrow would bring more of the same. Mrs. Achterberg had gone home for the night. Juniper was still on the mainland, loading her truck with concrete mix and rebar. Pilar had disappeared into her room, sketchbook in hand. Renske was alone. She pulled the cracked watch off her wrist and set it on the table. For a long moment, she just looked at it. The scratches on the face. The broken strap she had mended with tape 3 times. The way it still kept time even when everything else in her life had not. She did not hear the door open, but she felt the presence. She looked up. Desmond stood in the kitchen doorway, wet with fairy spray, his face carrying the exhaustion of a day spent negotiating with a man who had priced the technician's visit at double the normal rate and demanded cash up front. "He is coming tomorrow," Desmond said. "He took the payment." "Good." The word came out smaller than she intended. Desmond stepped closer. He looked at 2 papers spread across the table, the unpaid invoices, the paused grant notice, the payment plan awaiting both their signatures. "How bad?" she told him. "Every number, every call, every deadline." When she finished, he did not speak for a long moment. Then he pulled out the chair across from her and sat down. "We will fix it." "How?" "I do not know yet." He met her eyes. "But I am not leaving." The words landed differently than they had before, not as reassurance, as fact. Renske held his gaze, and in the silence between them, in the kitchen of a house that was falling apart around them, something shifted. "I need you to sign the payment plan," she said. "Lloyd Parrish, 5,300. He wants both directors." Desmond took the paper, read it, signed. Then he looked at her. "What else?" She pulled the paused grant notice toward her. "I need to figure out how to prove solvency by end of business tomorrow." "Then we start tonight." He reached for the stack of papers and began sorting them into categories. Renske watched him for a moment, the precision of his hands, the way he moved through crosses like it was a language he had learned before he knew words. Then she picked up the pen. They worked through the evening in shared silence, the boiler groaning beneath them, the house settling around them, the cracks in everything still visible but not fatal. At some point, Pilar appeared in the doorway with 2 bowls of rice and vegetables that Mrs. Barbara had left in the fridge. She set them on the table without a word and left. Desmond looked at the bowl. "She fed us." "She feeds everyone." He picked up the fork. "That is not nothing." Renske watched him eat, and for a moment, the weight of the day lifted enough for her to breathe. Then the phone rang. She answered. It was Lloyd Parrish again. "Change of plans," he said. "I just got a call from Harlan Cross. He says he has a prior claim on the building supplies ordered for Harrowgate. He is demanding a lien hearing." Renske's hand tightened on the receiver. "When?" "Next week, but that is not the problem." Lloyd paused. "He is telling everyone on the island that you and Achterberg are preparing to sell. He says he has proof." Chapter 24. She called Lloyd back. "Tell me exactly what he said." "That he has a prior claim on the supplies. That he will produce a signed letter of intent from the former director promising right of first refusal on all vendor contracts. That he wants a lien hearing before the county records office can release the deed." Renske's fingers tightened on the receiver. "That letter is not worth the paper it is printed on." "Does not matter what it is worth," Lloyd said. "Matters what it costs to fight, and he knows you do not have that money." She thanked him, hung up, and stood in the kitchen with the receiver still warm in her hand. Desmond watched her from the table. "Harlan Cross. He claims a prior claim on the supply contracts, wants a lien hearing. He is bluffing." "He does not need to win." Renske set the phone down. "He just needs to delay the deed transfer long enough for the county to flag us non-operational." Desmond was already reaching for his folder. "Then we file a counter-affidavit before he can file his claim. Teldington can notarize it on the morning ferry." She nodded, but something else was already forming behind her ribs. Not strategy, not fear. Something older. The feeling of ground shifting under her feet and knowing the only way to steady it was to move faster than the collapse. "I will call Pendleton in the morning," she said. "First light." "Renske." "I need to finish the medication logs." Mrs. Abra flagged 3 entries that do not match the dosages we actually gave tonight. "Renske." She was already at counter, pulling the binder from the shelf. "And the foundation brace Juniper needs. She said 3 days if she works straight through. That means I need to clear the East Wing storage by tomorrow afternoon, so she has room to stage the materials." "You are doing it again." She turned. "Doing what?" Desmond set down the pen. "The thing where the crisis gets bigger and you get smaller, taking on more weight because you do not trust anyone else to hold it." "I trust you. I trust Mrs. Abra. I trust Juniper, but none of you can be in 3 places at once." "Neither can you." She opened her mouth to argue, but the words caught, because he was right. She was already splitting into pieces, 1 hand on the medication log, 1 on the phone to Pendleton, 1 on the storage room schedule. 3 hands, none of them her own. She closed the binder. "I am fine," she said. "No, you are not." Desmond stood. "But that is not the problem. The problem is that you will say you are fine right up until you are not, and by then it will be too late for anyone to catch you." Renske stared at him. The words hit somewhere deep, somewhere she had sealed shut years ago, and she felt them crack the seal. She said nothing. He held her gaze for a long moment, then turned and walked out of the kitchen. She did not sleep. By dawn, she had finished the medication logs, reviewed the evacuation routes with Tobin, called Pendleton about the counter affidavit, cleared half the East Wing storage, started the breakfast shift when Marisol did not show, and written 3 case notes for children she had not had time to check on personally. By 8, Mrs. Abra found her in the pantry, pressing a list of inventory shortages against the walls so hard the paper tore. "You are bleeding," Mrs. Abra said. Renske looked down. The cracked watch strap had caught on a nail and pulled the skin raw. A thin line of blood traced her wrist. "It is fine." "It is not fine." Mrs. Abra took the list from her hand, set it on the shelf, and put a bowl of broth in its place. "Drink." "I do not have time." "You do not have time to collapse either, but you will make time for that when your body decides for you." Renske looked at the broth. Steam curled off the surface. She could smell the salt and the ginger, the same broth Mrs. Abra made every morning, the same broth she had fed to Mateo when his fever broke, to the twins when they came in from the rain, to her on the night of the storm when she had not asked for anything. "I do not know how to let go," she said. Desmond stood. He held out his hand. "Then start with one thing." She looked at his hand. Then she took it. Chapter 25. The thaw came to Tillicum Spit in fits. Gray sky breaking to weak sun, then sealing again. Renske noticed because the ferry schedule shifted, because the light held longer over the water, and because the children started leaving footprints in the softening mud. But Onyeka did not go outside. She saw him at meals, sliding into the kitchen at the last minute, taking a plate to the corner table where the younger kids left him alone, because his silence read as warning. He ate fast. He left before anyone could ask him to stay. Renske told herself it was just the deadline pressure. The compliance list was 3 days out, and the whole house felt it. Onyeka had always carried himself like someone who expected adults to fail him. That was not new. What was new was how he stopped pretending. She found him on Tuesday afternoon, sitting on the back steps where the boards were still warped from the flood. He had a book open on his knee, but his eyes were on the tree line, tracking nothing. She sat down a few feet away, not close enough to crowd. You skipped the meeting this morning. What meeting? The transition planning session with Mrs. Abra about county resources for youth aging out. Anyeka turned a page he had not read. I know what resources they have. A garbage bag and a phone number that changes every 6 months. The words were flat, not angry. That was worse. We are trying to do better than that, she said. Sure. He closed the book. When is the next ferry? 4:30. Good. He stood and walked inside. She let it go because there were other fires. The boiler technician was due on the afternoon ferry, and Desmond had spent the morning clearing the East Wing storage with Deshawn. Tobin had taken over the inventory system, lining up cans and boxes on the pantry shelves with a level of precision that made her chest ache. Marisol was running the breakfast shift now, and the kitchen had not burned down yet. Renske was delegating. She was trying, but she kept seeing Anyeka's face on the steps. That flatness. The way he said, good, like he had already stopped needing the answer. She found Desmond in the East Wing common room, stacking mildewed boxes into a pile for disposal. His sleeves were rolled, and there was a line of dust across his collarbone. How is the boiler tech? Ferry's on time. He will assess tonight. Desmond straightened, nodded toward the hallway. What is wrong? It was not a question. Anyeka is pulling away, she said. More than usual. He skipped the transition meeting. He says he already knows what the county offers. Desmond's jaw tightened. He wiped his hands on his trousers, then met her eyes. I noticed something this morning. He gave his boots to one of the younger boys. Said they were too small. They are not too small. I saw him wear them last week. Exactly. Desmond picked up another box. He is getting rid of things he cannot carry. The words landed cold in her chest. Things he cannot carry. She thought of her own cracked watch, the raw wrist, the list of 23 tasks. I will talk to him, she said. You already tried. He walked away. Then what do you suggest? Desmond set the box down. I suggest you stop treating this like a problem you can fix in one conversation. He is not angry at you. He is preparing to leave before he is thrown out. Renske opened her mouth to argue, then closed it, because that was exactly what it looked like. She found Anyeka again at dusk in the empty boys' dorm, stuffing a backpack under his bed. Not clothes. A few books. A toothbrush. A worn photograph of his mother that he kept in his nightstand. He did not hear her come in. She said his name quietly. He spun, and for a second his face cracked open. Fear. Plain and unguarded. Then it sealed. Just organizing, he said. Anyeka. What? She sat on the edge of the nearest bed. The mattress sagged. The springs creaked. The boots, she said. It's backpack. The transition meeting. I know what this looks like. Then you know there is nothing to talk about. I know you are scared. He flinched. The word landed hard. I am not scared of anything, he said, voice flat again. I am just not stupid. Neither am I. He stared at her. The backpack hung loose in his hand. I looked up the county placement rules, he said. When I turn 18, I am a legal adult. Harrowgate does not have to keep me. The state does not have to place me. I am unclaimed. Those are the rules for people without a plan. We are building a plan. Your plan is 3 days from fairing the inspection. He tossed the backpack onto the bed. I am not waiting for you to figure out which county I get sent to. He walked out. By 9 that night, Renske had not seen him in 2 hours. She checked the common room, the kitchen, the basement steps. Nothing. Desmond found her in the hallway, drying her hands on her jeans. He is not in the house, she said. Garage? No. Check the cannery. She looked at him. He is not going to the cannery. The stairs are rotted. He is not going there for safety. He is going there because it is the only place no one checks. Renske grabbed her coat. The wind hit her as she stepped outside, still wet from the ebbing tide. The sky was dark, moon hidden behind low cloud. She crossed the yard, boots sinking into the mud, and followed the path toward the shuttered tannery at the spit's edge. The building loomed black against the water. One door hung crooked on its hinges, a gap she could fit through. She stepped inside. The smell hit her first, rotting wood, salt, and something metallic. The floorboard groaned under her weight. Onyeka. Silence. Then, from the dark, his voice. I am not going back tonight. She did not move. Okay, she said. Then I will stay. She heard him shift. A board creaked. Why? She looked into the dark where his voice had come from. Because I should have done this sooner, she said, and because you are not unclaimed. The silence stretched. Outside, the ferry horn sounded across the water. 4:30 came and went. In the dark, Onyeka said nothing at all. Chapter 26. The ferry horn sounded again, farther now, pulling away into the channel. Renske stood in the dock of the cannery, her eyes adjusting to the shape of Onyeka against the far wall. He had not moved since she spoke. His silence was not refusal. It was something worse. A waiting that had given up on being answered. I looked up the rules too, she said, when I was your age. Nothing. I was 17 in a group home in Spokane. I knew the exact date I aged out. I counted it like a sentence. A board creaked. He shifted. And I spent the next 10 years proving I was worth keeping around. Every job, every placement, every time someone needed something, I was the one who showed up. That sounds like a plan. It sounds like survival. She stepped forward, one foot, then another. The floor groaned. But it is not the same as being home. He laughed, short and hollow. You think this place is home? I think it can be. It is a building. His voice cracked on the last word. A building that is falling apart. You have 3 days before the state takes it. You think they are going to let me stay here after you fail? The word after hit her like cold water. He was not planning to wait for the inspection. He was planning for it to fail. Onyeka, do not. Look at me. He did not. She crossed the rest of the distance. The light from the gap in the door fell across his face. He was holding the photographs. His mother, worn at the edges. You are not unclaimed, she said. You already said that. I will keep saying it. He looked up then. His eyes were dry, which made it worse. Dry and flat and finished. 3 days, he said. Then you will be gone too. They walked back in silence. The mud sucked at her boots. The wind had died, leaving the spit in a damp stillness that magnified every sound. Her breathing, the creak of her wet coat, the weight of the boy beside her, walking like a man already gone. The house lights were on when they reached the yard, all of them, kitchen, common room, the upstairs hall. It looked wrong, like a ship lit for evacuation. Desmond met her at the back door. His face told her something had happened before he opened his mouth. Where is Onyeka? Upstairs. Deshawn is with him. What? Harlan Cross made a call. Desmond's jaw worked. To Pendleton. To the county clerk. To anyone who would listen. He is telling the island I signed a sale agreement before I arrived. But you did not. I know I did not, but the former director signed a letter of intent. Cross is claiming it binds the property. Renske stepped past him into the kitchen. Mrs. Abra stood at the counter, phone pressed to her ear, her face carved into something Renske had never seen before. Worry. Mrs. Avra hung up. 3 more vendors called, she said. They want payment or they will refuse future orders. The hardware store in Port Townsend, the medical supply house, the fuel company. All of them? All of them. She set the phone down. Cross has been busy. Ren's to turn to Desmond. You told him to move on. You said you killed it. I told him verbally. There was no contract to cancel. Then why does he have a letter of intent? Because the former director was incompetent. Or corrupt, possibly both. It was the wrong answer. She heard it the second it left his mouth. Who are feeding from the contact steved, untouched. I am not your enemy, Desmond said. Then stop hiding things that look exactly like what an enemy would do. He flinched, barely, but she saw it. The door from the hall swung open. Tobin stood there, Nell behind him, both in pajamas. Their faces were pale and watchful. Mr. Achterberg? Tobin's voice was small. Is the house being sold? Desmond stopped nude. He looked at Renske. She looked at the children. No, she said. The house is not being sold. Tobin did not look convinced. He held her gaze for a long second, then turned and walked back into the hall. Nell followed. The doors swung shut. Silence. Mrs. Avra picked up the kettle and poured water over tea leaves. The sound filled the room. Onyek is not the only one who knows how to read the weather, she said. Those children heard every word. Renske pressed her palms against the counter. The cracked watch face caught the light. I will call Pendleton, Desmond said. I will get him on the morning ferry with the affidavit. We can file before Cross gets a hearing date. And then? And then we prove nothing was signed. We prove the letter of intent has no force without a countersigned agreement. Can you prove that? He met her eyes. I have to. She did not sleep. She sat in the common room as the house settled around her. The creak of floorboards, the whisper of wind through patched walls. Somewhere above, a door opened and closed. Tobin checking the hall, Nell watching the stairs. At 3 a.m, she heard footsteps on the landing. Desmond stopped in the doorway. He was still in the same shirt, sleeves rolled, dust on his collar. He held a folder. I found the original correspondence, he said, between Cross and the former director. The letter of intent was never notarized. It has no standing. That is good. It is good. He did not move. But it does not undo the damage. The island knows. The vendors know. The children know. She looked up at him. His face was drawn, hollow in the lamplight. Why did you not tell me? He set the folder on the table. Because I did not want you to have another reason to distrust me. She waited. I know what it looks like, he said. A man who came here to close the house, who had plans, who talked to buyers. Then a letter surfaces that looks like proof of a deal. I know. Then why should I believe you now? He did not answer. The clock on the wall ticked. The house breathed around them. Because I have nowhere else to go, he said finally. And because you are the only person on this island who has ever looked at me like I might be worth staying for. The words hung in the air. Renske did not move, neither did he. And in the silence between them, something shifted. Not trust. Not yet. But the possibility of it, fragile as the first crack of light before dawn. Chapter 27. The morning light came gray and thin through the kitchen windows. Renske had not slept. She had not tried. At some point, Desmond had left the common room, and she had sat alone until the first sounds of the house waking. Footsteps on the stairs, a door opening, Nell's voice asking about breakfast. She stood at the counter now, measuring coffee into the percolator, when Carl appeared in the doorway. His face was closed. He held a newspaper folded to a local brief. "You seen this?" She took it. The headline was small but placed, "Harrowgate Home listed for sale, sources say." The text was shorter than the headline. Rumors, unnamed sources, an impending lien hearing. The words closure and relocation appeared in the first paragraph. "Cross put this in," Renske said. "Does it matter who put it in?" Carl's voice was flat. "Half the island read it with their morning eggs. My wife called asking if she should start packing my things." "Carl, I worked here 12 years. I have not been paid in 3 weeks. I am not asking for the money. I am asking for the truth." Renske set the newspaper down. "The house is not for sale." "Then why is that man still here?" Carl pointed toward the hallway where Desmond's footsteps had faded. "He came to close us. Everyone knows it. The paper is just saying what we already heard." The kitchen went quiet. Mrs. Abra stood at the stove, her back to the room. Pilar appeared in the side door, sketchbook pressed to her chest, eyes moving between the adults. Renske felt the weight of every gaze. "Desmond Achterberg is the co-director of this home," she said. "He has been here through the flood, the boiler failure, the inspection prep, and every sick child in this house. He signed a personal payment plan with Lloyd Parish to keep supplies coming. He spent yesterday on 2 ferries to bring back a boiler technician who is currently in the basement trying to save our heat." She paused. "There is a piece of paper from the former director that Cross is using to claim a lien. Desmond never signed it. He did not know about it until he arrived. He told me that. I believe him." Carl's jaw worked. "You believe him?" "Yes, even though he came here to shut us down." "Even though." The silence stretched. Then Carl picked up the newspaper, folded it again, and tucked it under his arm. "I hope you are right," he said, capped out. The kitchen exhaled. Mrs. Abra did not turn around. That took nerve. He was not wrong to ask. No, he was not. But you answered for him anyway. She finally leaked over her shoulder. "The question is whether you meant it." Renske did not answer. She found Desmond in the East Wing storage room, stacking cleared boxes against the far wall. He did not look up when she entered. "Carl read the paper," she said. "I know." Greta called Mrs. Abra. The fuel company called again. Pendleton called twice, asking if we need to move the affidavit filing to this afternoon. He set a box down. His hands were steady. His face was not. "What did you tell Carl?" "The truth. That you never signed anything. That I believe you." Desmond turned. "After everything I hid from you, after the folder, after the letter, you told them you believe me." "I told them when I needed them to hear." She stepped closer. "I am still furious with you." "I know. I am still not sure I trust you." "I know that too." "Then what are we doing?" He wiped dust from his hands. The morning light through the high window cut a sharp line across his face. "We are standing in a storage room at 6 in the morning," he said, "with a boiler technician in the basement, a lien hearing pending, an inspection in 3 days, and 40 children who will be scattered across 4 counties if we fail. We are doing what we have to do." "And after the inspection?" "After the inspection, you can decide if you want to keep being furious with me." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." She felt the heat rise in her chest, the exhaustion, the fear, the anger she had been pressing down since the letter of intent surfaced, since the newspaper, since every call that came in with bad news. "You should have told me," she said. "I know." I am still not sure I trust you. I know that too. Then what are we doing? He wiped dust from his hands. The morning light through the high window cut a sharp line across his face. We are standing in a storage room at 6 in the morning, he said, with a boiler technician in the basement, a lien hearing pending, an inspection in 3 days, and 40 children who will be scattered across 4 counties if we fail. We are doing what we have to do. And after the inspection? After the inspection, you can decide if you want to keep Key furious with me. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She felt the heat rise in her chest, the exhaustion, the fear, the anger she had been pressing down since the letter of intent surfaced, since the newspaper, since every call that came in with bad news. You should have told me, she said. I know. I have to defend you to the staff without knowing the full truth. I had to stand in front of Carl and claim you were trustworthy while I was still wondering if I was being lied to. Desmond's throat moved. I was not lying. No, you were hiding. That is almost worse. He did not argue. The silence between them was raw and open, the way a wound is open before it clots. If we split, Renske said, they go. Every one of them. Tobin and Nell get separated. Pilar goes back to the group home she ran from. Onyeka ages out into nothing. I know. So we cannot split. No. Even if I want to. Even if you want to. Even if every instinct says walk away and let the county sort it out. Desmond's gray eyes held hers. I have no instinct to walk away. She wanted to believe him. She was not sure she did. But she was not sure she had the luxury of waiting until she was sure. Then we hold the line, she said, together, until the inspection. And after that, we figure out what we are. The words landed harder than either of them expected. Renske looked away first. The technician needs to test the boiler by noon, she said. Pendleton will be on the 11 o'clock ferry with the affidavit. I need you to meet him and file before Cross gets to the courthouse. Already planned? Then do it. He moved past her toward the door. She caught his arm. He stopped. That confession, she said, at 3 in the morning, the one about not having anywhere else to go? I remember what I said. I am not holding it against you. She let go, but I am not pretending it fixes everything either. Desmond's breath came slow. It was not meant to fix anything. It was meant to be true. He walked out. Renske stood alone in the storage room, her hands still raised where she had touched his sleeve. The boiler groaned somewhere below. And from the 3rd floor, faint but unmistakable, came the sound of something scraping across wood. Chapter 28. Renske stood in the storage room, her hands still raised where she had touched Desmond's sleeve. The scraping sound from the 3rd floor had stopped. She waited. The house settled into its usual language, the groan of old pipes, the wind pressing against the east wall, the distant hum of the boiler technician's tools from the basement. Nothing else. She told herself it was the house. Old wood, salt rot, the memory of a sealed room that had been opened and could not be closed again. She walked out. The common room was empty. Mrs. Abra had gone home. The kitchen was dark. The boiler technician had left a note on the counter. Burner assembly drying. Test tomorrow morning. No promises. Renske read it twice. Then she climbed the stairs. She checked the girls' dorm first. Pilar was asleep with her sketchbook open across her chest, one hand still holding a charcoal stick. Nell was curled against Tobin on a floor mattress, their breathing deep and even. The younger ones were tangled in blankets, a heap of arms and legs that looked almost peaceful. She counted heads. 18, 19, 20. She moved to the boys' dorm. The beds were lined along the far wall, a row of lumpy pillows and kicked-off sheets. She counted as she walked. 21, 22, 23. She stopped at the fourth bed from the window. The blanket was pulled taut. The pillow was undisturbed. The sheets were cold. Anyeka's bed had not been slept in. Renske stood very still. She told herself there was an explanation. Bathroom, kitchen, the East Wing storage room where he sometimes read, the cannery. Her chest tightened. She checked the bathroom. Empty. The kitchen. Dark. The East Wing. Shatters and stacked boxes, and a single window rattling in its frame. She climbed to the third floor. The sealed room door was still wedged shut. The hallway was empty. She went back down. The back door was unlocked. Renske stepped onto the porch. The air was cold and wet, the fog thick enough to swallow the yard's far edge. The ferry dock was a smear of light through the gray. The last ferry had arrived at 10. The first would not run until 6. She walked the perimeter. The cannery was dark, its broken door hanging open. She called his name. The wind swallowed it. She checked the supply shed, the old root cellar, the overturned rowboat by the fence line. Nothing. By the time she reached the kitchen again, her hands were shaking. She found the note on his nightstand, a single sheet of paper, folded once, tucked beneath his mother's photograph. Do not come looking. I am not worth the ferry fare. She read it 3 times. Then she opened his closet. The backpack was gone. The boots he had given away were not replaced. The books he kept on the windowsill were missing. The photograph was still there, worn at the edges, the face of a woman he had not seen in years. He had left her the only thing he could not carry. Renske sat on the edge of his empty bed. The room was quiet. The house was quiet. She could hear her own breathing, too fast, too shallow. The weight of the past week pressed down on her chest, the newspaper, the calls, the confrontation in the storage room, the scraping sound from the 3rd floor, the promise she had made on the cannery steps. You are not unclaimed. She had said it, she had meant it, and he had left anyway. She looked at the photograph. The woman's face was soft, younger than Renske had expected, with Anyeka's eyes and the same careful stillness in her mouth. She wondered if he looked at this picture every night, if he talked to it, if he asked it questions the way the younger children asked about their parents, the way Tobin asked about separation, the way Nell asked about staying. She did not hear Desmond come in. He stopped in the doorway. His coat was wet. His hair was dark with fog. He looked at the empty bed, the note in her hand, the photograph beside her. How long? He said. The bed was cold when I checked. 2 hours, maybe 3. The ferry? Last one left at 10. He cannot get off the island tonight. Desmond said nothing. Renske stood. The photograph was still in her hand. She set it back on the nightstand, carefully, the way you set down something that might break. He left a note, she said. He said he is not worth the ferry fare. Desmond's jaw tightened. He is wrong. I know. She pulled the door open, but I needed to hear you say it anyway. She stepped into the fog. The yard was a gray blur. The ferry dock light was gone. The only sound was her own footsteps on the wet grass and the distant rhythmic scrape of something she could not name, coming from somewhere she could not see. Chapter 29. The South Road ate her footsteps. Fog swallowed the fence line, the supply shed, the overturned rowboat she had already checked twice. Renske walked with her hands out, fingers brushing wet grass where the road shoulder dissolved into marsh. The note burned in her pocket. I am not worth the ferry fare. She called his name until her throat went raw. Nothing answered, but the scrape was there now. Steady, deliberate. Someone pulling something across metal. Renske left the road. The marsh grabbed her boots, cold water seeping through the leather before she hit the gravel of the cannery lot. The building reared out of the fog, dark and massive, its corrugated sides streaked with rust. The scrape stopped. She stood still. The silence was wet and thick. She could hear her own heartbeat. She could hear the water lapping at the pilings below. Then the scrape resumed, slower, as if whoever was inside had heard her and was choosing to keep going anyway. The door was the same gap she had used 2 nights ago, the frame warped just enough for a lean person to slip through. She pressed herself sideways, felt the rust flake against her coat, and dropped into the dark. The smell hit her first. Brine, rot, fish oil soaked into wood so old it had become soft. The cannery floor stretched ahead in stripes of moonlight where the roof had failed. Conveyor belts sat frozen, their tracks rusted solid. Somewhere above, a bird shifted and the boards creaked. The scrape came from the back wall, near the loading dock. Renske moved between the conveyor lines, her footsteps loud on the wet concrete. She did not call out this time. If Onyeka was here, he knew she was coming. Calling would only give him time to run. The loading dock was a platform of splintered planks, its roll-up door rusted half-hour open. Beyond it, the inlet lapped at the pilings, black water visible through gaps in the floor. Onyeka sat against the far wall. He had his backpack beside him, the zipper open. His knife was out, the blade catching the dim light as he dragged the sharpening stone along its edge in long, even strokes. He did not look up. Renske stopped at the edge of the platform. "You found me," he said, flat, no surprise. "You wanted to be found." The knife paused, his jaw tightened. Then the scrape resumed, harder this time, the stone biting against the steel. "I left the note," he said. "I did not have to. I could have just gone." "But you wanted someone to read it." He did not answer. The fog pushed through the open door, cold and damp. Renske meads in forward, the next chests of leapt to the best. The sellage had the ship. On your rail has closely jark. "But you wanted someone to read it." He did not answer. The fog pushed through the open door, cold and damp, Renske catching the dim light as he dragged the sharpening stone along its edge in long, even strokes. He did not look up. Renske stopped at the edge of the platform. "You found me," he said, flat, no surprise. "You wanted to be found." The knife paused. His jaw tightened, then the scrape resumed. Harder this time, the stone biting against the steel. "I left the note," he said. "I did not have to. I could have just gone." "But you wanted someone to read it?" He did not answer. The fog pushed through the etch at the Tradoby, to the task the room at my family despides him. Slightly my parents Arogagur, Trebi trips up the shoppy, and always paralyzed symbol, and little Barius continues. See the dead-fighting exception user or the boys that the amazing Crinsel, he said, did not Jurababia? Westa sauced to find Granthman then, it was franted than the cadging, the drame but the slightly very sackest no, but just anyway listen. Ains who guys pretension for the tempage drama is real, and that am I the Trevin is always in the darst, and can I am not terrify the rest to make a fast. I just isn't be fire holding together. Gooted the force back. My prodded it slowly. Bast by the dack ropes her boots, cold water seeping through the leather before she hit the gravel of the cannery lot. The building reared out of the fog, dark and massive, its corrugated sides streaked with rust. The scrape stopped. She stood still. The silence was wet and thick. She could hear her own heartbeat. She could hear the water lapping at the pilings below. Then the scrape resumed, slower, as if whoever was inside had heard her and was choosing to keep going anyway. The door was the same gap. Gamite frost, tones flocaling else for bream who are braining to the speaked hitch stopping and ask to getting the grask. The eyes just really snow disparts as it preciousness of a glorific fiorsy foggery. Renske's casely failed justance, its roof shifted at the clounce of the front as a silence screamed down. I know, she said. Onyaka's breath came sharp. No, you do. I aged out of a group home in Spokane when I was 17. Renske's voice was steady, mistastamium, in the slav-beige of the fade of a two-click husp on 17. Then the scrape was listening. He did not let this just give here. And I am not so every see when they're gonna talk about that billow. His works. Left. It is not with the growth. It is not with the beige. Much alongside. Slightly my consult slow. Looks to note. For a long cline. Doing their heart capped. I wouldn't hear that. Is the statities they were male. And I love them to stevigate the inities it's stricting for out of the truth. I saw it, my politic water dock, but I don't leave him together. When the entire fields go through. That is not comfort, he said. To be 17, and really wanted to be faced, but I would been hold your values, and we should hold yourself. I am now completely expected to not that anyway. We stand by the tramples of a dandry legitism softgia. When you're starting my cline, I am starting out to be out to finically livel. It's hold a part of incidency to listen then at the glormal heiress. I would leave you with your voice. We would really? And begin? Be livin'. I did. Juan, Renske did not answer immediately. He looked at the knife, the backpack, the sharpening stone on the floor. It was a gallant serverman in this sparse of despaceness, if the will his god's gollens, and the transin knows, is use, the winning dock, is ready at tactico, and its sucklo god. Still. Saying street would be connected to the work from peace until, when a grail underspitting induced to goad, make us a datily. Woad, it's the meat confrit. This is the fear. Wall, Renske said. Please, fawd hold about 5 time a half. One of that would be weighted. Don't tell that. I am thou adjusted this profile that it needs solution, and we would have the voyance for this bird. I can take that was a release. Number 2 in a clitter other folder drap. It is not just the cassidal, and it's not where his tech knows. Okay, this way words / wux in Kamel, it is unfurched to this past malevolus. I see Jack and call a quarter of the bices. I decide that the waiting, but if I mean it was a dear's flawless, now I know they were to get. I am not beginning to stop we bearable, coming out right in the stores, and I have to supply the whirring of office chest, but I could want to walk because I've been getting this together. I am not finally getting to create that despite all of this. I'm physically quested about where I can call this process to get making one thing. We is the flawless, I am fearly real. I just want to keep up here like extra-rational beers of the temp house store, but you want to entire draw them. I can think about that extical utter connection extical sensity. Shoddy edge we grow from a rad simple, or the glass quart or the braining approaching, but if she still got my week under your Fran that was changing for a spiavite, we are a releasive click wanted to be fur. Renske followed, Desmond behind her, and the 3 of them walked into the fog together. the cannery groaning behind them as the tide pulled at its bones. The first gray light was breaking over the water when they reached the house. The ferry horn sounded in the distance, and Onyeka stopped at the gate, his hand on the cold iron. "I am not promising anything," he said. "Neither am I," Renske said. He looked at her. Then he walked through the gate, up the path, and into the dark of the house. Desmond stood beside her on the wet gravel. His coat was soaked. His hair was dark with fog. "One night," he said. "One night," she agreed. The ferry horn sounded again, closer now. And somewhere below them, buried beneath the house and the yard and the fog, the scraping sound resumed. Chapter 30. The house swallowed them in silence. Onyeka walked through the front hall without looking at the stairs, without looking at anything, his boots leaving wet prints on the old boards. He did not stop when he reached the corridor to the boys' dorm. He kept moving, past the kitchen door, past the cracked radiator, until he stood in the doorway of his room. Renske watched from the hall. He did not turn on the light. The gray from the windows was enough. She saw him crossed to the nightstand, saw his hand hover over the photograph she had placed there, his mother's face worn soft at the edges. He picked it up. He stood there a long time, holding it. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and set the photograph beside him, face up, and stared at the wall. Renske stood in the doorway. She did not turn on the light. The gray from the windows was enough. She saw him cross to the nightstand, saw his hand hover over the photograph she had placed there, his mother's face worn soft at the edges. He picked it up. He stood there a long time, holding it. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and set the photograph beside him, face up, and stared at the wall. Renske stayed in the doorway. She did not know what to say that would not sound like she was trying to close a deal. Desmond appeared behind her. His coat was still wet. He did not step past her, did not enter the room, just stood at her shoulder, close enough that she could feel the cold coming off him. Onyeka spoke without turning. "You both grew up in places like this." It was not a question. Renske's throat tightened. "Yes." "And you both left." Desmond's voice was low. "Yes." "But you came back." No one answered. Onyeka turned. His face was hard, but his eyes were not. They were raw, scraped open, the kind of tired that went deeper than sleep. "Why?" Renske opened her mouth, closed it. She could have said because the children needed her, because she believed in the work, because she had nowhere else to go. All of it was true. None of it was the whole truth. She sat down on the floor, not on the bed beside him, on the floor, her back against the wall, her knees pulled up, the way she had sat 1,000 nights in 1,000 rooms that never belonged to her. "Because I do not know how to be anywhere without earning my place," she said. Onyeka's brow pulled tight. Renske stared at the placked plaster across the room. "I aged out of a group home in Spokane when I was 17, she said. "And I spent the next 10 years trying to be so useful that no one could send me away. I took every shift. I never said no. I carried things until my body gave out, because I believed that if I stopped being necessary, I would be discarded." She looked at him. "I came back because I am still trying to earn the right to stay, and I do not know if I will ever stop." The room was very quiet. Onyeka's hand moved to the photograph. His fingers traced the edge. "At least you know what you are trying to earn," he said. "I do not even know what belonging looks like." Desmond moved then. He did not sit on the floor. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, his face half in shadow. "I know what it looks like," he said. "I just did not believe it could exist." Onyeka looked at him. Desmond's jaw tightened. "I came to Harrowgate to close it," he said. "I had a plan. Spreadsheets, timelines, a list of placement options for every child. I told myself it was the responsible thing, the merciful thing, because closing a failing institution cleanly is kinder than letting children rot inside slow collapse." He paused. "That was a lie. The truth is that I could not bear to watch this place become something good." Onyeka's voice cracked. "Why?" "Because I lived here." Desmond said it flat. "The way you say something you have repeated so many times is lost its shape." 11 years, and I spent every one of them waiting for someone to finally decide I was worth keeping. No one ever did. Not until Elias Harrowgate, and by then I had already learned not to need it. He met Onyeka's eyes. And when I came back and saw what it could become, that hope felt unbearable. Because if Harrowgate could be saved, and I helped kill it, then I would have destroyed the only home that ever held me. Onyeka's throat moved. "You nearly did." "Yes." "Why did you stop?" Desmond looked at Renske. She felt the weight of it, the full weight of what he was not saying, and she did not look away. "Because someone showed me it was worth the risk," he said. Chapter 31. The house stirred before dawn, a different kind of quiet than the one that had swallowed them on the Cannery road. Rensman found herself in the kitchen before the light fully broke, standing 3 feet from the wall where the plaster had darkened overnight. The damp patch had spread another handspan, the edges soft and pulpy. She touched it. Cold. Not the boiler's heat, not a pipe's warmth. Behind her, footsteps. Desmond stopped in the doorway. He looked at the wall, then at her. Neither of them spoke. The scraping had stopped sometime in the last hour. She did not know when. She had been sitting in the common room with Onyeka's mother's photograph burned into her memory, the weight of his face-down surrender still pressing against her ribs. "The compliance list," Desmond said. "Quaid faxed it yesterday. 7 items, noon deadline." "I know what the deadline is." "Then you know we have 4 hours." She turned from the wall. The damp had reached the cabinet base, creeping along the seam where the floor met the plaster. "Did you sleep?" she asked. "No." "Then we are even." He opened his mouth, closed it, and pulled a notebook from his jacket. The pages were soft with handling, the corners folded down. "Fire marshal inspection is done. Greta's husband signed off at 6:48 this morning. Boiler tech says the burner assembly will be ready to test by 10, but he cannot guarantee it will hold pressure. Medication logs are current, but Quaid will want to see the new schedules documented in writing, and the former director's charts still need to be separated from current records." Renske listened. His voice was flat, efficient, the same voice he had used at 3 a.m. when he confessed he had nowhere else to go. "Food inventory," he continued. "Mrs. Abra has it balanced, but the pantry town is short on protein. 2 weeks' worth, not the required 3. Staffing logs show gaps for the night shift covering the flu outbreak. Quaid will flag that." "Is there anything on the list we can actually fix before noon?" "The logs, the medication documentation, and the boiler if the tech gets lucky. And the foundation stone. Quaid does not know about the foundation stone. Yet." Desmond's jaw tightened. Yet. The kitchen door swung open. Mrs. Abra entered with a tray of mugs, steam curling from each one. She set the tray on the table without a word, looked at the sweating wall, and said nothing. Renske picked up a mug. The heat burned her palms through the ceramic. She held it anyway. "The children are awake," Mrs. Aber said. "They know the inspector is coming today. They have been watching the road since first light." "All of them?" "Onyeka is at the window. He has not moved since he finished breakfast." She looked at Renske. He ate. That meant something. Renske let it settle. "What do they know?" she asked. "They know the house is not being sold. They know you went looking for Onyeka and brought him back. They know the grown-ups are fighting less. They are drawing conclusions from what is not said." Desmond set his mug down. "I should meet Pendleton at the dock. The affidavit needs to be filed before Cross can reach the courthouse." "The ferry does not dock for another hour," Mrs. Arbor said. "Drink your coffee." He did not argue. He sat. Renske watched the steam rise from her mud and thought about the wall behind her, the scraping inside it, the way the house kept holding secrets they were too exhausted to name. At 8:47, Michael Quaid's county sedan pulled into the gravel lot. Renske met him at the front door. He wore the same wool coat as the prep visit, carried the same leather clipboard, and looked at her with the same sharp, unreadable eyes. "Director Okorafor." "Mr. Quaid." He stepped inside. His gaze moved past her, cataloging the hallway, the primered wall where Pilar's master had been painted over, the repaired banister, the sealed room door visible at the top of the third-floor stairs. "I asked to see the children first," he said, "the older ones." Renske's stomach tightened. "The compliance list will be reviewed after I speak with the residents." He looked at her directly. "That is the order I chose." She called you. She had the dankle. She hadn't even desired to say this hisky between me heavies from sharp, precise motions that let no one forget the deadline. The boiler technician appeared in the doorway. "Director Okorafor." She turned. "The burner assembly is dry. I can test it now, but if the pressure drops, it will take another 12 hours to source the part." "How likely is that?" He wiped his hands on a rag. 50-50. Behind her, the crack in the kitchen wall grew another quarter-inch. The common room door opened at 9:47. Michael Quaid stepped out, closed the door behind him, and walked toward Renske without slowing. "I will need to review the medication logs, the staffing records, and the boiler test results by noon." "That is it?" "That is the list." He paused. "But I have one more question, Director." She waited. "The children told me they feel safe here." He looked at her. "I needed to hear it from them, not from you." And I believe them." He walked past her toward the east wing, clipboard under his arm, leaving Renske standing alone in the hallway with the house breathing around her, the scraping sound beginning again behind the kitchen wall, like something waking from a long sleep. Chapter 32. Michael Quaid stood in the hallway with his clipboard closed, the leather worn at the corners. He did not open it. "The medication logs are current," he said. "Better than current. They have signatures, dates, dosage times. That was not the case during my prep visit." Renske said nothing. The scraping had stopped behind the kitchen wall, but she could feel the silence of it, the way a held breath waits to release. "The staffing records are incomplete," Quaid continued. 3 people on your roster have not worked a shift in 2 weeks. I will need written confirmation they are still employed or termination paperwork by the final review." "How long do we have?" "Until I submit my report." He looked at her. "I have not set a date." Relief and dread arrived in the same pulse. "But I will tell you what I told the children," he said. "I believe them. That matters. It is not enough on its own, but it matters." Renske's hands were cold, the cracked watch pressed against her wrist. "What else?" Quaid walked to the primered wall where Pilar's monster had been painted over. He ran a finger along the fresh plaster. "You have made repairs. Visible repairs. The banister is sound. The broken window on the second floor is replaced. The fire exits are clear. Those were problems during my prep visit, and they are no longer problems. Then what is the catch? He turned. There is no catch, Director. I am telling you what I see. The house is better than it was. The children are calmer. The medication logs are legible. But I am also aware that none of these improvements existed 3 weeks ago, and 3 weeks is not enough time to prove sustainability. Renske's throat tightened. You want to know if we can keep this up? I want to know if this home can survive without you and Mr. Achterberg running yourselves into the ground. He paused. The children told me you sleep in the common room, that you have not taken a full night off since the storm. She did not answer. The final review will not ask whether the children feel safe, he said. I already know they do. It will ask whether that safety belongs to the whole house or only to 2 adults who are 1 illness away from collapse. He walked past her toward the front door. I will submit my preliminary findings by end of week. You will have the weekend to address any gaps. I expect to see a structure that can function without either of you in every room. The door closed behind him. Renske stood in the hallway. Mrs. Okorafor appeared from the kitchen, drying her hands on a towel. Well? Preliminary positive, final conditional. That is more than we had this morning. It is not enough. Mrs. Okorafor studied her. It never is with you. Renske turned. What is that supposed to mean? It means you hear a warning about sustainability, and you hear it as a failure of your capacity, not a call to build shared structure. She folded the towel. I have been offering to take over the pantry ordering for 2 weeks. Juniper has been offering to train one of the older kids on basic maintenance. Deshawn already knows how to fix half the things in this house, but you keep doing it yourself. Because you do not trust anyone else to hold it. Mrs. Okorafor's voice was quiet. And that is the thing that will break this house long before the boiler does. Renske opened her mouth, closed it. The kitchen wall was quiet behind her. The damp patch had not spread further, but it had not receded either. It sat there, patient, waiting. She walked to the common room. The older children were still gathered. Deshawn sat on the floor with a wrench, turning it over in his hands. Marisol was braiding her hair in tight, precise rows. Andioka sat by the window, watching the road where Quade's sedan had disappeared. Renske sat down on the floor across from them. I need help. Deshawn looked up. What kind of help? The kind where I stop pretending I can do this alone. She let the words sit. The pantry needs reorganizing. The supply inventory Tobin started needs updating. The maintenance log has not been touched since Juniper left for materials. I need someone to own each of those. Deshawn set the wrench down. I can take maintenance. Good. Marisol stopped braiding. I can do the inventory. Tobin already showed me his system. Good. Anyoka had not turned from the window. Renske waited. I can handle the kids' schedules, he said. Bed checks, chore rotations. The little ones need consistency, and you are too exhausted to give it. It was the longest thing he had said to her since the cannery. Good, she said again. She sat there on the floor with them, the house creaking around them, the wall breathing behind her, and she did not get up. At noon, the boiler technician appeared in the kitchen doorway. Pressure held, he said. Barely. I would not push it past 48 hours without a replacement part, but it held. Renske thanked him. She went to the East Wing storage room, where Desmond had left the supply lists before heading to the dock. The paper was covered in his handwriting, quantities, sources, prices, deadlines. Every line was a decision he had made alone. She picked up the pen. At the bottom of the page she wrote, Deshawn, maintenance. Marisol, inventory. Anyoka, schedules. Mrs. Okorafor, pantry. Juniper, training. She set the pen down. The weight did not lift, but it shifted, spread across more hands than her own. She stood in the empty storage room, the list in her hand, and thought about what Quaid had said. 2 adults who are 1 illness away from collapse. She had heard the warning. She had heard the truth in it. But she also heard what he had not said, that the Chuden had already started building the structure themselves without waiting for permission. Tobin with his inventory, Deshawn with his tools, Marisol with her quiet efficiency, Anyauka with his careful watch. They had been holding the house together long before she arrived. She walked back to the kitchen. Mrs. Okorafor was at the stove, stirring a pot of broth that smelled like ginger and salt and survival. "I will take the pantry ordering," Renske said. Mrs. Okorafor did not turn. "Good. Starting tomorrow." "Good." Renske stood in the kitchen doorway, the broth steaming, the damp wall breathing behind her. The scraping sound started again. Not from the kitchen wall this time, from the ceiling. Renske looked up. A crack had appeared in the plaster above the stove, thin as a hair, branching like the start of a root system. The house was speaking again. "Good," she said again. She sat there on the floor with them, the house creaking around them, the wall broadening behind her. And she did not get up. At noon, the boiler technician appeared in the kitchen doorway. The broth steaming, the damp wall breathing behind her. The scraping sound started again. Not from the kitchen wall this time, from the ceiling. Renske looked up. A crack had appeared in the plaster above the stove, thin as a hair, branching like the start of a root system. The house was speaking again, is the most person of that. Chapter 33. Renske found Desmond in the East Wing storage room at dawn, bent over the supply lists she had annotated the night before. His gray eyes moved across her handwriting. Deshawn, maintenance. Marisol, inventory. Anyauka, schedules. Mrs. Okorafor, pantry. Anyauka, schedules. Mrs. Okorafor, pantry. And he said nothing for a long moment. "You delegated." It was that or collapse. He set the paper down. "I have been telling you that for weeks." "You have been telling me a lot of things for weeks." She leaned against the doorframe. "Some of them were even right." His mouth twitched, not quite a smile, close enough. "I have a list," he said, and pulled a folded page from his jacket pocket. "Cuts. Chore leadership, volunteer labor, realistic benchmarks. I was going to present it to you at noon, after I had worked out the math." "Show me now." He spread it on the crate between them. The handwriting was dense, neat, each line a decision he had already made in his head before committing it to paper. Eliminated the 3rd coffee order, shifted laundry to mornings when the water heater ran efficiently, consolidated meal planning to 5 rotating menus with 1 fresh vegetable day per week, penciled in Juniper's training schedule for Deshawn and 2 other teens. Noted 3 island families who had offered weekend help if Harrowgate could provide transport and a meal. Renske read it twice. "You want to run the house on $800 a month for consumables." "I want to run the house on $950 with a $50 buffer." He tapped the page. "800 is the floor. If we hit that, we have no margin for illness or supply disruption. But $950 is achievable if Mrs. Okorafor locks in the bulk rice order she mentioned, and we cut the coffee entirely." "We are not cutting coffee. Mrs. Okorafor will stage a coup." Desmond's eyebrow notched higher. "Then you find $60 in the budget somewhere else." She studied the list. The cuts were harsh, but not stupid. Each one came with a justification and a fallback. He had not made a single decision in isolation. Every line was tied to a person, a schedule, a real constraint. "You did this last night," I do not sleep well in strange houses. It is not strange anymore. You lived here. He folded the paper. That does not make it familiar. The silence sat between them, not hostile, not comfortable. Something in between. A room they were still learning to share. The kitchen filled with morning light, and the sound of Mrs. Barbara directing Marisol through the pantry reorganization. Boxes moved from high shelves to low ones. Cans were sorted by date. A system emerged from the chaos, slow and visible. Renske stood at the counter with the budget list, cross-referencing it against the inventory Tobin had started. The numbers did not lie. If they held to Desmond's benchmarks, they had 6 weeks of operating funds before the next grant cycle opened. 6 weeks to prove sustainability to Quaid. 6 weeks to build something that could outlast them. Onyeka appeared at her elbow with a stack of chore charts. I wrote them out, he said. Morning and evening rotations, age groupings. The little ones get paired with teens so no one is alone on the stairs. She took the charts. They were meticulous, color-coded. Each shift had a backup name written in pencil. This is good work. He shrugged. I have been watching you fail at scheduling for 2 months. Figured I could do better. It was the closest thing to a joke he had made since the Cannery. She let herself smile. Fair. He took the charts back and walked to the common room, where the younger children were gathering for breakfast. The chore assignments would go up on the wall before noon. The house would see them. The house would adjust. By mid-morning, the kitchen had become a command center. Desmond sat at the table with a calculator and a stack of supplier catalogs, working through the math of the replacement boiler part. Mrs. Barbara moved between stove and pantry, directing traffic without raising her voice. Deshawn appeared with a tool belt, asking which window sashes needed reglazing first. Marisol had the inventory organized by shelf and category, each row initialed with the date. Renske stood at the counter, measuring rice into a pot, and watched the room function without her. She did not know how to stand in it. The space between tasks, the pause where someone else carried the weight. Desmond looked up from his calculator. You are hovering. I am thinking. You are hovering and thinking. He set the calculator down. The rice will not burn if you step away for 30 seconds. She set the measuring cup down, turned, faced him across the table. I did not know how to do this. Do what? Stand here while other people work. He studied her for a moment, then he stood, walked around the table, and stopped beside her at the counter. Close enough that she could smell the soap on his skin, the starch in his shirt. You learn, he said, same way you learned everything else, by doing it badly until it stops feeling long. His hand was on the counter, inches from hers. The space between them was a breath held too long. She reached for the rice bag. He reached for the same bag. Their hands brushed. Neither of them moved away. The contact was both, a whisper of skin against skin. But the air in the kitchen changed. The sounds of the room, Mrs. Barbara's footsteps, Marisol's sorting, Deshawn's tools, receded into a distant hum. Desmond's gray eyes met hers. She did not pull back. I do not know what to do with that, he said, his voice low, rough at the edges. Neither do I. They stood there, hands still close, the rice bag forgotten between them. The moment stretched, thin as thread, fragile as the new crack in the ceiling. Then Mrs. Barbara's voice cut through from the pantry. Onyeka, the little ones need help reaching the top shelf. The spell broke. Desmond stepped back. Renske picked up the rice bag. The kitchen resumed its rhythm. But the space between them was different now. Charged. Aware. By noon, the cuts were in place. The chore charts were on the wall. The volunteer schedule was penciled into a notebook Renske kept in her apron pocket. The house breathed easier. She felt it in the hallways, where children moved past each other without the old tension. In the kitchen, where Mrs. Barbara hummed while she stirred. In the common room, where Anyeka sat with Tobin and Nell, showing them the chore rotation, letting them argue about who got which task. Desmond stood in the doorway, watching. "It will not hold," he said quietly. Renske joined him. "No, not forever. But it will hold today. Today is all we need." She felt his gaze on her, steady, questioning, something unreadable in the gray of his eyes. Then the scraping sound came from above. Not from the kitchen wall this time, not from the sealed room, from the ceiling over the common room, directly above where the children sat. Renske looked up. The hairline crack she had seen that morning had branched. Now it ran the length of the room, a dark seam inventory recuption. The way is this person, the money of Celeb, is currently to be agdative not as demangy. The immersion status rights demand that I appreciate figurings test of this. I have stopped to take away to my last studio avoided while this inity steads. Keep under everyone. Chapter 34. The house settled around her as she stood in the hallway, staring at the primered wall where Pilar's monsters had once snarled. 2 coats of paint. That was all it had taken to bury the knife suit, and the burning woman and the children clinging to the staircase between them. Renske had watched the primer go on herself, watched the shapes blur and disappear under the roller's sweep. But Pilar had asked her to come see, had pressed her sketchbook to her chest and said, "I need to show you something." In the hall, where it used to be. Renske had expected the image to have bled through, gray shapes rising through the primer like old bruises, signs that the house was remembering what had been painted over it. Instead, Pilar had added something new. Ren spots it now, in the late afternoon light falling through the front windows. The primered wall had been touched, worked into, not painted over but added to. Thin charcoal lines, delicate as spider silk, climbing from the baseboard to the ceiling. The staircase was still there, still the same central image that the monster mural had used, but the hands around it had changed. In the original, the staircase had been a spine of terror, children pressed against it, faceless, waiting to be consumed. The monsters at the top and bottom had controlled every exit. Now the staircase was held. Hands pressed flat against the risers, palms open. Some small, some large, some with the broad knuckles of hard labor. They rose up the banister like roots feeding the structure from below. Not fighting, not clinging, bracing. Renske traced one of the lines with her finger. The charcoal came away on her skin, soft as breath. Pilar stood at the end of the hall, sketchbook pressed against her chest, watching. "Tobin thought of it," she said. "The hands. He said the house only stays standing if everyone holds it up." Renske looked at the staircase again. The hands were not uniform. Some had nails bitten short. One had a bracelet drawn around the wrist. Another had a knuckle that was slightly swollen, like a joint that had been broken and healed wrong. Each hand was specific, individual, a fingerprint. "He worked on it for 3 nights, Pilar said. "After lights out, he would not let me see until it was finished. Then he said I could show you." Renske turned. "He told you to show me. He said you would understand, and I still do not know what to do with that." She looked back at the staircase, counted the hands. There were more than she had expected, more than Tobin alone could have drawn. "You helped him." Pilar shrugged. "I showed him how to hold the charcoal so it would not smudge. He did the rest." "And the rest of the mural?" "Gone, under the primer." Pillard stepped closer, her voice dropping. I painted over the knife suit myself. I wanted to be the one who did it. Renske kept her eyes on the staircase. Why? Because I was the one who made it. Pillard's voice was steady. I made you and Desmond into monsters because that was the only way I knew how to draw what the house felt like. But it is not that anymore. How is it now? Pillard was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, It feels like a place where people stay. The words hit Renske harder than she expected. She pressed her palm flat against the wall, near the base of the staircase, drawing. The plaster was cool, solid. She did not pull away. She found Desmond in the common room, standing beneath the dark seam in the ceiling, staring up at the crack that ran the length of the plaster. The ceiling is still spreading, he said without turning. I know. We need Juniper to look at it, before the whole thing comes down. She is still on the mainland. He exhaled, rubbed the back of his neck, turned to face her. What is on your hands? She looked down. The charcoal had smeared across her palm, dark lines like the ones on the wall. Pillard showed me something. In the hall. You need to see it. He did not speak when he saw the staircase, did not ask what it meant or who had drawn it, or why the hands were arranged in that particular pattern, spines pressed flat, palms open, rising like a slow tide. He just stood in the hallway, great eyes moving over the lines, over the individual knuckles and button nails, and the small bracelet around one wrist. Renske stood beside him. Tobin drew it, she said. Pillard helped him keep the charcoal from smudging. Desmond did not answer. He reached out and touched one of the hands, the one with the swollen knuckle. His finger traced the line of it, delicate, almost reverent. He has good instincts, he said finally. About the ceiling? About what holds a house together? He pulled his hand back, let it drop to his side. When he turned to her, his face was different, softer. The hard edges she had grown used to, the ones that made him look like he was braced for bad news, had eased. I've been thinking about what you said, he told her, in the kitchen, that you do not know how to stand still while other people work. She waited. I do not know how to let other people see something like this and not have a response ready. He gestured at the wall. I do not have one. I am looking at it and I do not know what to say. You do not have to say anything. I know. He met her eyes. That is what is strange. I know I do not have to say anything, and I still do not know what to do with that. She looked at the staircase, the hands, the evidence that Tobin had spent 3 nights braiding his fear into something that held. You learn, she said, same way you learned everything else, by doing it badly until it stops feeling wrong. His mouth twitched. Are you quoting me at me? Maybe. The corner of his mouth lifted, a real smile this time, brief, barely there, but real. It is strange, he said, hearing my own words come back from someone else. How does it feel? Like being seen. He paused. Chapter 35. The water came through the common room ceiling before they could move. A thin stream at first, tracing the dark seam of the crack, then a sudden gush that hit the floorboards hard enough to splash. Renske stepped back as the stains spread across the plaster, dark and fast, carrying grit from whatever lay above. Desmond was already moving toward the stairwell. There is a bathroom on the 3rd floor, he said, voice flat. Directly above this room. The supply lines run through the east wall. She followed him up, past the 2nd floor landing where the sealed room sat silent behind its closed door, past the narrow stairs that curved toward the attic until he stopped at a small room she had never entered. It was used for storage now. Boxes stacked against every wall. A rusted filing cabinet in the corner. An old mattress propped on its side, the fabric stained and sagging. The ceiling was low and the air smelled of dust, old paper, and something metallic. Water had pooled beneath a sagging section of plaster near the far wall. Desmond stood in the doorway, not stepping inside. "It was my room," he said, "for 11 years." The words came out clipped, controlled, the same tone he used for budget reviews. Renske moved past him carefully, stepping around the wet patches, and found the source, a crack in the ceiling where the pipe ran through, the plaster soft enough to push a finger through. Water beaded along the seam, slow but steady. "We need to move these boxes before everything soaks through," she said. He did not answer. She turned. He was still in the doorway, gray eyes fisted on the far wall where the old mattress leaned. His hands hung at his sides. Still, deliberately still. "Desmond," he blinked, came back. "We can put everything in the hallway," she said. "Sort through it later." He nodded once and stepped inside. They worked in silence at first. He took the side near the window. She took the wall closest to the door. The boxes were heavy with old files, ledgers, decades of accumulated paper that no one had bothered to throw out. Some were labeled in a faded hand that she did not recognize. Admissions 1987-1992. Maintenance logs, incident reports. Halfway through, the bottom of a box gave way. She caught it as it split, papers spilling across the wet floor. She dropped to her knees, gathering them before the water could seep through. It was not what she expected. Photographs, children's faces, dozens of them, small, unsmiling, their eyes carrying the same guarded look she saw in the kitchen every morning. One was dated 2003, another was 2005. She turned one over. On the back, in careful print, Desmond Achterberg, age 9. She looked up. He was watching her from across the room, a ruined ledger in his hands, his face closed. "That is not for you," he said. She set it down gently on the dry edge of the filing cabinet. "I was not trying to pry. You opened it." "Your age is on the back, Desmond. I did not need to guess." He set the ledger down, braced both hands on the filing cabinet. His shoulders rose and fell with a breath that took too long to finish. "Do you know what it is like?" he said, "to spend 11 years in a room this size, knowing that every minute you survive here is borrowed? That the only reason you are still inside is because one person decided you were worth keeping?" She did not answer. She knew the shape of that question. She had lived a version of it herself. "I built everything I am on the opposite of this," he said. "On control, on never needing anything that could be taken away, on making myself so competent that no one could argue I was worth discarding." He turned to face her. "I came back to close this place because I could not stand the idea that it might become something I wanted, that I might have to admit I still needed it." The water dripped. The boxes sat in silence. "What changed?" she asked. "You." The word hung between them. "Not because you were persuasive, not because you had a better plan." He shook his head slowly. "Because you were not afraid to need it. You walked into this wreckage and you needed it to survive, and you did not hide that from anyone. I have spent 30 years making sure no one could see what I need. And you just stood there, in the hallway, in the kitchen, on the dock, needing it openly." She felt the weight of his admission settle against her ribs. "I hid it too," she said. "I just learned a different way. I made myself so useful that no one would think to leave. That is the same armor, different shape." He looked at her. "It held," she said, "until it did not." She picked up the photograph of him at 9, A boy with the same gray eyes and a notch through his eyebrow, already forming, already braced. "You were a child," she said. "You did not need to earn your place here." He took the photograph from her hand. "I know that now," he said, "but no one told me that for the first 11 years." He slid the photograph into his jacket pocket. "Let us finish the boxes before the whole ceiling comes down." They worked until the third-floor landing was lined with salvageable files, and the ruined boxes were stacked by the stairwell. The pipe was not the source of the scraping. The leak was just a leak. A bad one, but ordinary. As Renske stood to stretch her back, she noticed the filing cabinet drawer was still open. Inside, beneath a stack of maintenance logs, a manila folder with no label. She pulled it out. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a handwritten note in an old, precise hand. "The house takes what it needs. We are only borrowing the time between." The handwriting was not Elias Harrowgate's. She recognized it from the admissions logs. It was the former director's. And beneath the note, in the same hand, a list of dates, 11 of them, each with a child's name beside it. The last name on the list was Desmond Achterberg. The date beside his name was the year he had been adopted. She looked up. Desmond was standing at the window, his back to her, his reflection faint in the dark glass. Behind her, in the stairwell, the scraping sound began again. Closer now, as if it had followed them up from the common room and was waiting just outside the door. Chapter 36. The kitchen had not stopped smelling like rust and wet plaster all day. Even with the east window cracked, even with the oil lamp burning on the counter, the air hung thick and mineral, the taste of old pipes and basement dirt. Renske had spent the afternoon on testimony prep with the twins. Tobin had written his answers on index cards. Nell had refused to prepare at all, claiming she would say what she said and the state could take it or leave it. Renske had told her that was exactly the right approach, and Nell had looked at her like she had finally said something smart. Desmond had spent the same hours on the phone with the boiler technician, the county clerk, and a contractor in Bellingham who owed Juniper a favor. 3 calls. 3 different forms of bad news. The replacement part was on a truck that would not reach the first ferry until tomorrow afternoon. The attestation for flood repairs needed a signature the former director had never filed. The contractor could not come until Friday. Friday was 2 days after the review opened. Now it was nearly midnight, and the house had settled into the breathing quiet of children asleep. Renske had come down for water and found Desmond standing at the kitchen sink, his hands braced on the counter, his head bowed. She should have turned around. She should have taken her water and gone back upstairs. Instead, she set the glass on the table and sat down. He did not move. "Daylight came and went," she said. "We are still here." He straightened slowly, turned. His face was hard to read in the low light, shadows cut deep across the bone. "Barely. Barely counts." He crossed to the table and sat across from her. Not at the head, not at the side, directly across, so the oil lamp sat between them and cast their faces toward each other from opposite angles. "Tobin has index cards," he said. "I know. Nell has a plan to tell the state whatever she thinks they need to hear, regardless of whether it is true. That is also a plan." He almost smiled. The corner of his mouth pulled, held, then released. "Pilar asked me this afternoon whether I thought the review would pass or fail," he said. "I told her I could not predict the outcome. She told him it could not predict the outcome. She told me that was the most useless answer she had ever heard." "She is not wrong." "No, she is not." He reached for her glass and drank. It was a small intimacy, the kind that would have made her flinch 3 weeks ago. Now it settled in her chest like a stone dropped into still water, concentric, impossible to stop. "They are going to say things about us," he said. "In there, in front of the inspector, about what this place has become. That is the point of testimony." "No. The point is that they are going to say things about us, and we will have to sit still and let them, and then the inspector will decide whether what they said is true." She watched the lamp flame shift. "Is it?" she asked. "Is what? True?" He did not answer. His hands were flat on the table, palms down, the same posture she had seen him use in meetings, at the dock, in the third-floor storage room, when he told her the room had held him for 11 years. "I do not know," he said finally. "I know what I was. I know what I came here to do. I do not know whether the person who walked into that hallway 3 months ago is the same person who will sit in that hearing room tomorrow." The silence stretched between them, taut and humming. Renske reached across the table and turned his left hand over, palm up. She traced the line of his lifeline with her fingertip. One pass. Slow. He exhaled like he had been holding it for years. "Renske." She looked up. His eyes were gray in the lamplight. Not cold, not closed, open in a way she had never seen, the walls he had built around himself visible only as ruins. "Say my name again," she said. "Renske." The way he said it, low and careful, like it cost him something to admit he knew what to call her. She leaned forward. He met her halfway. The lamp flickered, the table pressed against her ribs. She could smell rain in his coat, coffee, the sharp note of old plaster dust. His hand turned under hers, fingers catching her wrist. She felt the heat of him before they touched, the space between their mouths thin as breath, thin as the moment before a door opens or closes, thin as everything she had never let herself want, because wanting meant the possibility of losing. The stairs creaked, small feet, a voice, still half asleep. "Renske." She pulled back. Desmond's hand fell away. The space between them flooded with cold air. Nell stood in the kitchen doorway in her nightgown, barefoot, her hair tangled, her eyes squinting against the lamp. "There's a noise in the ceiling again," she said. "Tobin thinks it is rats. I told him it is too big for rats. He said I was scaring him. I said I was being honest." Renske stood. Her knees were unsteady. "I will come check," she said. Nell looked past her at Desmond, then back. "You look weird," she said. "It is late." "That is not what I meant." Renske crossed to the doorway and took Nell's hand. The girl's fingers were cold. She squeezed them once. "Go back to bed. I will be right behind you." Nell hesitated, looked at Desmond again, then turned and padded back up the stairs. Renske did not turn around. "Desmond?" "Still here." She felt the weight of those 2 words settle against her spine. "Tomorrow," she said. "I know." She followed Nell up the stairs. The kitchen door swung shut behind her. She did not look back. But she felt him watching. Felt the shape of what had almost happened pressing into her skin like a bruise she would find tomorrow. Tender, unmistakable proof that the moment had been real, even if it had not yet arrived. The tension smelled of coffee and the sharp edge of preparation. Renske stood at the counter with a stack of index cards, a pen in her hand, and the shape of what had almost happened in the kitchen still pressed against her ribs like a bruise she kept touching when she thought no one was watching. Dawn had not yet broken. The windows were black mirrors. Somewhere above, a floorboard creaked under a child's weight, and she heard the low murmur of Mrs. Achterberg's voice moving through the upstairs hall, like a tide that knew exactly where it was going. The door swung open. Desmond came in with a folder tucked under his arm, and a look on his face she could not read. He stopped when he saw her, the way he always did now, as if her presence required recalibration. "Mrs. Achterberg is waking the older children," he said. She wants them fed whizzed by 7. Quaid's office confirmed he will arrive at 9. 9? Gives us 2 hours to get everyone ready. She set the pen down. That is not enough time. It is all we have. He crossed to the table and sat across from her, the same seat he had taken last night, and she felt the echo of that moment settle between them like a third presence in the room. His hands were flat on the wood. She did not look at them. I made a list, she said, sliding the index cards toward him. Who speaks first? Who speaks last? What each of them needs to say. He picked up the cards. Read them. His expression did not change. Tobin first, he said. Then the twins together. Pilar last. He looked up at that. Last is the strongest position, he said. You are giving her the closing statement. She earned it. He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded and set the cards down. The children's order is good, but we need to account for the adults. I thought the adults would follow the children. The children establish emotional credibility. The adults establish structural credibility. If Quaid walks away feeling moved but unconvinced that the home can survive, the emotional testimony will not matter. She had not thought of it that way. The realization landed somewhere between frustration and gratitude, and she let it sit without examining which one was winning. Who do you suggest? Mrs. Okorafor speaks first among the adults, he said. She is the oldest continuous presence at Harrowgate. She has no institutional loyalty to either of us, and she can sec to the house's history without sentimentality. Juniper second, because she can testify to the structural repairs and the island's investment. Then you. Me? You are the director. If you do not speak, Quaid will wonder what you are hiding. And you? I go last. She frowned. Why? Because I am the one who came here to close the place. If I stand in front of a state inspector and say I believe Harrowgate should stay open, it means something different than if you say it. She wanted to argue. The logic was sound. She hated that he was right. Fine. He pushed the folder across the table. I also prepared this. Projections, community agreements, a revised staffing plan. If Quaid asks how the home survives the next crack cycle, we need a document, not a hope. She opened the folder. Columns of numbers, signatures from the older teens, a note from Mrs. Achterberg confirming the island food network. She closed it. You think of everything, she said. I try to. I did not mean it as a compliment. I know. She looked at him. The lamplight caught the edge of his jaw, the slight notch through his eyebrow, the shadows under his eyes that had not been there 3 months ago. Did you sleep? She asked. Did you? Answer the question. No. Neither did I. The admission felt heavier than it should have. She pulled the folder toward her and stood. I will start the children's lineup, she said. You make sure Mrs. Achterberg does not run out of coffee. Renske. She stopped at the door. I should not have pulled away last night. She did not turn around. You did not pull away. Nell did. I let her. The kitchen air felt thin. She kept her hand on the doorframe. Desmond. Yes. Tomorrow, she said. After this is over. I know. She walked out before she could hear him say anything else. The common room was already alive. Tobin sat cross-legged on the floor with his index cards fanned out in front of him, mouthing words to himself while Nell braided a strip of fabric into her hair with furious concentration. Onyeka leaned against the wall near the window, arms crossed, watching the sky lighten over the inlet. Pilar was not there. Renske scanned the room twice before a hand tugged her sleeve. Marisol, face tight. She is in the hallway, Marisol said. The primary one. Alone? Drawing. Renske found her exactly where Marisol had said, kneeling in front of the wall where the monster mural had been, a piece of charcoal in her hand, adding something to the base of the staircase where Tobin's hands pressed up from below. What are you drawing? Pilar did not look up. Feet. Feet. Standing on the ground, so the hands have something to hold up. Renske crouched beside her. The charcoal lines were careful, deliberate, each foot planted with weight and intention. Not running, not floating, standing. Quaid is coming in 2 hours, Renske said. I know. Nell gave me a list of things she wants to say. Tobin wrote his down on cards. Tobin writes everything down? Are you going to speak? Pia already? No, neither did I. The admission felt heavier than it should have. She pulled the folder toward her and stood. I will start the children's lineup, she said. You make sure Mrs. Ababa does not run out of coffee. Renske. She stopped at the door. I should not have pulled away last night. She did not turn around. You did not pull away. Well did. I let her. The kitchen air felt thin. She kept her hand on the doorframe. Desmond. Yes, tomorrow, she said, after this is over. I know. She walked out before she could hear him say anything else. The common room was already alive. Tobin sat cross-legged on the floor with his index cards fanned out in front of him, mouthing words to himself while Nell braided a strip of fabric into her hair with furious concentration. Noe forgets her. Oh. Nell gave me a list of things she wants to say. Tobin wrote his down on cards. Tobin writes everything down. Are you going to speak? Pilar stopped. The charcoal hovered above the wall. I do not know. Me. Chapter 38. The dining room door stayed closed. Renske stood in the common room with her hands pressed flat against her thighs, counting breaths she did not need to count. The clock on the mantel ticked past 9:15. 9:18? No sound from behind the door, except the low murmur of voices she could not make out. Mrs. Abra appeared beside her with a cup of coffee. Drink it. I am not. Drink it. You shaking will not help whatever is happening in there. Renske took the cup. Her hands were steady. That was not the problem. The problem was the silence. 20 minutes. 30. She had scheduled the interviews to run 15 minutes per child, but Quaid had been in there with Tobin and Nell for 35. She did not know if that meant he was listening or finding reasons to write something down. Desmond stood at the window with his back to the room. His folder was still under his arm. He had not opened it since Quaid arrived. Marisol's found something, Onia said from the doorway. Renske turned. Marisol stood behind him with a manila envelope in her hands, face pale. What is it? The medication logs. Marisol held out the envelope. In the office, in the drawer under the filing cabinet, I was looking for the fire egress certification and I found these instead. Renske took the envelope, opened it, 3 sheets, dated over the last 2 years. Each one was a delivery receipt from the pharmacy on the mainland, signed by the former director, for medications listed at double the dosage the children were actually receiving. The difference was circled in red. Someone else had already found this. Whose handwriting? Renske asked. I do not know. Desmond crossed the room. He took the sheets, scanned them, and his face went still in a way she recognized. He was calculating. These are not copies, he said. These are originals. The former director kept the real receipts separate from the filing system. Someone circled the discrepancy. Yes. Who? I do not know. He looked at her. But whoever it was knew the records were false and kept the evidence. Marisol shifted. I also did not find the egress certification. Renske closed her eyes. Of course. The egress documentation was supposed to be filed with the county after the fire marshal inspection. Greta's husband had signed off early that morning before the storm. But the paper that proved it had never been submitted. Desmond was already on the phone, his voice low and clipped. Renske walked to the kitchen and stood in front of the crack in the ceiling. It had not spread since yesterday. That was the only good thing she could find. Mrs. Aubra came up behind her. The children are holding, she said. Whatever is happening in that room, they are holding. I know. The only thing that will break them is if they watch you break. Renske turned. Mrs. Auber's face was unreadable. I know, Renske said again. She backed back to the common room. Desmond was off the phone. He stood near the window again, but this time his folder was open. The fire marshal signed off at 6 a.m. on the day of the storm, he said. The certification exists. It was never filed because the former director did not believe in paperwork that could not be disputed. Can we get a copy? Greta's husband has a duplicate. He will bring it on the noon ferry, but it will arrive while Quaid is still here. Then we hand it to him before he leaves. And hope he does not ask why it was not filed when it was signed. Renske nodded. That was the best they had. There is something else, Desmond said. He pulled a sheet from his folder. A budget page. The line for payroll was highlighted in yellow. Carl's unpaid wages. Delia's. 2 others I did not know about until I pulled the full ledger this morning. How much? 7 weeks total across 4 staff. He did not look up. If we pay them tomorrow, we drain the operating reserve to 0. If we delay, Quaid asks why the payway records show gaps. How much time do we have to decide? The noon ferry. If Greta's husband brings the certification, I can ask him to witness a promissory note. Promise payment within 30 days. That might be enough to satisfy a records review. Might? Yes. She looked at him. The folder in his hands, the calculations he had already run. You are asking me to approve a promissory note that we cannot pay. I am asking you to let me make the cuts that keep us legal until the next grant cycle opens. He met her eyes. I need you to let those decisions count as care, not cruelty. The room was quiet. Mrs. Aubra had stopped stirring. Oniak stood frozen in the doorway. Marisol held the medication envelope like it might burn her. Renske looked at Desmond. Show me the cuts. He laid the pages out on the common room table. The kitchen budget was already tiered to the bone. There was nothing left to cut there. The maintenance line was gone entirely. Juniper's materials would have to come from a separate fund she had not yet accessed. The activities line, the supply line, the transport reserve, each one reduced to a number that barely covered survival. These are not cuts, Renske said. These are amputation. They are the difference between a review that passes and a review that flags systemic insolvency. Desmond's voice was flat. Quaid asked about sustainability. If we cannot show a path to solvency, he will recommend closure regardless of how well the children testify. She read the numbers again. They were right. She hated that they were right. Do it, she said. Desmond looked at her. I said do it. She did not look away. Make the cuts. File the note. I will sign whatever you need. He held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he folded the pages and put them back in his folder. The noon ferry, he said. The noon ferry. The dining room door opened. Renske turned. Nell walked out first. Her braid was coming loose, but her chin was up. She looked at Renske and gave a single sharp nod. Then Tobin. His index cards were clutched to his chest, and his face was the color of flour. Behind them, Quaid stepped into the hall. I would like Pilar next, he said. Pilar stood at the base of the staircase. Her sketchbook was pressed to her chest. She did not move. Quaid waited. I draw, Pilar said. I do not talk. That is fine, Quaid said. You can bring the sketchbook. Show me what you have drawn. Pilar looked at Renske. Renske nodded. Pilar walked into the dining room. The door closed. The house held its breath again. Renske stood in the common room with her hands pressed flat against her thighs, watching the closed door and counting breaths she did not need to count. 67 seconds later, Quaid opened the door. Miss Okorafor, he said, I need you to come in here. The room went cold. Renske walked toward the door. Chapter 39. The dining room smelled of old paper and the lemongrass tea Mrs. Achterberg had left on the sideboard. Quaid stood at the table with Pilar's sketchbook open between them. Pilar sat across from him, spine straight, both hands flat on the table like she was steadying herself. Close the door, please, Quaid said. Renske closed it. The room felt smaller than she remembered. The windows faced the fog. The clock on the mantel ticked through seconds that felt like minutes. Quaid turned the sketchbook toward her. It was open to a drawing Renske had never seen. The house, rendered in charcoal from the outside. But not the way Pilar used to draw it, with sagging eaves and dark windows. This version showed light in every window. The porch steps were filled with figures too small to identify, but they were there, together, facing out. The transformation interests me, Quaid said. Not just the quality of the work, the subject. He tapped the page. 6 weeks ago, this same artist drew Harrowgate as a mouthful of teeth. Today she shows me a house with people at every window. Pilar did not look up. I asked her what changed, Quaid continued. She said the people stopped being afraid the adults would leave. She said that was the whole thing. The words sat in the air between them. Renske looked at Pilar. The girl's jaw was tight, but her hands were still. She said you and Mr. Achterberg stopped pulling the house apart, Quaid said. And when you stopped, everyone else started holding it together. He closed the sketchbook. That is not in any compliance checklist, but it matters. Renske waited. Quaid straightened his papers. I have enough for today. I will resume tomorrow morning after the noon ferry brings the remaining certification documents. Relief hit her like a wave she could not show. Tomorrow then, she said. Quaid nodded. Miss Okorafor. She paused at the door. You have built something here that the checklist cannot measure, but the checklist will still decide whether it survives. Do not confuse one for the other. The fog had thickened by the time Quaid's car pulled away. Renske stood in the front hall, watching the red taillights dissolve into gray. The house exhaled behind her. Footsteps on the stairs, the clatter of cups in the kitchen. Someone laughing, muffled through a wall. She turned. The hall was quiet now. The primered wall where the monsters used to live was still bare except for the charcoaled hands pressing up from the baseboard and the new feet Pilar had added, planted firm, braced. She walked, past the common room where Onyeka's color-coded chore charts were still taped to the wall, edges curling, annotations in 3 different handwriting. Past the staircase where Tobin's hands pressed against the risers, each one specific gettin' nails, a bracelet, a swollen knuckle. Past the kitchen where Mrs. Achterberg's broth pot sat cooling on the stove, ladle resting across the rim. Past the Recred banister spindle where Deshawn had sanded the splinters smooth and left the wood bare, waiting for Veeries no one had bought yet. Everywhere she looked, someone had left their mark. A tool hung on a hook that had been bare, a shelf restocked without being asked. A note in Marisol's handwriting on the pantry door. Rice, oats, canned tomatoes. We 3 more. The house was running, not because she was holding it together, but because she had stopped being the only one trying. She found Desmond in the East Wing storage room. He was standing at the window, hands in his pockets, watching the fog swallow the last light. The folder was closed on the crate beside him. "The children are eating," she said. "Mrs. Achterberg is making them go to bed at a normal hour. Onyeka is locking up the back door." "That sounds like a functioning household." "It sounds like one, yes." He did not turn. "I have spent the last 3 months measuring this place against standards it could never meet," he said. "Numbers, compliance, probability of survival. I built a case against hope because I thought that was more honest." "You were wrong. I was protecting myself." He turned then. His gray eyes were steady, but something in his face had changed. The walls were still there, but they looked thinner, like paper held against a flame. "I do not know whether Harrowgate can survive official judgment. The cuts are not enough. The certification is late. The foundation is braced, not fixed." Renske did not move. "But I know I do not want to face it alone." The words landed in the space between them, heavy and final. She stood in the charged silence of an answer she was not ready to give yet. Chapter 40. The house woke before dawn, and not from any alarm. Renske felt the shift through the floorboards, footsteps overhead moving with purpose instead of drift. The clatter of the kitchen door opening and closing. Voices pitched low, the way people spoke when they were bracing for something they could not control. She had not slept. She had lain in the narrow bed in the director's quarters, watching the ceiling darken and lighten through the window, replaying Desmond's words until they lost their shape. "I do not want to face it alone." The answer still had not come. By the time she reached the kitchen, Mrs. Achterberg had the coffee brewed and the eggs going. Onyeka was at the table with his clipboard, marking names off a list. Tobin sat beside him, index cards spread in a fan, lips moving silently. "You look terrible," Onyeka said without looking up. "Thank you." "I mean it as a compliment. You look like you have been up all night worrying, which means you understand what is at stake." Renske took the coffee Mrs. Achterberg pushed across the counter. The mug was warm against her palms. She let herself hold it without drinking. "Has anyone seen Desmond?" "East Wing," Onyeka said. "He was there when I came down. Said he needed to check the folder one more time." The folder, the projections, the community agreements, the revised staffing plan, the evidence of a home that could survive on paper, if not yet in practice. Renske drank her coffee standing at the counter while Mrs. Achterberg moved around her, sliding eggs onto plates, directing Marisol to set out the last of the bread. The kitchen was too warm, too crowded, too alive with the smell of breakfast and the sound of children shuffling into the dining room. She should be preparing, reviewing testimony, checking the certification documents when they arrived on the noon ferry. Instead, she stood still and let the house move around her. The noon ferry came in on time. Renske watched it from the front porch, a dark shape cutting through the fog, horn low and mournful across the water. Beside her, Desmond stood with the folder pressed under his arm, hands free, shoulders squared. "Granda's husband will have the fire egress certification," he said. "He promised." "And if he does not? Then we have a problem that cannot be fixed before Querd finishes his report." She did not ask what that meant. They both knew. The ferry docked, the ramp lowered. Passengers walked off in ones and twos, heads down against the damp. Greta's husband was the third one off, a rolled tube of paper in his hand. He walked up the gravel path and handed the tube to Desmond without a word. His face was weathered and flat, the face of a man who had done what he promised and expected nothing in return. "Certified copy," he said. "Filed with the county clerk this morning. The original is still in my truck if you need it." Desmond unrolled the tube, checked the seal, then nodded once. "Thank you." The man turned and walked back toward the ferry. Renske let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "That is one problem solved," she said. One of many. Desmond rolled the certification back into the tube and tucked it under his arm with the folder. His gray eyes met hers, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Are you ready? He asked. No. That is the honest answer. He turned and walked back into the house. Michael Quaid arrived at 1 o'clock exactly. He came in the same sedan, the same leather jacket, the same unreadable expression. But something had shifted in the way he carried himself. Less clinical, more watchful. He set his bag on the dining room table and pulled out a binder thick with tabs. Miss Okorafor, Mr. Achterberg. Quaid opened the binder. I have reviewed the documents Mr. Achterberg forwarded this morning. Projections, staffing revisions, the fire egress certification, and a community support ledger prepared by Mrs. Arbra. He paused, looking at them both. On paper, Harrowgate Home is closer to compliance than it was 3 months ago. That is not nothing. Renske felt the hope rise and suppressed it. But the paper is not the only measure. Quaid closed the binder. I want to hear from the children first. The ones who live here. The ones who will be affected by whatever decision I make. Renske nodded. We have prepared a speaking order. Your preparation is noted, but I will hear them in the order I choose. He pulled a pen from his pocket and clicked it once. Send in Tobin Baxt. The dining room door closed and the house went quiet. Renske stood in the hallway, her back against the wall, counting the seconds in her breath. Beside her, Desmond was still, folder pressed against his chest, eyes fixed on the door. Inside, Quaid's voice, low and measured. Tobin's, higher, careful, the words coming in short bursts. She could not make out what they were saying, just the rhythm. Question, pause, answer, question, longer pause, then silence. Then the door opened. Tobin emerged with his index cards clutched to his chest, his face pale but his jaw set. He looked at Renske and nodded once, a small, sharp motion. She did not ask what he had said. The afternoon passed in segments. Nell went in next, chin up, braids swinging. She was in there for 23 minutes. When she came out, she walked straight to Tobin and stood beside him without speaking. Pilar went third, sketchbook under her arm, no hesitation in her stride. She was in there for 4 minutes. When the door opened, Quaid was standing. He held the sketchbook open to a page Renske could not see. Miss Okorafor. She stepped forward. I would like to see the primered hallway. The wall was still bare except for the charcoal hands and the feet Pilar had added. Quaid stood in front of it for a long time, his compact frame still, his eyes moving across the marks left by a child who had once painted monsters here. She covered her own work, he said. She told me that was the first time she had ever buried something instead of running from it. Renske said nothing. The twins told me about their routines, the weather maps, the check-in words, the rule that no adult note respect separation as leverage. They told me this is the only place where those rules have been kept. He turned. Pilar showed me the house with light in every window. Tobin described a home where adults stayed even when things got hard. He closed the sketchbook. Those are not compliance items, but they are not nothing. Renske waited. Quaid looked at the wall one more time. I will need to interview the adult witnesses, Mrs. Arbor, Juniper Verla, Mr. Achterberg, you. Whenever you are ready. I am ready now. He turned toward the dining room. Then his phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and his expression changed. A tightening at the corners of his mouth, a stillness in his shoulders. I need to take this. He stepped away, phone pressed to his ear, voice too low to hear. Renske stood in the hallway, Desmond beside her, neither of them speaking. The house held its breath. Quaid came back in under a minute. His face had not relaxed. That was Central Office. Renske felt the words land like stones in her chest. They want a remote observer added to this review. Someone from the state's Program Development Division. Why? Quade's eyes met hers, and for the first time, she saw something behind the professional mask. Not sympathy, something closer to weariness. Because Harrowgate has been flagged as a potential pilot model for other rural facilities, the words did not make sense at first. A pilot model. If you pass this review, the state wants to expand what you are doing here. That means more oversight, more documentation, and a higher threshold for approval. Desmond spoke for the first time. When does this observer arrive? Tomorrow morning. Quade slid his phone back into his pocket. This review is no longer just about whether Harrowgate survives, it is about whether the state decides to replicate it. The hallway felt smaller, the fog pressing against the windows, the house holding its breath around them. Renske looked at the primered wall, at the hands and the feet, at the marks of a place becoming something none of them had named yet. Tomorrow, the observer would arrive. Tomorrow, everything would change.